Okay, we're streaming. We're streaming. And I'm screaming. All right, let's get this call established. And with that, we can tether myself. Okay. Answers. Good man. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. We are live.
I'm going to start adding everyone.
Yes, you know the score. You know me too well. That's right. I'm not here at all mentally, and I'll get myself, get my head out of my ass as we have people talk and help to center myself. And I hope that you're tethered as well as can be.
Yeah, extremely. I actually opted to not do what I wanted to do today.
Oh, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, it just, granted, I'm not in the mood's not as elevated as it could be, but it is what it is.
You sound good. You sound good, and you sound a lot better than sometimes when you consider yourself elevated. So let's see now. Who's with us? Somebody's come on. Sami?
We have James Forsyth.
Excellent, excellent. Good man. And who else do we have? You're welcome to try and channel Penny in if you wish.
All right.
She could explain some things that have been going on lately with, I guess, Rocco Fowler attacked, verbally attacked Mr. Oh, God, I'm forgetting his name. I apologize to his mother, who is a fan of mine. Not Neely? Mr. Odin. Well, one with Odin.
And, yes. I think it's Daryl O'Neely.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Excellent memory, my son. Drugs does nothing to damage you. Well, mentally at least.
Oddly enough.
I'm so glad that you went out with you were out with the boys.
Are you discussing Doris?
There we are, honey. Oh, mwah. Love you dearly. We're gonna introduce you to James Forsyth. James Forsyth. This is Penny Bradley. Penny, this is James Forsyth. James Forsyth is a man who's had some remarkable experiences since he was young and apparently was part of a program, as far as I can ascertain, when he was in the military that was nowhere near the level of, shall we say, what you went through, but certainly he's had his share of experiences, and certainly he's been left very scarred by a number of remarkably traumatic events, such as medically having his head basically turned inside out. So he can explain a little bit of that while he introduces himself. So I'm sorry, James, that's hard. I shouldn't introduce a man like that. How does one introduce?
That is a bit overwhelming all at once.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's awful. James, just say hello.
Hello, James.
Good evening. Nice to speak with you. It's my pleasure.
Oh, that's what I should qualify. He's like 95% blind. He sees through with 5% of one eye, which means that he stares at the world through a pinhole, which is like, I guess that must be a really voyeuristic feeling. It's like staring at through a keyhole of all of your life. So,
Douglas, I also managed to get Brandon Young on.
Did you really? Oh,
yes,
wonderful.
Yes, just to let you know.
So, Brandon, have you been introduced to Penny Bradley? Penny Bradley, this is Brandon Young. Brandon, this is Penny Bradley.
Hello,
Penny. Hello.
Yeah, wonderful. And, of course, just to basically keep in, shall I say, pattern to my awkward way of introducing people, like how fucked up their life has been. Brandon Young survived an assassination attempt which put him in a coma after he was in some contact with Peter Levinda, who is, of course, a butt boy to Michael Aquino. And he was basically...
Your descriptions...
Yeah, I know. They leave a lot to be desired.
Your descriptions, Douglas.
They're horrible. I know. I'm sorry. It doesn't do him justice. He's a lot more than that. He's a school teacher now who overcame his recovery from that traumatic trauma and is, Brandon, introduce yourself to Penny. Say hi and tell us a little bit about what's going on in the school before I ask her what's going on, because once I ask her what's going on, it'll probably require some detail. So Brandon, yeah.
Oh, not too much. Just want to say hi. Hello, Penny. Nice to meet you.
And of course, the two gentlemen. Oh, let me introduce you to Jim Forsyth, and Jim. Say hi to Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good evening, Brandon. Pleased to cyberly speak with you and meet you.
Yeah, there we are.
Ditto.
Yes.
There we go.
Wonderful. So you've all been through a lot. And so Penny, what's been going on with Rocco Fowler? Apparently he did something to attack Daryl while he was on air. And so Daryl struck back with a video. And so tell us a little bit about what's going on while I go mute.
Oh, Mr. Fowler has decided that he's going to be rich and famous by attacking Daryl and I. That's the short version. There's been a lot of tit for tat. There's been a lot of false accusations coming from Rocco trying to defend himself, to the point where the team on Global Enlightenment Radio Network has done a scouring of Facebook and YouTube, and we are literally collecting a documentary of screenshots and clips, and none of them are being photoshopped. These are perfection, could be placed in court. In fact, I'm taking the collection to my local sheriff. I would not do that, except that he did send me a credible threat. So rather than show up at his door and handle things myself, I'm letting the police handle it.
Right. Well, that's wise. Go on.
So there are an assortment of 40 some odd people out there who, for various reasons, have all decided they hate me, and Rocco is one of them. And I'm going forward with my life, ignoring him to the best of my ability. We did have a set of shows yesterday, and he actually called in on a preacher's show and started cussing and using the N-word and generally being a racist. And it was really offensive. And he was reported to Zoom, and it was recorded and will be part of the documentary, because there are people out there still interviewing and thinking he's a good person and that we're being unreasonable, and he's denying using the N-word, and we got him point blank. So anyone that we catch interviewing him will be sent the documentary. Simply because he's become a threat to radio, he's become a threat to the super soldier SSP community, he has become a threat to anybody with common decency that's even thinking about getting information. And so we're just like, he'll be rational when he talks to one person, and the next person he's like a wild animal screaming.
Right.
And it's just, I personally am done. When I had surgery in December, when I came home and checked my messages, he had been messaging me every fucking day while I was in the hospital. And now he's telling other people that I was stalking him. So it's just, I blocked him in December. Seriously, I just flat out blocked him and his girlfriend in December. And this is the middle of March, and he's still continuing to attack me. And I'm done.
Yeah.
So he made the mistake of taking credit for burning Daryl's house down.
Ooh!
And that is why Daryl and Gurn have gone hog wild over the counterattack, is because, well, first of all, he didn't do it. What he bragged about doing did not match the fire department's report. So we know he didn't actually do it.
Right.
But you've met Mama Neely.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Doris loves you.
Yes. Yes.
The real fire started under her bed.
Oh, God.
Whoever did this was trying to kill her.
Right.
And so for this wannabe, I'm not saying anything about anything else, but for this, at this point, he's taking credit for on an old woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the lowest of the low.
Yes. Bizarre. Very, very bizarre. And yet at the same time, it seems to be his speed, as my dad would say. That sounds about his speed would be something that George Dietrich would say. So, honey.
George Dietrich sounds like a very wise man.
There we are. Thank you. Yes. He certainly was. Thank you, darling. And so, honey, thank you for putting that in some perspective. Other than that, catch us up on your health. How's your health otherwise in terms of your rehabilitation from the surgery? And I hope that the pain is less of an issue now.
I've been in physical therapy for about 4 weeks. And the last session, I ended up with the whole session I was on a heating pad because my trapezius spasmed and basically completely cramped up. And I was in the zone where tears were running down my face and could not be stopped. And I've been avoiding doing interviews other than my own show because I've been in so much pain.
Oh, so sorry.
So I have not been talking about it because when I talk about being in this kind of pain, it's like putting chum in the water and all of those people who hate me come out of the woodwork.
Oh, God. So sorry. By the way, Brandon says hello. I will be listening. Thank you, Doug and Jameson. Brandon, do say a little something before you go. I do want you to tell us a little bit about your recovery from your coma and what it was like when you rehabilitated a little bit, because I think that will help everyone. Can you do that? Let's see if he responds.
I think he left. You might need to call him back.
Yeah. So, of course, he might be dealing with something. It will help when Mr. James Forsyth also shares some of his recovery from his experiences. By the way, Jameson, you might notice in the chat room, Vicky Johnson says, hello, JMO. So, By the way, love you dearly, Vicky Johnson. So glad you're with us. I do want to remind everyone, Peter Moon said he was going to be discussing with me tonight elements that he felt were kind of like what he calls the skeleton at the gate that scares away those who try to seek knowledge or secrets, and they're faced with certain warning signs that if they're not ready for it, it will be a traumatic experience for them. He feels that my cross-dressing falls into that category, and he wanted to discuss that within some kind of context, so I'm happy to do that. But I figured tonight's photograph might as well be as shocking as possible. I'll try and put into context the other individual for our listeners. The problem is I don't want to get lost in some sudden discussion about transgender rights versus women's rights, which are all the issue right now, thanks to, of course, the swimmer who's taken all of the awards, who is a transgender male who's competing against all of these females. That has really brought this into light. The person across from me is a female who is basically transed into a man, transitioned. And when it comes to that sort of milieu that I deal with, of course, many people around me are of that nature. And this is because people, of course, gather in support groups. And this is the way that works. I, of course, am not that extreme. I'm simply transvestitured. But we will get a bit into the culture of that and everything else when Peter Moon arrives to a degree. But I figured I might as well get something that's as blatantly shocking as possible, since he wanted to go into that vortex.
Sorry, but I can't help but go there. But I have to comment to Peter, like, of all the things to really talk about. I mean, seriously, if they're not mature enough to handle something like that, chances are they probably wouldn't be a welcome audience anyway, because chances are if there's someone who takes issue with that, they're probably a part of the very military industrial complex and the bullshit World War II generation loving freaks who we are against.
Yeah, I mean, everything.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, seriously, I just have to put that out there because I find it of almost with all that's going on, that is like the pinnacle. Seriously.
Think about Vladimir
like
Putin.
The pinnacle of distractions. I mean, come on, can anyone talk about just how freaking flaming queer Vladimir Putin, and nothing against gays, but everything against Vladimir Putin, who's closet as fuck, because if you are what you are, you might as well come out with it.
It's so true. Yes.
And I mean, come on, him on the horse and stallion, and somehow that's not as that's more offensive to the sensibilities of my eyes.
Thank you. No, in all fairness, yeah, when I brought up Vladimir Putin, it is because he was commenting deeply into this issue just before he invaded Ukraine. And it has been brought up as one of the purposes for the invasion, believe it or not, for those of you who don't know that fact. And I can go a bit into that later.
This is to cover the fact that Vlad has the hots for probably what's his name? Zelensky.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was probably rejected. And Zelensky probably said, yeah, I'm sorry, dude, I don't swing that way. And what's his name? Putin probably took it like he didn't take it too well.
Yeah, like Steve Outram when I refused to have sex with him for $1 million. Yeah, that was something along those lines is actually, it's, how would I say that? That's conceivable. In terms of the point, in all fairness, however, this is what Peter Moon is saying. He wants to bring this up in the sense that many of his audience is not transferring over to shall we say, what he's writing about Douglas Dietrich, because they frankly feel they're just revolted by me. And he has decided to try and, explore that a little bit to try and mend that.
I have a question though. Has he ever considered perhaps trying to reach out to a less conservative audience? Because you can always get a broader audience rather than a niche audience where people would be a hell of a lot more interested in you.
We'll see what happens. And
I mean,
this might,
you and I, honestly, I would like to speak some after the show. I'd like to speak some more on that on a personal level.
Sure.
Of course, I'll ask the Moon Man politely to, allow us time to speak. But yeah, I mean, I don't see why this can't reach an even broader base than just the normal base of people who have been marketed to.
Well, your point's well taken, and certainly our man Miguel Andujar, shout out unto he, has written me about that. But for now, Peter's trying to do his best, and he's trying to at least tell his audience, he put this in a context where maybe they'll understand that, or from the way he'll, shall we say, contextualize it so that they become more receptive, is that this is kind of a gatekeeper kind of tactic that if you can't handle this, you can't handle the secrets behind it. That you're seeking in terms of
Yes.
knowledge of history. So that's how he's
And
going to frame it.
I certainly think, honestly, I mean, I appreciate that, trying to, widen it, to try to get, his audience to, accept you. Although I can't help, again, I can't help but critique, you understand.
Yeah, understood. No, definitely, and appreciate it. By the way, Daniel Arola brings up the fact that I watched the video of Vladimir Putin working out in the gym. He did not use proper form and was just pumping reps for the video. He does not look like he works out regularly. Absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely. It is absolutely bizarre to me as well why the man needs to project what he projects. The insecurity behind what he does is appalling. And certainly we will return the conversation now to James Forsyth and Penny Bradley. So, James, if you could respond a little bit to what Penny is going through with some of the surgery you went through and how you recovered from it, to what extent you could, it would help her to better appreciate also where you're coming from. I don't know if you understood exactly what she's going through, but it was basically spinal surgery having to deal with chronic pain. And before you answer, I do want to remind everyone, do put an upvote as soon as possible. We have a swarm of bots that the cult of the kings of Edom, especially Stephen Outram, who, even though he's a multimillionaire, he's cheap as fuck, and he purchases cheap-ass bots that ultimately YouTube filters out. But what happens is they hit us in the beginning as soon as transmission starts, and they're all thumbs down, and the aggregate for putting us on searches goes away. In other words, the YouTube has an aggregate that's based on popularity, and if you get all these downvotes, then you don't get put on searches, and therefore less people show up. So this is, again, a tactic of people with an infinite amount of resources, and we don't have that. We rely on you. All of this is guerrilla marketing. It is your war, and you're going to have to fight it. So the way you do that is you hit every IP address you've got. That means if you've got a tablet, a laptop, a PC, you use all of them. Anything that has a different, your cell phone, anything that might have a different IP address, and put an upvote through that, and that's what will help us get back on searches so other people can find out what we have to share. And also, just put into perspective, I'll get into this throughout the night more than likely, simply because it's inescapable, but I really just was appalled the other day at this cheesy son of a bitch who does the stupid Binkoff's battlefields. Now, I brought this up in the past, and the only reason it matters to me is because people bring this guy up to me because he's got the Kermit puppet. And the Kermit, was kind of like how the adult entertainers, the strippers, they used to make fun of me when I was first learning English. They said I sounded like Kermit the Frog. So that became kind of like one of a few identifiers that would be a way that people would approach me as kind of an inside joke. This person who does Binkoff's Battlefields knows nothing of that, unless, of course, he's connected to Aquino's Temple of Set or something of that nature where he was told this. But I find it odd that of all things, he would choose this stupid Kermit puppet, and he gave it a Russian accent, and it was like the Russian SVP or whatever the fucker was called, who was working with firearms for years on YouTube and became a YouTube phenomenon where he was just putting on a Russian accent and said, "I'm a real Russian," and then he went around and did firearms all day and pulled really stupid stunts that almost got him killed, that ultimately wound up killing somebody else. And ultimately, that's why he had to be taken off of YouTube. And so the idiot wasn't real Russian. The guy with Binkov's Battlefields wasn't real Russian. But all of these were capitalizing on the American worship of the Russians as the master race, because these idiots think they won World War II. Not just themselves, but they think the Russians won it for them. This is the myth. If you can see now, it's all shit. And Binkov's Battlefields put out a video just the other day with, it was like about 2 months ago. He put a video out before the invasion of Ukraine that was analyzing the Russian military and their maneuvers in the field. And he was saying, they're the best in the world. The best in the world. And, this is what the Americans have been buying into forever. Well, now you realize they're the worst in the world. Always were. And the only military expert who has ever said that. Everybody else was always saying the Russians are the best. The Russians are the best. Well, if they've been telling you that for all these years, you realize now I'm the only one who's ever known what he's been fucking talking about. And all these people have been feeding you shit. If they've been feeding you shit about the Russians winning World War II, everything they've told you about the Americans winning World War II is just as full of shit. So that's what brings us back to the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Now, of course, people have written me, why doesn't Peter Moon speak about that on any of his interviews? He's always interviewed and all he talks about is Romania and his Romanian books. In all fairness, that's what sells for him, is people want to read, shall we say, this highly mystical New Age kind of narrative. I'm being very careful with my words here. And so it's up to you to make certain the Roswell book sells. Purchase copies of it, send them to your friends. With that, we return it to Jameson James Forsyth and Penny Bradley. Jameson, if you could, James Forsyth, if you could talk with Penny Bradley about what you've been through, and hopefully that'll get us a bit more of a conversation. I'll go mute at this point.
Douglas. You also wanted to speak to Brandon Young, right?
Yeah, is he back?
No, he just left because you had sorry, Brandon, if you can just come in again. We just wanted to hear your experiences about your recovery.
Okay.
So that we can sort of, give something to, help Penny Bradley with. Sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's kind of the expert on this anyway, but, it provides perspective for other listeners. So with that, we turn over to James Forsyth. And James, if you could tell us a bit about what you went through in summary. Thank you. Let's see if we can get him off mute. He's got this brand new microphone he was so proud of. Let's see if he can put that to work. And if not, we'll bring Penny back on. She's more than capable of speaking.
Douglas, thank you.
Can't.
Thank you. I had trouble with my microphone, and therefore I'm once again working with my iPad.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about this 95% blindness, and I take it that is a factor in your working with everything, right?
Well, no. There's been lots of reasons for working with everything. My eyesight. I had the brain surgery, the craniopharyngioma resection for the hypothalamic pituitary tumor, which they severed the pituitary, thyroid, and hypothalamus, and along with that, they had to pull 95% of the optic nerves off the optic membrane. Therefore, I'm dealing with limited vision.
To say the least.
I do function very well, though. I can't do anything up close without magnification, though. Peripheral, I have very, very little peripheral. Well, actually, no peripheral. It's my vision's oblique. I could see, if I looked at somebody, I could see about almost half of their face. So it's pretty small. As far as my operation and my healing, as you know, with what I went through, Douglas, with my family taking me out in the hospital when I went in a nursing home and driving me to Michigan, and stealing everything and trying to put me away. I was I don't know how I survived, for one thing. I had to be somebody helping me. But I was working on accelerated healing because I was having to deal with, being jailed and put in psych wards and put in group homes, and, till I had to represent myself in court and did all this stuff. So my healings, they told me that I healed in 6 months what it takes other people 2 years to heal.
Yeah.
And how I did that, I don't know. I did it through will. I did it through my consciousness being attacked, and my character being attacked, and basically disproving what I was being charged with by people, by my family. And basically just to try to get rid of me because they didn't want to deal with somebody being disabled. So I did a lot of visualization. I did a lot of working mentally on certain spots in my body to remove pain. It's a longer process than what I can tell you right here. What else? I used marijuana. They had me. They put me on methadone, morphine, oxycontin, and I took myself off it, and I went through horrible withdrawals. And luckily, it synchronized when they legalized medicinal marijuana, and then I went that route. But then I was also using regular marijuana and putting it like in a vape and deep carboxylating it, and then I could eat it, which helps with sleep and also pain, because the opiates and the morphines do not. The stuff they give you, it's not really helps with all the pain. Kind of disables you, and which for me, with having vascular disease and arterial disease and the cardiopulmonary, being numbed by these medications was not healthy for me. So I got myself off of them and started finding ways to heal myself with at that time was illegal substance, but it helped me. I had to endure a lot of pain. One thing, I do endure pain, I think, a little better than the average person. My compassion and my heart goes out to you because I know what pain is, let alone in the spine and down the back, which is your whole central nervous system, which runs throughout your whole body. So if, with your permission, Penny, I will try to send you some healing energy. If you don't believe in that, just if you, maybe we could talk later or something. But it was a lot of mental work, a lot of pushing to survive, and proving to myself who I was, also because I would have never thought beforehand that I could survive and go through the things that I went through. Right. So other than that, working on the visualization, finding ways of distraction, I feel for you because it's the horrible pain is intense, and I still deal with a lot of chronic pain. So I don't know what to tell you at this point, unless you can find somebody to work on you.
Yours started with a tumor in your pituitary area. James?
I'm muted, and I'm muted with my vision. I had trouble finding the mute button
James,
again.
do us a favor.
Yes.
There's times when you need to mute, and there's times when you don't. You don't need to do that when you stop speaking. But
Okay.
necessarily. But we'll work it out.
James, yours was a brain tumor around your pituitary that involved your optic nerve.
It was under the hypothalamus.
Okay.
And it was approximately the size, a little bigger than a golf ball size.
Would you?
That's pretty good size for that area.
They told me.
Most
they told me I had a
tumors.
30% chance to survive as brain damaged and in a vegetable state.
Most tumors are like the size of a peanut, and yours was golf ball. That's outrageous. You're lucky to still be with us.
Yeah.
They said that I probably had it since childhood.
Jesus.
Wow.
And they said I should have been in a coma 6 months before they discovered it.
Right. By the way, could you tell Penny that before the surgery, just a little bit of the arc of narrative about some of the sightings you had, so that she gets an understanding that your experience has not been normal, even beyond what you've already described. The mantids or whatever, certain entities appearing to you.
Well, Douglas, I don't assume any of your friends are normal. That gatekeeping process that you use is quite effective.
Well, there you are, honey. Thank you. So, but nevertheless, James.
Well, I think you can find some type of normalcy. We just would have to find a new acronym for it, a new name.
There we are.
Well, I use normal basically as your average person out there who has no paranormal experiences and is 100 to 120 IQ. A normal is basically the person out there who's middle of everything and is working for a living, and in my experience, they don't have time or inclination to think about much of anything.
Yeah. Right after my surgery,
my particular issues were created by spousal abuse.
Right.
And so I was beaten over the back of the neck with a Braum handle. And the resulting injury, I've had treatment after treatment after treatment after treatment, and nobody really looked at why I was having these problems, even though my neck was making a square corner from the injury. So it took 44 years to get this surgery. So there's arthritis, there's muscle issues, there's, the nerves had to grow back because they had been pinched for so long. And it's not a normal situation.
Right.
Normal people, they get injured, they have surgery within a year.
Right.
That was not my experience. And so that's why I'm still having issues 4 months post-op. Although my surgeon says that the kinds of issues I'm having are actually normal up to 6 months post-op. So I'm doing fine.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, honey,
I'm off pain meds.
Right.
I'm off pain meds. I'm off the muscle relaxer. I'm going to physical therapy. I've been going for a month. My issues are because I'm using the wrong muscle group, and the muscles have to be retaught.
Right.
It's not a matter of the surgery fucked me over.
Right. So, honey, when it comes to what you've been through, I'm so sorry. I had it right on the tip of my tongue there for a minute, and then I forgot. But I I'll get it back later. So James, take over for a minute, and Sami is with us. Sami Romero. I think you have been introduced to Penny Bradley, and I don't know if you've met James Forsyth, but James, this is Sami, and Sami Romero. This is James Forsyth. Do say hello, Sami, and I'm sure you have something to share in this regard, and by all means, share it with us. See if we
Yes. Hi, Penny. How's my audio? Is it good?
Good enough. Yes.
Okay. So I'm driving, so I'm on Bluetooth on my car. Hi, Penny. Hi, James Forsyth. Hi, JMO. Hi, Doug. One of the things that I realized as older as I gotten, it may not be as the level of pain as Penny Bradley or any other you guys, but I threw out my back about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years, and that pain was very excruciating. And it took me about a good 3 weeks to recover and to actually feel confident to even move. And laying down was very laying down was difficult. Something like laying down was difficult, or even going to the bathroom. Taking a dump, or it was crazy because I couldn't squat. I really couldn't squat, and this is where my girlfriend really loves me.
Yeah.
She helped me.
Yeah.
She helped me. She took care of me.
Yeah.
Good.
God bless her, because I wanted to take care of myself. Just not that I'm a bad person, but the level of patience she had was incredible, because unfortunately I don't have that type of nurturing capability like she does. Not that I don't, it's just to the level that she was just very loving, and it helped me a lot. And it's terrible because I felt helpless in a sense that you can't even clean yourself, and it was one of the experiences where it really humbled me a lot.
It was like that post-op. I came home from the hospital and I could not go to the bathroom by myself. I had to be taken, and Lou had to hold on to my shoulders while we basically dropped me onto the toilet so that I could use it.
Yeah.
It is the most helpless I have ever been as an adult.
Yeah, I feel the same way after
It
my
lasted.
operation. I'm sorry.
It lasted far longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
After my operation, I couldn't walk. They had to take me and hold me up by two people and get me to learn to hold my weight again, and like this. And you're very blessed to have somebody with compassion in your life. If I would have had compassion and support, I don't know where I'd be today, because it really makes a difference, and that you're very lucky.
Yeah.
No, I feel very blessed, and I think this is why we need women. And not that I'm saying men can't be this way, but women have this touch that, I don't know, it's different. I've only found it in women where they have love.
I've been lucky that Lou is that way, and I've had several surgeries while we've been together. It'll be 21 years in May, and every time he has been there, and he has been willing to take care of me like a child. And then as I get better, he lets me do what I'm capable of doing and picks up the rest without bitching at me.
That's
and
incredible.
I am completely, ultimately grateful.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. And so I'm sorry, James, finish what you were saying. Forsyth.
Oh no, I was just telling them my situation to let them know how special that is, to have somebody to care for you like that.
Yeah.
I had to take that on myself and learn to show myself that kind of love, which I wasn't used to.
Right. Oh,
But
that's so awesome.
That's something
Yeah. I mean, it's just so terrible. You were terribly abused, and I think that there's what happened with Penny was at least she found someone ultimately in Lou, and with Sami he had someone, but with Jim Forsyth it's like he had nobody, and he just had to learn to love himself, as he said. I mean, that's just I'm just overwhelmed. It's just horrible. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Yeah, you're and now but it brings up the question. This is what I was going to ask Penny was you were now the logic of your family was to get rid of you because they didn't want the crippled gimp around to have to take care of. So they tried to get you institutionalized so that you would be cared for by the state. Obviously, they wouldn't care if you had died, but in that case, they tried to get you institutionalized by basically attacking your character and your sanity, and yet they failed in all of this, right? That was, am I getting it right?
James, not me.
I understand.
Yes. Well, first they took me out in the hospital when I sort of went nursing home and drove me to Detroit. That alone was horrendous. And yes, my family, my mother told me my real son died on the operating table and I don't want anything to do with you, and so did my sister. And my uncle, who was a mafioso, he's in Florida now, but he's a mafioso in Detroit. I can give Douglas some information to privately look up to verify it, but
sure.
I don't want to say his name.
Understood.
But he called, he had the judges in his pocket, and he pretty much told him, we want to put him away. Mm-hmm. And so my mom and him, I saw actually them speaking in the garage a couple of days before they tried to do this, or did do this. And basically they set me up to make a situation look like I got violent. Mm-hmm. Actually, I think my mother thought she can actually make me violent, but I never have been violent. Right. And she basically was blocking my way. She was charging me $20 to eat every meal, and just really abusive in every way. And I came down one day and she took my daughter. I was going to spend time with my daughter, and she took her and proceeded to block my way when I'm trying to get my breakfast, jumping in my face, like actually 5'2" woman, like 110 pounds. I was 300 pounds at that point. I'm like 250 now. But, it just confused me. I didn't know what she was doing. And I just flicked her shoulder and laughed and said, "What are you doing?" Mm-hmm. And, she ran out in the house with her phone and, called my uncle, and they had the police come get me. Took me to jail.
Jesus.
Oh, God. When I was 3 days in jail and had to go in with a CCTV in the court, to the court from the jail. The judge wouldn't even let me speak. I tried to defend myself, and he just basically rudely and strongly cut me off. Wow. And he gave my guardianship to my family. He committed me to, I think, Macomb County Mental Institution.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Had me there for 10 days, which is mandatory. At the hospital, they were trying to do everything to get me to act out or whatever, and I didn't know what was going on. I had the guys come in my room trying to make my bed, which was hard enough, just making that bed. My God, I don't know how I did it, coming out of the hospital and having to do all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Gentlemen coming in my room and getting aggressive with me, and I'm yelling for help, because I know I can't defend myself. I can't even see him. If he hits me or something, he's probably going to kill me. Yeah. So later on, the doctor lets me know they did this intentionally, and they did it in many ways. And you had to go to,
when he presented you this
meetings
information, when he presented you this information, did he do this like, ha ha ha, I mean, this is what we were doing?
No, he said, he called me in his office like after 7 days, and he says, I'm going to release you. He says, you're highly intelligent. And he says, we did everything we could try to do to intimidate you and to get you to get violent or act out. He says, there's not a, violent bone in you. You're very highly intelligent. And I'm going to let you out. And I'm very disturbed because your sister called me and told me if I let you out, her and your mother are going to call the news and report me because you're going to kill them. Just bizarre stuff.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, he releases me. I asked him, I said, did this have to go on my record? He said, unfortunately, it does. And so he helped me out. I said, will you write a paper? And I said, write a paper for me from I want to represent myself in court with my daughter. And he wrote a paper for that, and I got out of there. They threw me in a group home with severely, highly mentally challenged and socially, emotionally challenged individuals in this house for 8 months. The guy in my room was relieving himself in the closet. It was it's retelling the story.
It's traumatic.
Yeah, it's disturbing to me just to think at this point what they put me through. Because I was at the point at the time they were doing this, I'm doing everything just to survive and get back my own empowerment.
Right. So the reason
and this was still recently post-op.
Yeah,
yes.
That was all.
No, this is
immediately.
They did this immediately after my operation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I do have a violent streak, and I think that it should be there should be some retribution.
Yeah. That this is what
at this point I would call it justice.
Yeah, I understand. No, that's appreciated. I appreciate what you're saying, Penny. So, Penny, the reason I, spoke with my convoluted manner of speaking as I do when I'm extremely hungover and not here, which is
you hungover or under the influence. I'm shocked.
At any rate, my point is what I was trying to say was to present this as his information as a lead-in to a question to yourself. Did anyone ever try that with you? Try to have you institutionalized or operate against you in that manner, the way they did to him on such an organized level? I was curious about that. Did you ever suffer that?
When I first came public, after I did my second interview, my youngest and my nephew, my sister's only son, showed up at my house, and I thought we had a pleasant visit. And then my son stands up and says, well, you're clearly delusional, but it's a stable delusion, and you seem to be able to handle your own affairs. So I think you can be outside of an institution at this time.
Whoa. That's got to hurt. That is so abusive in its own right. Sorry.
And my nephew threw an absolute shit fit that my son had decided to not commit me because he still to this day thinks that I should have been.
Oh, God.
So that was in 2016.
Well, I hope you don't relate to those people anymore. I know you had some kids who were kind of growing up around Lou. I take it these aren't the same people that were doing this.
Yeah, it's the same.
Good God. Why? I would hope you would never speak to them again.
Well, I don't have a lot of options. These are my kids.
Well, yeah, you have an option to tell them to fuck off. Oh my God, you brought them into this world. As far as I'm concerned, that almost gives you the right to take them out.
Well, Lou's sitting back here laughing about that. I have this small problem. I actually love them.
I don't see how. But there you go. I mean, I don't.
I have 3 grown sons. I hear from them on Facebook now. I have not had a in-the-house visit for several years. It's been a struggle. The hitman I was married to had told all of them a bunch of shit, and I've been dealing with the fallout from that ever since. And I divorced him 21 years ago, and he died in 2019, and I'm still dealing with the fallout of shit he told my sons.
Oh, God.
And
so he poisoned them against you.
Yeah, he said all kinds of shit about me behind my back. If I had known he was saying this shit, I would have divorced him long before I did. Or his favorite threat towards me was that I would end up in Uncle Timmy's mine shaft in the back of his property. And if I had realized that he was saying all this shit about me, he might have ended up there instead. But he told them horrific things that I had no idea he was even imagining such shit. But he's the one who was poisoning me for life insurance money. And to be honest, if anybody was delusional, it was probably him.
Right. Yes. So, Sami, are you still with us? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Yeah, if you could provide us a little bit of some of what you've seen in your life with the funeral industry and the like. There must have been cases where people were obviously essentially harassed to death by their families, kind of like tortured to death like this. For those of you who don't know, by the way, a historical case that is very similar to this is that of the wife of Abraham Lincoln. When Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the entire family got together to try and have her institutionalized. And this was in the day when that was pretty much a death sentence. A woman in an insane asylum was essentially usually gang raped to death by the other lunatics, because they were usually men, and the women were put in there with the rest of the men who were violent in their behavior as basically a fuck toy, and the guards would pimp them out. This is her fate that she would have been destined to, but she escaped it by defecting to Europe. She actually, for those of you who don't know, Abraham Lincoln's wife had to defect to Germany so that she wouldn't become a sex slave in an insane asylum. And this was what her family was trying to condemn her to so they could get the family fortune. So if that could happen to the wife of a president, you can imagine what our world is like. So have you ever seen something that the end result of this is, of course, somebody who's literally tormented to death? Or do you ever get that feeling with some of this, Sami?
I wouldn't. Well, when you're in that business, or when you talk to families, there was a drug dealer that we did a funeral with. This is in the outskirts. This is pretty much in Red, California. Mm-hmm. Well, my sister told me that the drug dealer's wife's dad passed away, and the wife shared with my sister. Obviously, this is a time of vulnerability. That her husband beats her regularly, and she wants to leave him. And it's, this is kind of like you're stuck between a hard and a rock place, because you do business with these people, and these people, my sister has done business with this particular family at least 5 times already, with either her family or friends. And my sister tried to help her, but I think maybe in that moment of vulnerability,
she shared with her, but my sister tried to help her, and she didn't want to leave him. She didn't want to leave her husband, maybe out of fear or out of regret that she shared that. But what my sister tries to do is at least listen to her. But at the end of the day, what she told me is it's going to be up to you, to leave him, because I can't do it for you, and no one else can do it for you. And people get used to the lifestyle, and I'm sure she has them. They have a huge estate in the middle of nowhere, but it's pretty big.
Yeah.
And there's been other cases too that families are just there at the funeral for the death certificate, and they want to know where the death certificate's at, and to collect, and pretty much the other parent either gets put in a home or really just abandoned.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's just the side of how humans are, especially people that are just materialistic or just cold-hearted. That's one of the things that I tried with my mother when she was alive, is always call her and just visit her and make her feel like she's still important. When my parents passed away, I've been dealing with just family issues as well, but a lot of it has to do with just material things that I've learned through some of my siblings that involve property that I have to you have to work out, or you have to kind of find out what's really going on, because unfortunately material things do come between families. This is one of the many things I have, especially money for some reason just does that. And it's very discouraging, because nothing like family, right? But at the same time, it's the nature of the beast, where family are the ones that are really going to hurt you and piss you off, and sometimes seem like they're the most evil, because you do love them. And I can relate to Penny Bradley. I have 7 sisters. I love them, but if anybody needs 3 sisters, they're more than welcome.
Yeah, I caught that one. If anybody needs 3 sisters, I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers.
Yeah.
My youngest brother and I talk.
Yeah.
The rest of them, it's like I fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And that was before I came public as an SSP whistleblower. So they didn't like me before they thought I was crazy.
Right.
So that's like, okay, they were in this Christian cult that I left. They didn't believe in divorce. I divorced the man who broke my neck. I was excommunicated for that. I was told that I was supposed to love Jesus enough to let my husband kill me.
Yeah.
I was flat out told that. And then they got mad because I left Christianity. Yeah, the hysterical.
You left crazy people is what you left.
I left crazy people for sure. And so I've got these 3 kids that have a genetic disease, and they're meds dependent, and I'm raising them by myself. And because my family is in this cult, and when they excommunicate you, they shun you. So I was no longer family. Okay? So my youngest brother has broken that in his old age to talk to me now.
Yeah.
But for years, I was shunned officially. Nobody had anything to say to me at all. It was if I showed up, they shut the door in my face. That's what my life has been. And so when I ran into I didn't make enough money because I had to pay the babysitter. You know, the father of my children would not pay child support. He even went to Thailand to avoid child support. So I'm left.
And Thailand, of course, just shows how sleazy he is. I can only imagine people going to Thailand to molest children. But go.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to Thailand to molest children and avoid paying child support on his own. And so this has been my life. And every step of the way, my blood family has been critical and abusive.
Right. Not supportive at all. Quite the opposite.
Well, in fact, the opposite. And so when I got to the point where this man fell in love with me, wanted to marry me, offered to be stepfather to my children, I lived with him for a solid year and a half before I married him, just to make sure he was going to be safe to live with. And then on the honeymoon, I found out he was a hitman.
There you are.
So it's been
Penny,
a wild ride.
Penny, I understand that love that you are indoctrinated with your family, and these type of people, they use your love to control your emotions, and it's just so cold when you're coming from a state of love yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what you're actually going through, because it happened to me. That the same way, just different circumstances.
Yeah,
and that compulsive love you have, because it's only one-sided.
Yeah, it is. It's only one-sided.
It's so connected to our egos that you feel you lose yourself. You lose your identity if you cut off by these people. And that's something I went. I'm sorry.
I've gotten to the point where if somebody tells me they love me, all of my danger signals go out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just use more discernment, because there are people that love, and you just have to discern with people. And having these type of experiences, it gives you a little bit of experience on discernment. So, I'm just telling you, because I understand that feeling.
Right.
Yeah, I figured you would, because that is the most horrific thing, when your family is conspiring to put you in a mental hospital because they don't want to deal with you. They don't want to help you through a potentially long-term situation. And I keep part of my family that does talk to me, I keep them at arm's length, because I don't trust them.
And, well, you shouldn't, honey.
And I don't trust them because of what everybody else has done. And it's not really fair to them, because they're coming forward with a pure heart. And now I've got all these walls up.
Well, honey, I think that you've got your own family now that is far more, shall we say, functional. And that consists of Lou, your extended family, of course, through media. Daryl, for instance, and, his lovely
Daryl and Doris. I have found cousins through doing my family tree. And, in fact, they are why I'm on the rest of the social media, is because through Ancestry, it was like, well, we're on such and such. Why don't you join us?
Right. Oh, there we are, honey. So I'm going to...
Excuse me. Boy, do I have a potential solution for you, Penny.
Yeah.
And I would like to share it. This is Peter Moon, who has come on to join us.
Hi, Peter.
Yes. I have been doing some clearing of certain energies for different people. It's not something that I guess I do professionally or do for people, but sometimes things come across your plate and you deal with them. And this is right out of the same thesis of my book, The White Bat. Part of the essence of dealing with a demon is, and this came up in the video, the YouTubes I've been recommending. I think that's where I saw it, but it fits hand in hand with some of the phenomena I've been dealing with, is when you have a demon and all of these negative characters that are besieging you or anyone else who's in a victim state on some circumstance, they're being besieged by entities that are influencing the people around them. It's easier to influence the people around you than it is you yourself, but it has a connection to you. And the whole thing is to turn. You can turn these demons into a positive force. This is the greatest trick in the world. In other words, it's kind of like you trap the jinn in a bottle, and then he will grant you let him out and he'll grant you your wishes. But that's just a story. I'm talking about harnessing, finding a demon, and basically converting it into a profit center. And I say profit in metaphorical sense, not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily money.
It's not about money. It's about, and this is a whole technique, and this is what the Dakini, and I've recommended the Dakini code to people. I suggest you watch it. I don't know if you get my emails, but the Dakini code.
No, I haven't been getting your emails.
Well, but it's part of the Time Travel Education Center. So a lot of the people who listen to me or tune into me get my, twice a week messages saying I'm going to be on with Douglas, and so on and so forth. So this is, when I go back to my book, The White Bat, and the dream I had of the White Bat, I'm being pursued by, one of the scariest characters in cinematic history, archetypal history. It's Dracula, the Bela Lugosi version. And the sun rises and I turn the screws on him. I turn the screws on him and he turns into a white bat, and I get an antithetical version to the scary Dracula. And then this is a precursor to the whole country of Romania opening up to me. And it's like, okay. But at every point in the, every novel that's written, practically every novel, and certainly the formula for writing novels or movies is where they get very formulaic, and it's where the worm turns. The worm turns where the protagonist is fighting evil and he's up against the wall, and then he turns the situation just when things are at their worst, and he survives. But the whole situation has a plot twist, and it's boom, and the evil is overcome. And in actual fact, life is often like that, where things get hairy, like that movie Lord of the Rings, where Frodo gets his finger bit off, and he's and then the ring goes into the fire, and then all of a sudden things start to turn, and the world becomes a better place. This is so, theater is such a repetition, and this is what happens in real life. It doesn't mean there aren't going to be tragedies. So anyway, I watch that video. It's called the Dakini Code.
Okay.
And if you can't find it, email me or Facebook me, and I will get it to you, because it's really, you can call on help, and this nonsense that's being perpetrated on you and many others can end, but it has to end in the mindset of the person being victimized, and by doing something that can be effective. Otherwise, it becomes a continuous modus operandi. And I don't know anybody who's been literally besieged as much as Douglas has, but things are getting better for him, and he recognizes that things are getting better for him, and they're going to continue to get better for him. But it's a tough road to hoe. Nevertheless, you have to start somewhere. And as I say, this is something I could never unmire Preston Nichols from. He was too deeply admired in his stuff that he could not want to come out, because he really didn't want to come out. When it comes down to it, he was so buried in it. And so anyway, that's what I wanted to share with you, Penny, and I think it will help you tremendously. And feel free to write to me, and I will try to assist you.
Yes, that's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, and it's just a pity that Peter and Jojo won't have time to visit you when they're out here next month. But hopefully that'll happen sometime in the future. They definitely, you're extraordinarily valuable as a resource. And I want to thank you, Penny. We'll be checking in with you again later. Of course, hang on with us as long as you feel you wish. But, go ahead and drop out to give yourself a rest if you feel the need to. The same with James, of course, and Sami Romero. Peter and I will take it from here for a while. I'll just send Peter a photograph, sometime soon when we start tackling the topic. But in the interim, we welcome Peter for whatever he wants to start the conversation off with. And God bless you, Penny. Thank you for being courageous enough to share what you do, and you as well, James. And hopefully Brandon Young will be joining us sometime in the future to speak a little bit more. I'm just glad to hear everything seems to be going as well as it can for him. And Sami, thank you so much for your patience as well. And also we'll check in with you soon enough. In the interim, Peter, now that you have the stage, by all means,
I'll start off.
Yeah,
I'll start off, and I have to warn you, in about 4.5 minutes, you're going to hear an alarm.
Okay.
And I've got to go take the aluminum, the foil off of the chicken that's cooking.
That's it. The egg
time.
Yes.
I have messages here, and then at 9:45 I'm going to have to pull out, the chicken from the oven.
Okay. At moments like that.
Just so everybody knows, it's I'm on relief duty from Paula as she goes to bed. Okay. So anyway, so what I want to say is, just before I get started into the main topic of the night, is I want to mention that on Saturday, Paula and I had an outing, and we went to it's a museum on Long Island called the Cradle of Aviation. And it gives a planetarium show on the skies of the evening. And it was, it was, so you've got all this aircraft, because this is where so much of aviation happened. Charles Lindbergh took off from what is now Roosevelt Field Mall. It was named after, I think, Quentin Roosevelt, who died, Teddy Roosevelt's son. Mm-hmm. I believe that was what the airfield was named after, Roosevelt. So now it's Roosevelt Field Mall, but it used to be an airfield. So they have this tremendous museum at what was once Mitchell Field, which was directly tied to Montauk. I used to get letters from people that were, brought there as kids. But anyway, we saw all this history of aviation. It was really impressive. I think I'd been there once before, but it was really impressive. And I said to Paula, and she's not as interested in it as I am, but she was interested to go through. And you start looking at the history of, Zeppelins and stuff. They had a whole room on that, and how it was a big thing to be doing airships in the early 1800s. Even George Washington had some. They didn't have anything about the Sonora flying ships, though, of course. Of course, that wasn't on Long Island. But I said to Paula, I said, I wish Douglas was here, because he could be like a motor mouth on every one of these airplanes, probably. Oh, yes. It was fascinating to just. I said, what would Douglas say about this one? What would he say about this one? What would he say about this one? It was really interesting. So it might be too much, but I said, if Douglas is ever here, I said, he's got to come here. it might be, it's overwhelming though. There's so much information.
Right.
And then I said, but if Douglas is ever here, he not only has to come to this place, I'd take him here, but I'd also take him to the Nicholas Roerich Museum in Manhattan,
Right.
which I once went with Paula. And I always wanted to go there with my ex-girlfriend because she was so tied into Roerich, I guess psychically. Not necessarily a fan of his, but she appreciated that there was something to that. And I made it there. The woman, I told her about the videos I saw, the Russian videos that showed the connection between Rudolf Hess's daughter and Heinrich Himmler's son, I think it was, or was it vice versa, nephew of Hess and the daughter of Himmler, who had these Tibetan, I guess videos, for lack of a better word, from this Sahib guy from Tibet. And, the woman she poo-pooed it. But she wasn't real smart, Yeah. I'd love to take you there. I mean, I don't know that you're going to see anything, you're not going to see anything that's too sensitive, I would imagine. But what you might find between the cracks. A lot of his paintings are there. A lot of his paintings, and it would be really fun to go with you there if you're ever in this area. So I thought of that, and
No, definitely appreciate it, and thank you for thinking of me. Honestly, that's so touching, and I really would just be happy to visit these places with you. And as you say, just kind of go off. I'm sure it would be far too much, as you said, for Paula to stand for very long. But
well, she did enjoy it, but we didn't have a lot of time. But it's like it's too much. It's too much information to sit there and assimilate. It's just too much. It's just, you're going fair. I wish they had it online. I might look at some of it. Okay, there goes my alarm.
There we are. God, that does sound awful, doesn't it? That sounds like he's in some kind of base where the alarm has gone off with intruders or something.
Talking, I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time. And with that, we'll take over for a minute. Jameson, tell us a little bit about visiting with Salman Sheikh.
Oh yeah, that was actually it was a good experience. I met Salman Sheikh and Angel Millar at the Regio, in which I took the privilege of enjoying some great ravioli and a Bloody Mary, which I probably shouldn't admit to. We then took the train to head to the Museum of Natural History. Now, I wasn't able to. I do feel kind of bad because Angel Millar had he had gotten tickets for the three of us to go there and check out the sites and whatnot. But unfortunately, I realized that I had a concealed weapon in my bag, and that wouldn't have gotten past security. I probably would have possibly been detained. So I had to wait for them outside, and I feel really bad because I couldn't reimburse him for it, but Salman Sheikh had gotten me this first he got me this great necklace that was blessed by Sufis in Nigeria.
Wonderful.
And at the time, the synchronicity is that most of my bloodline is from Nigeria.
Wonderful.
And from the museum, I had asked if he can, grab some pictures from the Amduat, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which they have a wonderful, the Museum of Natural History, they have a very wonderful area dedicated to that, specifically the Book of the Dead. And so Salman Sheikh had bought me a revised edition of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is the Book of Going Forth by Day. And as we all know, Michael Aquino, being such a fan of that, wrote his own book of Going Forth by Night.
Yes, that's true.
But what's great is that this book has all of the rituals, all of the funerary rituals in them. Now, there's over 130 something rituals, so there's no way I'll get to, do all of them in my own way within this life. Well, actually, I will work on that on the side while doing this, while still completing this initiation through all of the archdemons of Azerate and the Cleopathic, Decapothic abysses and whatnot. So there's much work. I'm going to be a busy man for decades to come, to say the least, which is great. Later we did take the train. Oh yeah. I'm sorry to veer off on this. But to James Forsyth, yes, that was I who tried to befriend you on Facebook. I am the Cookie Monster.
Yes.
Monstar, Cookie Monstar.
Yes.
It's a sort of play on Cookie Monster because this was supposed to be a sort of like bullshit account that couldn't be traced, so I can help Douglas Dietrich in getting these transmissions going. All right, great. So we wound up taking the train back. I will say that I had a lot of there was a lot going on. It was very busy, so there was a lot of anxiety, but being in the presence of the two guys, helped relieve some of that anxiety. Although the train trip back was just, oh my gosh, it was horrendous. The 6th train was packed from 86th Street. So we wound up going back down to around the New York University area and and we chilled out. Before we went to the museum, we also bumped into a psychic friend of theirs who is actually someone who I had seen before, a guy by the name of Kyler James. And, Solomon paid for me to get a reading, and he paid to get a reading himself. And it was very, very, it's what I would say a very accurate reading based on the question that I asked. So I was very, very happy about that. And of course, I do realize that what I sought to resolve through the reading, I know without a doubt, is going to be a bitch to go through, because that involves trying to, break free from this addiction. And, it's the difficulty is that the addiction gives me peace of mind. And, but it does seem like there is going to be some good changes on the horizon. So
Jason,
that was.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever read the book Diary of a Drug Fiend by Aleister Crowley?
I am familiar with it.
Have you read it?
Not entirely, no.
It might help you. It
All
might
right.
help you because it's about overcoming addiction.
The thing is, look, I have to be perfectly blunt, is that there is a part of me that wants to overcome this to see what I truly am capable of. And there's a part of me that is holding on to it because it's like, there's a part of me that's holding on to it. So I'm still divided as to where I'm going.
Well, the point of it is, from what I have not read it, but from what I understand, it's all about exercising one's will. And, one could argue that he didn't fully overcome it. Who the hell cares? It's about executing your will. And that part of that is finding what your will is. And what I would say to you, it's a very tricky proposition, because sometimes when you really get into your will, things become subtle. And when you really find what this addiction or anybody's addiction is, it's all you have to do is make a slight adjustment, and you find out that what you really want from the addiction, you can find in a bunch of cotton candy or something. It's I'm being metaphorical here, but when you really see what it is you really want, oh yeah, I just, you know,
Well,
let it
addictions.
go apart. It's, and I'm not trying to trivialize it, but I
No,
think
but
it's subtle. It's subtle. It's subtle.
I got what you're saying, but
Yeah.
addiction's a lot more complicated than that.
Well,
There are
not if you make it, not if you see the nuances.
no, I don't think you truly understand. I can give you the biology of the addiction, and you'll come to understand that it is a lot more complicated than that. This is what most people who are addicts share is a sort of trauma. What the trauma does is it activates a retrovirus in the body. The retrovirus is called, I think it's called HK2. You can Google that, look it up just to be certain. I'm not sure. But that virus is found to be active in everyone who has an active addiction. So you are trying to overcome a retrovirus. Now, to give people an idea of what a retrovirus is, AIDS is a retrovirus. So when I tell you it's not that simple, it isn't.
If that is true, and I'm not an expert.
No, it is true.
No, wait. I'm speaking, and I said, if that's true, I'm not saying it's not true.
But you understand that when you say if, you're speaking in hypotheticals.
Well, I of course,
but
it's me speaking.
Hypotheticals.
Wait, it's
I'm
me
giving
speaking.
Yeah. I mean, basically, let Peter talk. It's you see what's going on here.
We're done communicating here. You can take the stage. I'm going to take a break.
Yes. He doesn't want to hear it. You see, that's it, Peter. He doesn't want to hear it.
I will finish the thought anyway.
Yeah.
I'm speaking, and I'm not refuting it.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, and I'm saying, it probably is true, but I can't say it from my knowledge base because I'm not an expert in addiction. Yeah. And we could defer to JoJo, who's not with us tonight, who's probably listening.
Right.
But I'm going to say is, if that's true, and it is indeed a virus, and that's the core problem, it is completely, the virus is completely defeated by the presence of oxygen. If it's that simple, it will kill the virus. And if you can get the oxygen to the virus, and you can get oxygen through ozone, perhaps a hyperbaric oxygen chamber, which is very expensive and cumbersome to get to, or Qigong.
Right.
And this is what I have to say about that. But
by the way, that explains why Michael Jackson was into his hyperbaric oxygen chamber so much. He really loved that shit. When it comes to our man Jameson, understand, of course, that first, when Jameson takes the virus angle, that to me is a total cop-out. It means he doesn't want to overcome this.
Well, if it is a virus,
then it can be overcome, yes, just as, you know.
But I will defer to JoJo, who's an addiction counselor.
Right.
I will defer to her, but we can't defer to her now because, well, we can defer to her for the future because
for Wednesday.
This is her expertise. Yeah. I don't claim to be an expert in this, and I take to heart. I'm really glad he told me that because I learned something. Yeah. But I can't speak.
Well, let me put it this way.
I've never studied it.
Yeah. In the days before, nowadays they blame viruses and fungus for everything, and it's just a total cop-out. When it came to the back in the old days, when you had, say, for instance, medicine worked a lot quicker before imaging, simply because the surgeons went in and cut everybody open. And so they would find everything out immediately. And for that reason, surgeons would do a lot of cutting. One of the reasons why medical practice has gone so downhill is because surgeons are now afraid to cut, and they do everything by imaging. And then when the surgeons go in, half the time they fuck everything up because they have no experience, because they haven't been cutting. So medicine has gotten a lot worse in many, many ways. We could argue the imaging has really helped. Well, another thing that's gotten really bad about medicine is also just pinning things on a universal kind of standard template, which they can process patients with through a cookie cutter. And so this leads to McDonald's medical care. The important thing to remember about medicine is that medicine has never been a science. It's an art, and it should be remembered and interpreted and practiced as an art. Every case is individual and has nothing to do with any other case. So the generalizations have to be extremely limited in their application. But this is what I've argued, of course, concerning anesthetic shock death and all of the people who die of anesthetic shock, hundreds of thousands every year. All of this would be eliminated if they would take into account the reality of race, which, of course, due to politics, American medicine denies. All doctors are aware of the reality of race, that what will work for a black man will not work for a white man. What will work for an Asian will kill a Jewish person. These are facts. They're not exaggerations. But doctors are not allowed to practice them, and so doctors wind up committing a form of mass murder. Thousands and thousands of people die every year because of politics, preventing the acknowledgement of the reality of race. So go beyond that, and you go to the point where doctors used to understand that ulcers, like bleeding duodenal ulcers, were a product of psychological stress. And that was reality. It still is reality. But then some idiot in Australia, just some idiot asshole doctor, pumped himself full of H. pylori virus and triggered a bleeding duodenal ulcer, which is kind of like saying, oh, well, if you drink all kinds of bleach, you got an ulcer. So therefore, all ulcers must be caused by everyone drinking bleach. And it would be like suspecting every person who comes in with a bleeding duodenal ulcer to be a bleach drinker. It's insane. So when this idiot pumped himself full of H. pylori virus and triggered a bleeding duodenal ulcer, medical science took that as the template and said, well, all ulcers are due to H. pylori virus. So they treat all ulcers with an antibiotic. It's madness. And it doesn't work. And so people bleed out literally to death on antibiotics, which are just doing more damage to their system, rather than getting the ulcer treated, which oftentimes requires a great amount of counseling and help getting out of your environment. It really requires social workers as much as anything else. So
Well,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, this is we have such dishonesty and lack of science in medicine.
Yeah, that's right.
It's astounding. What makes it so complicated is there is science that takes you, how to surgery is generally very precise and very good if it's done, if it needs to be done.
Right.
There's many advances in surgery that are sometimes necessary. Yeah. There are many surgeries that aren't. But the problem is, it's all about making money, and it's so disgusting that this is the world we live in. And I think we're getting to a tipping point. I don't know. It's like, this is a microcosm, but I think we're going to get a tipping point with the anti-Scientologists, the anti-L. Ron Hubbard, because they're going to get to a point where where this whole paradigm of what the government is, they'll begin to understand why he'd never respected the government and why he lived as a renegade.
Basically an international fugitive. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, because when you see how badly our institutions have failed the citizens and humanity. And I'll never forget my friend on Facebook saying, that Trump was undermining the institutions, the faith in our institutions. I said, what the hell are you talking about? What faith in our institutions? She's talking about the FBI. She's talking, look, you can not like Trump, but to implicate the FBI, the swamp, as he called it, there is a swamp, and they act like it's an insult to our country. And the country deserves insults. It's far worse than insults it deserves as a country, as a body politic. And I mean, Trump just happened to be pushing that button. But it's like, I can understand her not liking Trump, but, for undermining the faith in our institutions. What faith? Who has faith in our institutions?
Well, let's put it this way. Yeah, I understand what you're saying exactly. It's one of those things that takes us in a different direction. The in terms of the institutions, a lot of people had lost faith in the political institutions, and that's why Trump was elected in the first. But to just make the point of what I was saying, Jameson is back with us in the background, where I need him to be as the executive producer, and he served us really well with helping bring everyone else on in the opening hour, which I definitely needed. But I do want him.
He does a very good job.
Yeah, I do want him to understand my own position on this is I don't buy into a lot of the virus, shall we say, stance, because with my own experience with bleeding duodenal ulcers and the kind of template that was put up by that, because what's the only way to deal with with the virus, other than what Peter Moon has said, which is his solution is very, shall we say, unorthodox. It may be the right solution. It may be the solution that works, but it's unorthodox by our current standards. The other way that people deal with a virus would be essentially through some kind of antibiotic. Now, none of this makes any sense because, of course, antibiotics don't treat viruses, in case you didn't know that. So when you kind of throw that out there, it's almost like it's a cop-out. So it's not the kind of stance that I think is the healthy stance to take. It may be a factor to a degree, but it is something that I don't believe really helps. So such being said, people are treated for their addictions and they do overcome them. And we have addiction counselors like JoJo, my gang brother girlfriend, Beaver's girlfriend. Her name is Wendy. I think I can share that much. And and then, of course, we have Mr. Benestenius' stepdaughter, who was on drugs for a long period of time to the point where he was highly recommending that his ex-wife just not deal with her anymore because she was bringing home boyfriends that were essentially going to rob the home. And but she got over it and she became a drug counselor. So people are overcoming this. It can be done. And they're not taking any antibiotics. So it's obviously we've got to handle this from a different perspective. With that, we turn it back to Peter and we'll, take a conversation from there to wherever Peter takes it. And did you say there was going to be another alarm later tonight, or was that?
It's in about 10 minutes, and
okay.
It's in about 10 minutes, and I'll give it a little bit of a send off here. Okay. Wait, it says I got to read my instructions. Mm-hmm. Take it out. Put it back in until 9:45. Yeah, I'm okay. It'll be more like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Then I just have to take it out. It'll take me like 30 seconds, so I won't be gone long.
Sure.
But anyway, what we're going to talk about tonight, or at least in the beginning, is I had mentioned in my Facebook message, yes. Or I did put it on Facebook, but I will see if I can. Why can't I find it? I'm just going to find it here, and I'm going to read what we're going to talk about tonight, which I told the audience.
Sure.
I will read it directly so that I don't get off topic. Here it is. Over the years, there have been many comments and sometimes vitriolic outrage with regard to how Douglas Dietrich portrays himself to the viewing public, particularly with regard to the photographs or illustrations he uses on Facebook or for his YouTube graphics. Tonight, I will be addressing this topic, and Douglas will also be chiming in. And basically, there are, I don't know how you would classify this art. I don't know how you classify it, but it often has sexual innuendo, to say the least, very graphic, and this offends people. As does the transvestism yes. that you engage in. And what I would say, this triggers people. And I'm not criticizing Douglas for doing it. I'm commenting that he does it. I talked to him about it off the air. But what I'm saying is people get distracted by this. and they start to react to it. And I've really never even thought too much about it personally. Mm-hmm. I don't judge it. I don't condemn it. It's not my orientation. And I really don't care too much about it. I do care that he is well, that he is good, that he's, and he has a treasure trove of information. But what he pointed out to me in our discussion, it's kind of like scaring people away. This is a process of initiation. And I'm going to talk about initiation. And well, I have 2 minutes before I have to go take the chicken out of the oven. I'm going to talk about Tibetan masks.
Yes.
Used stand for gods and demons, yes, as well as animals whose virtues are evoked. As far as animals, well, it says what the animals are, but the whole purpose is to strike terror into evil spirits and to chase them off. The scary things don't necessarily symbolize demons. Raging masks belong to deities, and the more terrifying, the better they will keep wicked spirits at bay and let the monks focus on meditating. Now, there are also crowns of 5 small skulls that the Tibetans use, the lamas. They represent 5 negative human feelings, which the gods turn into positive ones: rage, ignorance, jealousy, attachment, and pride, thus grow into their opposites. So I would, people, they polarize. They see this stuff. Oh, this is weird. And this is weird. This is weird. And then they want to start throwing tomatoes. And what the end result of that is they're throwing tomatoes. And, if they were at a carnival, they probably wouldn't get any stuffed animals because their tomatoes are, missing the mark.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, thank you for your reactivity. There are so many more things under the sun than any of this stuff. So I will then, as I go to get my chicken, take it out of the oven.
Okay, while he's dealing with that, I'll hold the stage. And
okay, there it goes. The alarm is off. I'll go take the chicken out of the oven. And now you can explain from your perspective, and we'll go on from there.
Sure, I'll explain it when you get back. Don't worry about that.
No, I can hear every word you're saying. It's, I'm just 20 feet away. I hear every word you're saying. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. I'll do my best. Understand that there are multiple factors that are at work here or at play, however you look at this. And one of them is, of course, I am taunting people by doing what I'm doing. Just to put this into some perspective, as I said earlier, to contextualize the individual who's in the photograph with me that's embedded within live stream of tonight's transmission, that is an individual who has transitioned via, of course, the sexual affirmation surgery from being a woman to being a man. That is not my son. People who have seen photographs of my son realize that. But this is actually a woman who works for his husband, Sugar Daddy, and she's a member of the staff. And she volunteered to join in the play, so to speak, during the St. Patrick's Day, which, of course, for us extended pretty much towards the weekend. It was always an important holiday to my father, and Sugar Daddy honors it as a corporate head because Ireland is a place where many of his investments have been grounded. Understand, of course, Ireland is an English-speaking nation, and unlike much of Europe, which many people find this hard to understand or believe, but Peter Moon can testify. He was in Germany himself, and he found it very difficult to run into any German who spoke English. That's in the continent. There's damn few people who actually speak English compared to what you would expect being your average American would probably, in their ignorance, expect all kinds of people to be speaking English wherever they went. And by the way, that's something you've got to really disabuse yourself of. Wherever you go in the world, you're not going to run into that very often. Certainly, unless you're sticking to like hotel routes or something, or trade routes that are so well established that they're like well-worn grooves in a forest. But when it comes to the reality, just as you've got not many people speaking English, making Ireland a hotspot for investment because they're much cheaper than anywhere else in Europe, are a member of the European Union, can take advantage of all the European assets, but actually speak English. Well, they were becoming very prosperous before Brexit and will return to prosperity. There's been, of course, the COVID dip that everybody has experienced, but they'll be returning to that level of prosperity now, already are. And because of that, St. Patrick's Day was very important for Sugar Daddy to respect. So there was a lot of partying going on. And when it came to why this was so important for me to engage with this individual in kind of a, I don't know how to describe it, something that I haven't done in literally decades. But I'm going to give a photograph to Peter Moon right now. I'm putting this in his message box. And someday I'll publish this photograph, probably around Mother's Day. This is a photograph of my mother training me to feed as a vampire. So, of course, my mother was far more of a vampire than I am. You can barely recognize her in that photograph. But
that's an actual photograph, Douglas. It's an actual photograph.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it photoshopped? It looks so the photograph looks so manicured.
Everybody says that about every photograph that I take, but that's
it's amazing. It's amazing photographic example. And then, how come? I mean, are her breasts airbrushed out because it looks like they're, if her breasts been changed or something?
Well, she's the lady on the floor. I'm above her.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was the other way around. Oh, okay.
No.
Because her haircut there looks like a man's haircut.
She would often do that because that's, of course, how she was able to get along in society by oftentimes passing as a man when she had to. And that was one reason why I learned to have a lot of gender fluidity and self-presentation, was as a survival mechanism. Of course, my mother did that because of basically her hunting, and she was engaged far more in it than I am. So to put this into some perspective, there's a species thing going on here, as well as just a lot of cultural traits, a lot that people don't understand that have converged to make for a very rarefied interaction with the world. So when it comes to the first thing people need to understand is I'm not fully human. And I mean this without self-indulgence. Now, of course, when we have certain things that we deal with, say, for instance, the way that I deal with Penny, who's was with us earlier, might be on for a few minutes again later tonight. All depends on how she's feeling and what's going on, whether I get my head out of my ass enough to conduct a full-blown narrative throughout the night as a monologue. But when it comes to dealing with her, the way I handle her is that I presume, and this doesn't mean I'm right, but I presume that she's been pumped full of a lot of memories. And so she relates those memories as her personal experience. And for her, for all intents and purposes, they're real. So there's really no reason she shouldn't relate them that way. And Max Spears was like that. He had many experiences which may or may not have actually happened to him, but for him, they were real. And whether these are cascade memories, which was the term we used in psychological operations in the military, or whether they're not, it doesn't matter to the person experiencing them. To the person experiencing them, their body has the stresses, the pains, the scars. It bears all that burden as if these memories were the product of actual experiences. So that's something that someone needs to respect. This is where Peter Moon's Scientology training comes in. And one of the things that L. Ron Hubbard was trying to do was save a lot of people from the abuses of the psychiatric industry, or the cult of psychiatry that had been established at that time. Now, I feel that psychiatry has really progressed. I feel that psychology has really progressed, and we've come a long way from the days that they were literally hacking pieces of brain out with ice picks. And do not think that I'm being over dramatic here. Peter Moon can attest to this fact. But back
that was Donald, you and Cameron.
Yeah.
And boy, did I just have a synchronicity here. But I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
Sure. But bring it up later, or make note of it. Yeah. And but the abuses of the psychiatric industry were like I described with Abraham Lincoln's wife when we were speaking earlier about people being institutionalized against their will, basically for the most nefarious of reasons, usually so people could take over a monetary will or a funerary will, and they would have a member of the family institutionalized so they could monopolize that fortune. This sort of thing was, you would hire a psychiatrist the way you would a hitman to help with such a conspiracy. I believe that psychiatry's come a long way from that, but the point was, during the time that L. Ron Hubbard started pioneering Scientology, it was to help people so that they wouldn't enter that milieu at all. And during that period of time, there was real justification for why he did what he did. So the kind of training that Peter Moon had was the kind that L. Ron Hubbard was trying to inculcate in people, which was that when you have someone come in and they're basically performing an audit, or you're the auditor who's auditing them, that's the Scientology term for basically a kind of, well, I'll let Peter describe the details.
Counselor.
Thank you. Basically counseling. And, but the idea was not to judge them and say, wow, this guy's crazy, because there's so many men or women who would come in and say, in a past life this, or I'm really Jesus. That was probably every other person would say that. Or I'm really, this or that. But whatever
in my experience, almost everybody that went into their mind, not everybody, but it would come up that they were either crucified next to Jesus, as Jesus, or were there.
That's just awful.
And there was too many. There's too many, because it's a standard archetype, so on and so forth. But carry on.
Yeah. So there's obviously a lot of indulgence going on with people, but the important thing was that L. Ron Hubbard was training people not to judge, to accept the person at face value, what they were saying, and that this would help to deal with their real core issues. And so that's how Peter Moon has handled myself. And so now to tell you all, remind you all, because there's many people who already know this about myself, what many people might consider an indulgence or a kind of pathology, such as VPD, which is an actual, shall we say, diagnosis. VPD being vampiride or vampiric personality disorder. And these are people who are convinced they're vampires. Now, here's the difference, and this is why there's a difference between that kind of individual and myself. When it comes to VPD, these are people who are basing their idea of a vampire off of romantic novels, and the end result is they think that vampires hang upside down in closets and sleep like bats. This is something that Aleister Crowley abused when he forced his wife to sleep upside down in a closet, hanging by her feet on a hook. Not that he meat hooked her ankles, but that he had her strapped. So he forced her to try and sleep like a bat because he was convinced she was a vampire. This sort of nonsense. He simply was torturing her, and that came out in court. And when it comes to something like what I'm talking about, it's simply the reality of a subspeciation. This is no different from what Darwin witnessed with his finches when he discovered...
Did they punish him in court? Did they punish him, or what did they do?
I think they deprived him of a great deal of his inheritance, his estate. A lot of money was given to many of these women that he abused. And as a result, he was left impoverished. And this was like before World War II. Of course, he died during World War II. But it was one of the reasons...
He died in 1947. Well, technically, that was during World War II, technically.
Right, yeah. You get my point.
Yeah.
Peter's got it right. Yeah, I mean, in the sense that the year was still legally World War II, but he died shortly after most people were under the impression it had ended. Certainly, proactive prosecution of hostilities, as people understood them, had ended. But he was a broken man financially, and that was because of these lawsuits by many of these women who presented his abuses to the public, and he deservedly was made to pay for the damage that he did, and it left him financially and in a great psychologically broken to a great extent. He was asked why he was even working as a spy on behalf of the Allies. And that's when he said, well, my tribe is my tribe, even though my tribe has basically ostracized me. Basically is what he was saying. In other words, he was an Englishman and he was going to fight for the British no matter what.
Well, may I point out that although he was stripped of his assets in court, I'm sure there are those in the British hierarchy who were more than willing to pat him on the back for doing such stuff. They would have admired him for it. Ian Fleming included. Because he was a sadist himself.
Yeah,
so
no argument.
Greatly admired Crowley for this and done everything they could to
help him. Yeah, I'm sure he was buffered. I'm sure he was buffered by the Hellfire Club and all of the British elite who were all gratuitous sadists. He was publicly shamed. And you would wonder why that would even mean anything to a man who sought nothing but infamy and notoriety all of his life. But it is amazing the nuances that come with fame. There's a certain kind of fame people want, or a certain kind of infamy, or a certain kind of notoriety they seek. And then there's the kind that they don't. And so he had suffered, not that I'm trying to make him a sympathetic character, mind you, but Aleister Crowley had suffered a kind of public shaming. And so it was difficult for him it must have been, to interact with the public. So, but that difficulty must have been somewhat abated by the cultural elite which supported him, because Britain is more of a class-conscious society than Americans can even imagine. So obviously, if you're already a member of the upper class, you can get away with a lot anyway. It's like the former prince, Prince Andrew, who is no longer a prince, and that's why Sarah Thomas Lyons put up this really funny joke where they showed the artist formerly known as Prince, and they showed the black guy we all know, and then they showed Prince Andrew. But it's not like he's going to be homeless. He may have a hard time interacting with the general public, but he's still going to lead what we would consider a privileged life that most people would envy. So, that having been said, when it comes to the situation that I'm in, this is not an indulgence. This is a subspeciation that is explained in the book Vampirology. So anybody who's really curious about what this subspeciation is, the physiology of it, you can order the book. But in general, understand vampires are real. They're a subspeciation that is now flirting with genocide, or rather extinction, because of the genocides perpetrated against them historically. And the end result is, normal humans can kill vampires just like normal humans can go out and kill sharks. And look what it does to your environment. When the apex predator is denuded of its population base in the natural system goes out of whack, and you get everything from algal blooms to red tide and everything else. Maybe that can't be traced directly to the extermination or eradication of sharks, but a lot of it is. So you're doing nothing but damaging the natural order, and that's what's happened. Yeah.
Let me break in here if I could, because I'm having a lot of stuff come up that I think can, if I may. I don't
please. By all means.
But see, what he's saying, we're getting deep here. And this is deep into the issue, which I just brought up, is why it's this, you mentioned taunting, it's this repulsion. Aleister Crowley, this is going into this stuff that Douglas is talking about. The Aleister Crowley parallel is very important, because when people study Aleister Crowley, they get jettisoned. They get jettisoned right out of the box. Or worse yet, they go into the box and they get absorbed by it. They get taken into it. There's a lot of knowledge in what he writes from a scholarship occult angle, tarot readers who are not into Crowley at all, into his work or his magic, admire the hell out of his tarot deck. They admire the hell out of it because of its archetypal construct, which enables them to read. And this is not me saying it, it's them saying it. But what I want to say this. I had this tremendous synchronicity. All these dreams I'm putting it into my newsletter, all these dreams I've been having and whatnot, they've been orchestrating further synchronicities in depth, and part of it is what we're discussing here tonight. But one of these dreams, and it's complicated because it had to do with stuff going on in my own life and people I'm helping, is that it was this Romanian. I was on this bus after one of these dreams, and I don't write about it or anything because it's a little too complicated to go into, but I was on this bus, and all these they were Romanians, and then they turned into like teenage Romanians. And there was this young teenage Romanian who said to me, she says, there's something missing here. And she's kind of pointing to her heart area, her solar plexus heart area. But she says, there's something missing here in you. There's something missing here in you. And I go, oh, what is it? And then I connected to this old town I lived in, and I'm going, I got to get home to my father, because I've got to put the chicken in the oven or take it out of the oven so it doesn't burn. And then finally, it was all this. When I finally got home to my old dining table, there was chicken on the plate. And now I don't want to dream of chicken, because when you dream of chicken, it means you're chicken. It means you're a coward. And what I've realized, all of this, because so much of my dreams have been intersecting with the broadcasts we've been doing, and with Douglas, teaching me about the Naga and his mother and all that, which I put in the newsletter. But what I realized, this is the chicken right now I just took out of the oven.
Yes.
It's not the chicken in my dream is symbolic of the chicken I just took out of the oven right now during the broadcast. That's what the chicken is. And the chicken, because that's what Paula decided to cook. It looks like a beautiful, mix of chicken and potatoes and maybe beets. I don't know. But that will be lunch tomorrow.
Yes.
But the thing is the chicken doesn't represent my cowardice. It's the cowardice of the audience. The missing thing in the chakras she was alluding to me is the cowardice of the people who throw tomatoes and darts at Douglas, or even those that throw at Aleister Crowley. Not that he doesn't deserve the tomatoes, but the problem is when you throw the tomatoes, you miss the forest from the trees. It's like, if there's information there, what are you doing? You're throwing tomatoes. Well, there's nothing there for you to learn. And this is what, as I say, with the anti-Scientology crowd, they're going to get sore arms. They're throwing tomatoes. They're throwing tomatoes for 10, 20, 30 years on these message boards. You see the same people going on and giving their wisdom. They're still hating L. Ron Hubbard and exposing his fraud or whatever they assert it as. And how much time can you spend doing that? This was a teacher that you didn't like, you didn't learn from, you were betrayed or felt betrayed from. And I could tell you from, having a lot of inside view, it's like I could see what was going on. I could see I was very well informed. And the way they paint the picture is, I see it much differently.
Right.
And I see it much differently. And I'm saying, well, I can see how you saw it that way because you really didn't know what was going on. And so what? It's okay. It's different perspectives, different viewpoints. And then I even see him wrestling with Crowley issues, interviewing an ex-OTO member. Like, this ex-OTO member is really in the know. When he doesn't know anything about anything. So that's okay. He was in the OTO, so he's an expert. It doesn't mean anything. But anyway, more to the point, of initiation. In Crowley's materials, much of what you'll read is incredibly scholarly, and you won't find it in other scholarship. Well, you might now, but you certainly couldn't at the time he wrote it. And even I can say that as much as 30 years ago, 25 years ago. You couldn't find this information. He would correlate the Kabbalah in such a way that you're just not going to find. You might find it through certain people in Freemasonry. You might, if they were clued in, and if they were probably clued into Crowley's materials. And so the problem is, you can read this stuff and you can think you're real smart and have inside information. And you do. The problem is people get carried away with it, and they think they're Aleister Crowley, and they become possessed by some demonic force. So instead of taking the demon and converting it into positive, they're being worked by another demon. And just as many of the Scientologists or ex-Scientologists, they're being worked by their own demons, because they're engaging in tomato throwing. And, tomato throwing is, as I say, it gets your arm sore. And how long can you do it for? What are you doing it for? I read where somebody says, I get inspired because they keep going after me. Well, they keep going after you. This is what L. Ron Hubbard described as a games condition. When you get in a games condition and you're like, this is what somebody like Richard K. Cole tries to get you into, a games condition where you're fighting Richard K. Cole all the time. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but they want to engage you in a full-time games condition.
Yeah.
To where it takes you out of your element. It takes you out of who and what you are to do. So it becomes a huge distraction on the path. So when you open up into a path of initiation, you're going to be beset by all sorts of gargoyles at the gateway that will test you. They will test you. So if you dare, which is one of the powers of the Sphinx, if you dare to read the writings of Aleister Crowley, you're going to be met with the mirror of your own soul. And the mirror of your own soul may contain things inside of it which are not good, which may befall you, such as the classic thing of the angel and the demon talking over, the devil and the angel talking over somebody's head. You'd often see that in a cartoon. The devil's telling them to do something bad, and the angel's telling them to do something good, and they twist in the wind with this sort of stuff. And this is what can happen. And then it will often ride towards empowerment. The person reading, okay, now I can see, I can invoke my most base desires. I can attract women with spider tattoos or whatever it is they want to attract. And it's like the Black Widow. And whatever it is, and they resonate. This is what my friend, the one that gave me the email that led me to you, he wasn't doing magic, but he had attracted this dark, Satan woman. She was serving him in the cafe, and she was very beautiful, and we're misunderstood. People really don't understand what we are. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? And he was very attracted to her. She sounded very attractive. And, come on, he says, but I don't think I should, because women don't normally come to me like this. And I think she might drug me. And, that's the end of me. So this is, and he wasn't even studying the occult per se. He was indulging in certain, obviously, areas of conspiracy and mind control. He was very much into Kathy O'Brien's work, and was a great friend to her as well. But So it's like, yeah, who the hell are you and what are you doing and why are you studying this information? What's more important is a path of initiation and pursuing the esoteric. You're getting initiated. The whole point is towards enlightenment. And what is enlightenment? And when you're going to get enlightened, because you're in the equivalent of purgatory, for lack of a better word, on earth, you're here and you've got to work out your way through the Hindu concept or Buddhist concept of samsara, the great veil of tears and the illusionary stuff that we suffer through as human beings. And you can, of course, alleviate the suffering to a marked degree as you live. But initiation. So the people that are listening to this broadcast or who are interested in the work of Peter Moon, it's like people like my work when they like it because it enlightens them. They feel more informed. It helps them figure out stuff. And this goes on in many different layers where people start, the world makes more sense to them. It's just what happens. Where my ability to explain things has helped X amount of people who like my work. So that's all wonderful. So, but anyway, they're interested in more than just the standard stuff of life. So, but when we go into, and when Douglas starts talking about the subspecies of vampires, all of a sudden we've gone very deep into a closet of information, which is certainly not what attracted me to him in the first place. What attracted me to him was this body of information that he is, processing, iterating, that comes out of the archives of the Presidio and his experience there. And this is all forbidden information. This is your disclosure. This is your disclosure. And when you give the people the disclosure, they go into denial. Now, I just want to make a comment because I've commented on this in the past for those people, and I won't digress into this, but I found out today this character who was on my team in football who has caused a lot of people complain about him a lot. I always got along with him, but I found out today from one of his friends that he's an alcoholic and he's a cocaine addict, they said. Now, because he hasn't been showing up, which is unfortunate because our team lost 2 games in the last 2 weeks. We hadn't lost any. And if he showed up, we wouldn't have lost, despite his addiction. He's a very good player. But so his addiction is making him miss games, but it's also what was rubbing people the wrong way. People were conflicting with him. Probably because of their own alcohol demons, which were nowhere near as severe as his. But the demons start interacting. So it's like, okay, this explains why there was so much, trouble around this character for other people. So this is, when people have stuff inside of them, when you're going to get initiated into a path, and this includes all this wonderful stuff of Radu Sidamar, or even getting into the laboratory of David Anderson. This thing is surrounded by guardian energies. We can call them gargoyles, we can call them demons, we can call them anything we want, but it's surrounded by energies. And I can't tell you how many of these energies I've had to recognize and spot to even have my relationship with David Anderson. It's like, it's something that I've cultivated. And if I was not cognizant of certain things, I would never be able to engage him to the degree I have. And while it's a relationship, it's a very strange relationship because it's a very distant relationship. Nevertheless, it's a relationship. So it's like, but this is, people, it's like, wow, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes in all of my work that I don't talk about because a lot of it is second nature. So when we get to the threshold of Douglas Dietrich, this is somebody who not only worked with Michael Aquino, who was working in, the top psyops of the U.S. Army, and also working with the National Security Agency. It's like, is it as dark as it gets? Well, he'd like to think so. Aquino would like to think so. And certainly, he's in the ballpark. But so we're working with Douglas Dietrich, and he, did the judo movement on Aquino. He basically pulled the rug out from under Aquino. He didn't completely destroy him, but he destroyed the whole Presidio military base. How much more?
Yes.
It made Aquino sort of like Saruman in The Lord of the Rings. Saruman is not killed. He has his tower, but there's no power. He's been taken over. So, but who could defeat Aquino? It would take somebody from a subspecies of human, because Aquino had the humans figured out. He had them under his thumb. He had humankind under his thumb.
Yes.
No humans could defeat him. And he was defeated by Douglas, and Douglas alone, really, when it comes down to it. Douglas exposed him.
Yes.
So what is this connection to the vampire? I'm not attracted to vampires. I have my whole direction identification with Transylvania was in my dream was Dracula. That's what I knew, because that's what I had been taught from the movies. Movies aren't movies. And it did fascinate me. But I was led to a flip side. And as much as I've had positive experiences in Romania, now I'm learning that the vampire is not something to be dismissed. Why has it been such a popular theme in movies? They've done it to death. Even Buffy the Vampire Killer, whatever she was, Vampire Slayer. And it's been overdone. They put out a new Batman movie too. And Paula read the reviews. She loves Batman movies. She said the reviews are horrible. It's too long. How many more Batman movies can they do? How many more ways can they look at Batman? They should have Batman time traveling. Batman goes to Montauk. But the bat is right there with the vampire. It's one of the identities of the vampire. So this is it's part of the tree of life. It's part of the tree of life, and you have his story of the Magi, and how that is all. You have Christ being taught and brought from the vampire cult of Asia,
yes,
coming with the Magi. This whole story is like, okay, what's going on here? This is an initiation to information that completely pulls the rug out from the knowledge, even the biblical people, even the biblical scholars. Douglas can historically pull out the rug from almost anybody. And it's not, what would you say? It's not a bad thing, but it's like so much of what we think we know, we don't know, because we're all being fed a line of information / misinformation. So people think they're informed, and people in general have a tendency to hear stuff, and then they want to go repeat it and tell their friends. This is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. because it's out of context. It's better for people to learn it themselves. You know, to go to start educating people about, you know, vampires and the Magi. It doesn't really work that way. Have them read the book, and even if they read the book, it's not about vampires. It's about, you know, then you'd have to go back and listen to Douglas's tape on the subject, and then it's, you know, still there are going to be parts of it you don't understand. So this is a whole initiatory process that we're going here, and it's trying to piece certain things together. I'm not trying to, I mean, I'm willing to go deeper into the vampirology, the book, more than I did. But it's like, as I say, I can't even get traction with the book we did, the Roswell Deception, you know, to make it economically viable to continue, because there will get traction, there will get clarification. And right now, there's so many answers to so many of the bullcrap that's going on in the world today, where it's just unadulterated stupidity that's being proliferated. And you just have to get, well, you have to get used. If you're not used to it, you can't get outraged by it, because it's been going on like this for years. So this is a process of initiation, and on the path of initiation, you're going to get scared by Tibetan masks or the equivalent thereof, and it's almost like testing you for the initiation.
Yes, it is.
What is the process? What is the process of initiation? Go ahead, Douglas.
No, definitely. You've said it all so well. But I, of course, will add to that in depth. So just that people understand, one of the things that we were speaking of earlier was, of course, the failure of the Russian military on the world stage, and how I had brought up, while Penny was still with us at the time, along with James and Jim Forsyth, I mean to say, and of course Jameson as well, and Brandon was in for a few moments, as was Sami, and my thanks to all of them. But when I was taking advantage of the time I had with them, I spoke briefly of that idiot I brought up before. I'm not even trying to promote him, but it definitely is one of those inescapable things that comes to me because people bring him up to me quite a bit. The idiot whose name I don't even remember, who does Binkov's Battlegrounds. And as I've said, there's been some excellent videos he produced, which were just based on the basically what is called in the military parlance an order of battle. An order of battle means what kind of lineup do you have in terms of assets, military grade assets that are deployable, that you can throw at a particular enemy. And so he does these lineups, like, you know, every once in a while there'll be a real gem, like what if Australia and Indonesia go to war? And these are valid questions. But aside from that, this idiot is left with basically the curse of trying to produce content. And with this kind of content production objective, destroying any real process of quality, and he'll throw out incredibly stupid things. Like, what if today's Russian army, one of his latest videos, was thrown back in time to 1941? Or you know, could it hold the Germans off? I mean, stuff like this is beyond asinine, because it doesn't even integrate the reality of what you would be faced with if all your equipment went back in time. None of it would function, because all of it is dependent on modern GPS or geosynchronous satellite positioning navigation, and therefore everything you've got working at that level of electronics is not going to work when there's no satellites. So this is the kind of asininity that these idiots, you know, and as Jameson says, today's Russian army would get wiped out by anyone. Yes, thank you. A 9-year-old boy with a machine gun. As a matter of fact, we have that going on in Ukraine today. But my point is, the reason it's brought to my attention is for the most bizarre of reasons, and it's funny in its own right, is because when I first started learning English properly, working in the adult entertainment industry as a minor, with a lot of the adult strippers referring to myself as Kermit because they said my Chinese accent sounded remarkably like Kermit the Frog. For whatever reason, this guy chose a Kermit the Frog puppet But then, of course, the only reason he gets it to sell is, as I said it before, he gives it a Russian accent. The same with all these people like that guy who was, promoting guns on YouTube until somebody was finally murdered by his insane antics, was promoting himself as a real Russian, when, of course, he was just some Southerner who spoke with anything, a Southern accent as opposed to Russian. But he would fake this Slavic accent, and all the ratings were mile high for him because the Americans worship the Russians as the master race. Well, right now, the Americans are going through what's called a disconfirmation process. And this disconfirmation process is based on what you have in religion when you lose your faith in your God. And the Americans are loath to lose their God. So this is why you see everyone just making excuses for the Russians. You can't even believe the shit I've seen when I've reviewed. By the way, all of this is relevant. When you have some idiot who's supposed to be a military expert, like, say, our current Department of Defense head, who's a black former general, and this son of a bitch is interviewed about the Russians, and he says, well, they're running into some unforeseen and unexpected problems. I mean, when you're saying bullshit like this, it doesn't even make sense. It's just they have a fucking hollow military that is a miserable excuse and a facade and is never meant to go to war. The whole thing is based on bluff and bullshit. And yet you get these guys trying to make a defense for them because this is their God they're talking about. The Americans worship the Russians as the master race, and now their God is dying on the field. So they've got to think up every excuse they can until someone finally says, hey, that Douglas Dietrich guy said the Russians were full of shit all along and never fought and won a war. And then finally their reality will come home. So this is why the current war in Ukraine is so relevant to the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Why you need to buy the book, because it's directly relevant to what's happening in Ukraine today. Everything you've been told about the Russians is a lie. And so that means everything you've been told about the Americans winning the war is a lie. None of these forces were capable of winning World War II, and they effectively lost. This is the reason why. So when you're faced with the reality of the situation, like that idiot who does Binkoff's Battlefields he went back and he changed his fucking video. And I noticed the video he put out 2 months ago where he was analyzing Russian maneuvers in the field. And he was saying, oh, how is the Russian army holding up? How will it do in battle? And his analysis was, the best. They're the best. And this guy is considered one of the leading experts. Somebody who goes into detail about new weapon systems and all the rest of that shit. So he's full of shit. And he went back and he changed his stupid banner for that video from pretty damn good to, oh, maybe needs a little work or some shit like that. He changed it. And I noticed that he did that he changed the thumbnail to his video. And I said, what a piece of shit. But this is how they work. So these people have control of the narrative, and the only way you can take the narrative back is to make certain that my book profits Peter Moon enough where he'll do the rest in the trilogy and expand the Vampirology book. So make certain that you buy copies and gift them to all your friends. That's one of the important things to note. The other important thing to note about where we were at when it came to the entire reason why I am what I am, why I do what I do, understand that when it comes to the culture that I come from, it truly is an alien culture. That's the point that we make out in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. People think that they know Japan. They know nothing about Japan. People think that they know about vampires from popular film, and of course I've emphasized that they don't at all. That's why the book Vampirology is important for you to read, so you can realize the reality of vampires, so you understand what the subspecies has been that has been part of the human experience and yet consistently denied. The important contribution the Soviets made collaterally, without any intent at anything other than the most malevolent or maleficent of intent, they still managed to provide the only systemic research that has ever been done into the vampire subspecies. And that was because they took their Slavic mythos literally. And by investigating the Slavic mythos scientifically, then they were able to come up with something systemic that never existed before. Now, all of this, of course, was taught to myself by my late and sainted Cyrus, my Wu matron, my mother, Diana Zujin Lin Dietrich, who taught me about the entire cultural background of vampirism in Asia, and of course, the Mage Kings, or the Magi, who were the men who baptized your God, if you're a Christian. And these men baptized your God because they were Christians before there was a Christ. That Christianity is older than Judaism. It is the oldest of all the religions. And this is, of course, one of the things that you're here to learn. You're here to overthrow the shackles of this Judeo-centric paradigm, which has got you trapped in the matrix. Well, if you want to overthrow that paradigm, understand that Christians were here long before there were Jews, and they were in China, and that it was centered on the Mage Kings, who were simply vampires. These were, of course, treated very differently in the ancient and traditional Chinese culture than vampires were perceived in Europe. So when you come to that, that is also part of the biology. That is what made my mother what she was. Unlike myself, my mother needed to feed a lot more than I do in terms of blood intake. Now, she could survive without the blood, but her health would be just completely impacted. And that was how it was in her later years, during the last 10 years that I took care of her. And when it came to the situation that was similar to that, let me put it this way again, and I brought this example up in the last transmission. I was speaking to some ancient survivors of the Dresden firebombing. And these German people were at that time incredibly malnourished as civilians. And when your body needs certain elements that you don't have access to, whenever you can get something that feeds that need, it tastes good. This is why to these two ancient women, these sisters that I was speaking to who had survived the Dresden firebombing, they were speaking about how during the war, cod liver oil tasted sweet to them as if it were honey. Because they were so malnourished, they would take cod liver oil and spread it on toast as if it were honey and eat it. They could actually take it straight from the bottle, and because their body needed it, what it provided, it tasted good. That's why it's the same way for a leukemiac. If they're low on blood, they can be guilty of a form of bloodlust, vampiroid desire, where the blood tastes good. Now, I've always been careful to tell people never confuse what I am with a condition. It's not like that. I'm just presenting a parallel, just presenting a kind of parallel for you to understand. But when it comes to real vampirism, of course, somebody who's a pure-blooded vampire, which is based on the Soviet research, exclusively male, and certainly there's nothing that I've ever found out historically to disprove that. The half-breeds who come down from women who are impregnated by vampires who give birth to females, these females are usually, well, they're all dampfire, which means they're half-vampire, meaning that they don't inherit really the full gene, which apparently is exclusively male. And therefore, they're not as in need of blood as these male vampires are, which men are generally, if they're pure-blooded vampires, basically full feeders. In other words, they cannot really generally participate in repressed feeding unless it's forced upon them by environmental necessity, such as Patient Zero, who we have, his entire story is missing from the book Vampirology. Peter Moon may expand the book later, and
it's mentioned,
but it's not. But his full story is in the rest of the book that's missing. He's mentioned, he's introduced, but really, it's part of a mystery that doesn't, it's the mystery that leads to the Soviet investigation, but the full story of how it fits historically, contextually, Peter Moon got the transcript in an email that didn't deliver the full info, and he published it because we had to. We had to publish it immediately because we had this jackass named David John West who was going to plagiarize it, and because of that, we had to act. So we had to do what we had to do. And in terms of the example of Patient Zero, who was never named to history, he was an individual who brought the attention of vampire reality to the Soviets, and they studied it based on their mythology after that, and pursuing that, found out more than anyone had ever found out before or since. They were limited, of course, by multiple factors. The state of technology at the time, the state of technology that they've always had was behind, and the fact that, of course, the political ideology straitjacketed them. But nevertheless, what they found out was invaluable. I added other aspects of history, the aspects taught to myself by my mother concerning the genocide against the vampires, the Great Slaughter of 1919, the year my father was born, across the Atlantic. Now, when it came to the vampiroid experience, the whole phenomenon, again, understand that your average male vampire would need to generally feed and leave somebody dead, completely drained. My mother had that capability, and she would indulge in it basically by tracing down criminals. Everybody thought she was just a very, how would I say it, enthusiastic amateur criminologist. Everybody thought that she was kind of like somebody who was into reading true crime as some form of hobby. In a sense, it was that, but in reality, it was life or death for her. So she would locate and trace down child molesters, pedophiles, serial rapists, serial killers. Understand that serial killers, serial rapists, these pedophiles, these people cannot stop what they're doing. There's no amount of rehabilitation or redemption for these people. There is no redemption because there's no rehabilitation that can turn them. They are what they are, just as my mother was what she was. But she made good of what she was by hunting down men like that. And the way she would hunt them down was to play private detective. So everybody would indulge her, thinking that she's like a hobbyist, a true crime kind of private journalist. In reality, she would trace these people down and kill them. Understand that because these people can never stop what they're doing, say for instance with the pedophiles that were tracked down by To Catch a Predator, there was that series that was on. And it turned out, of course, the host of that series was himself a predator. And that goes sans saying. But these days he's loose on YouTube, but he's a total disgrace. And he's still trying to scam people, but he's been exposed. It was kind of like what I did to Michael Aquino. It defanged Michael Aquino, to use a pun, and put him on the defensive, the literal defensive, where he would appear on Buzzsaw with Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone, and just basically come out and deny that he knew me, while, of course, everybody could see that he knew me quite well. And this is why, of course, people would even write inside of the comment section of these various videos like, you spent a lot of time denying this guy who you said you never knew. But in terms of, as Peter Moon said, by contextualizing it, there's no one human who could have dethroned him. And it took someone like myself, just as it took my mother to end the career of hundreds of these criminals. Now, as was exposed by To Catch a Predator, they would basically track these guys down by having adults pretend they were children, set the guys up, and when the guys were caught, showed up to rendezvous with the fictitious child, and instead were met by the camera crew and the child molesting host. These victims of that entrapment would basically say, I know who you are. They expected to be caught by To Catch a Predator, but they couldn't stop themselves. They had to do what they had to do. And in other words, what happens to all these serial killers? And when it came to these serial killers, understand that you only learn about the stupidest ones. Everybody talks about how smart, how diabolically clever or cunning these serial killers are. Whether it's Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer, all the rest of them, it's preposterous. These are the stupidest ones imaginable. They don't cover the tracks, and yet it still takes decades to catch these people. And when these people are finally captured, like the BTK killer was exposed by his partner in dog catching. He was a dog catcher. He had a female dog catcher assigned to him as a partner. And she would tell everybody, this guy is a serial killer. And she would talk about what he did in the van, that he would brag about his killing, that he would take out newspaper ads for lingerie and bras and female underwear. And he would lick these newspaper ads until his tongue was black with all the ink. And he was doing this constantly throughout the day. And she was exposing all this, and everybody said, oh, he's the best guy you'd ever met, and you're defaming him. And she was ultimately fired. She lost her job. Well, in the end, he was ultimately outed as the BTK killer. And this took, half a century? It's the same story with all these people. Everybody loves these people. They tolerate them. These people are given free rein to do whatever they want. So the only reason they stop or disappear, you never hear of the ones that don't get caught, was someone like my mother killed them, drained them dry of all their blood. And my mother would bury them, find places to dispose of the bodies. This was something she did throughout her life. It's what she taught me to do. She was much more compelled to do it than myself. Now, I could go for, like I did, over a decade, caring for both my parents without drinking much blood at all, and I aged what had to be 20 or 30 years. It was only by getting back into a regular source of blood through my adoptive son marrying the man that he did that I'm much healthier now, much younger. Everybody mistakes me for being decades younger than I am, and that's the biology of vampirism. It's obviously quite real. So when it comes to that, that's converged with my mother's cultural background, in which she's half Japanese, half Chinese. So she was half vampire, half human, half Japanese, half Chinese. She was a crossroads of many different phenomenon. When it came to the culture that she trained me in, it was ninjutsu, but as impacted by modern development. So when we speak of the whole background from her Chinese side, the vampire background, the reason why her Chinese father was allowed to marry a Japanese noblewoman in Tokyo before the war was because, of course, he ultimately descended from the ancient Kyushu dynasty, which had retreated back to China. And in terms of the revelation of the Magi, which I bring up constantly, is because the interpreter, the translator, Brent Landau, is simply speaking of what my mother had taught me long before that book was recovered from the Vatican archives and translated for the first time in human history into the English. And that describes the Magi as an ancient mystical sect descended from Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who Christianized the Chinese. And from Seth, they inherited a prophecy of a star of indescribable brightness, someday appearing and heralding the birth of God in human form. That same star had initially hovered over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. This is what Adam taught his pious and virtuous son Seth, the surviving son, who Christianized the Chinese. This is why the Chinese were Christian long before the apostles, and laughed at the apostles, telling them thusly that we were Christian long before yourself. Don't you dare lecture us on anything. So when it came to their capability, they were the only ones that were capable of baptizing the Christ, and therefore rendering him the Well, the Christ, which is a title, not a name. And he was a young man by the time that they encountered him. It took 2 years for them to cross the deserts, whereas normally it would take people 4. This is because they were aided by his star, as they referenced it, the star they could see in their mind's eye that they followed. All of that, of course, is very extensively covered in our other transmissions. We don't need to go there now. But my mother, on teaching me that, was the one to teach me that, of course, when it comes to vampirism, the whole misconcept, the miscommunication that humans have today after thousands of years is that the crucifix is a ward. In reality, it's a pass. This is what signals to a vampire not to prey on someone who has that particular item on their person that shows that they are a person in Christ. It's what will lead them to let you go on with your existence because they recognize you as part of the flock that they are assigned to protect as defenders of Christendom. This is something that in the West became completely perverted and misunderstood. Now, when it comes to the culture of Japan that my mother indoctrinated myself in, understand that this is a culture that, again, is so alien to Americans that usually what happens when they learn of it is some immediate negative judgment. What you see me dressed in or presented in tonight's image that is on the live stream, embedded in the live stream as a thumbnail, the first thing you should notice is that there's no less than 24 hollow pointed blades that I'm carrying. These are shaped like bamboo pungi, or imagine a bamboo spear, but one that has been shortened and given a handle, but made out of metal. This is a bleeder blade, and it bleeds people. It can puncture ballistic vests, Kevlar vesting, which a bullet cannot penetrate. It will go through like a hot knife through butter. It can puncture a person's skull and basically expose their brain to oxygen and leave them completely infected just by that exposure wound. All of this I know for a fact because I've done it all in the past. I've punctured ballistic vests. I've punctured people's skulls. So I was trained to use these weapons. And, of course, you attract your victim by looking like one yourself. You look like a vulnerable young man or young boy. In Japan, they call this wakashu, or Japan's third gender. So, wakashu is a word from the Edo period, never applied to girls. It roughly translates as beautiful youths, but it is applied only to young boys. Young men who reach puberty but not yet attained full-fledged manhood, who were eligible for sexual relations with both men and women. So therefore, they were a traditional Japan's third gender. Now, during adolescence, when the wakashu were sexually mature but free of adult responsibilities, it was completely socially acceptable for them to be enjoyed as sex partners by both men and women. They were considered to be at the height of their beauty, and they played an important role in the sexual and social practices of the Edo period. They also enlighten us today about gender fluidity that was constant in traditional Japan. You had a time of strict peace, anarchy. The Edo period of Japan was almost 300 years. 2.5 centuries between 1603 and 1868, a time of complete and militantly enforced peace. Now, after enduring centuries of strife, the warring clans of the samurai, the nation of Japan settled down under the shogunacy, known as the bakufu, or the tent government of the military. And it was isolated from the rest of the world, and it deepened and developed into a highly original expression of culture. one that was saturated in originality, ingenuity, and timeless beauty. And during the Edo period, the social organization was extraordinarily complex and hierarchical. Life was dominated by a strict set of expected behaviors and by a seriously enforced stratification of class and age. So the major historical records we have are woodblock printing. So much of our knowledge of the wakashu comes from the traditional woodblock prints that were common to the age. Mine comes directly from my mother, of course, but for those of you who research this, that's what you're going to get. So the wakashu are easily identifiable in any of the prints that still exist today. The hairstyles play an important part in sexual identity. But in these prints, you see a variety of sexual practices, man or woman together with the adolescent wakashu, male prostitution, men cross-dressing as women, and men impersonating women on the kabuki stage. They had to do that because for hundreds of years, women were so vulnerable when they were on the kabuki stage because samurai would just literally take them off the stage and abduct them to take them someplace to rape. So they couldn't afford to have women stage kabuki anymore. And therefore, all kabuki are male. All of the female roles are played by men. And these are men who learn to act as women and project femininity, all because of the past where the samurai ruined it for everyone by absconding with the woman straight off stage. But the wakashu are always shown as beautiful or desirable, sometimes playing a feminine role in that they're practicing the traditional feminine arts such as flower arrangement or playing of a certain musical instrument that is consigned only to the feminine sex. But certainly, aside from the woodblock prints that would be available to a Westerner to research or assess, which most Westerners would simply mistake as some kind of explicit erotica, they really reveal a society where gender identity is not necessarily fixed and where sexual experimentation is socially acceptable within certain defined boundaries. But the wakashu are always seen in a positive light. There are images of groups of them playfully tickling Buddhist monks, serving them alcohol, holding them down, which is usually a scene of foreplay to male-male sex. Or another scene would show a woman passing a note to the wakashu behind the back of an older male. These events are always depicted without any negative judgment. Now, the cities had their government-regulated pleasure zones, and so these districts were where the wakashu could stroll the streets alongside the geisha and the samurai. And this is where all the brothels were located. And lesbianism is never seen in these images because of the strong patriarchal system that did not allow women much freedom, at least in terms of expression, though no doubt it existed. But the male-to-male sex, which was not approved of between adults or between wakashu, was tolerated among the actors of the kabuki theater, where cross-dressing and female impersonation were rendered a universal necessity, and also among the samurai. So the norm was of adult men and women and wakashu youths, and the traditional marriage was always between a woman and a man. But any of those members of that marriage could relieve themselves of the pressure of being married to someone for social reasons by going to the district where they would have sex with the wakashu. So understand that the idea of child exploitation or age of consent did not exist in Edo, Japan, because the lifespan at that time was much shorter. Very few people statistically lived beyond their late 30s. So the concept of age-related sex was ridiculous. So male-female marriage occurred at a much earlier age than today. We're talking about people, if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. People would be getting married when they're like after the age of 9, essentially. So because of these cultural differences, understand that if you try to compare this with your present day norms, you're an idiot. Then, of course, the arrival of the West ruined everything. The Yedo period ended when Commodore Matthew Perry, claiming that he represented the United States, and falsely claiming such, sailed into Yedo Bay and threatened to invade. Now, forced by gunboat diplomacy to open its world to the West, by the 1860s, Japan had adapted to this new political reality and was forced to import the technology in order to save itself from the slavery that befell the rest of Asia. And so, to adapt, they evolved, and the cultural practices of the Christian West infected them. And with this upheaval, the Wakashu disappeared to the open world. And this was replaced by what was a far less open and far more rigid system of sexual behavior, which, as far as I'm concerned, all of your sexuality is based on pathological neurosis and has nothing to do with anything healthy. You're all sick. And because you're all so sick, you project your sickness onto me. Understand, I'm the only healthy person in the room.
This is so good.
Yeah.
This is so good. This is so good. And it gates into what else I want to talk about, but you're so correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And please bring up what you wanted to speak about. I can get back on track later.
Well, yes. But you see, this is, yes. And strange sexuality will trigger people. It triggers the hell out of them. It's like people think they're hypnotized by modern day Christianity, or that people are hypnotized by the Judeo-Christian patriarchy. And it's like, this is what Preston studied. It's people are all triggered by their sexual responses. It's all really messed up. And this is all of these dreams I was having, and I mentioned them, led to Archangel Raphael. And Archangel Raphael, I even got up the last 20 minutes, if I think, after the March 9th transmission and talked about it. I think I talked about it in the second transmission, but Archangel Raphael comes back to the sun, and he's the angel who gave the ring to King Solomon. So he's senior to the ring of Solomon and the ring of John Dee, which John Dee said it was the same ring that Solomon had that, controlled the angels. And Raphael, and this is in a Christian context, it doesn't matter. It all ties to Romania, because Apollo was the Hyperborean from Transylvania. His sister was Diana, the moon, Artemis, Diana. They were the twins together, the sign of the swastika, which is also your combating of the anti-gods, the swastika, yeah. The sun and the moon, the Solaminari, who initiate you into the inner earth, into godhood. Now, where all of this led to me was this videotape, this I don't remember how it connected exactly, but when I was looking up, I somehow came across the Dakini code. Now, the Dakini are very much tied to sexuality. The Dakini are the feminine spirits, which are recognized in India, Japan, Tibet. They go way back. They've even been associated with the Pleiades. The standard definition of the Dakini is a type of female spirit or demon in Hinduism, Buddhism. That's the wiki definition. And they give a very sort of negative pall to the Dakini. Not all will, but this videotape, the Dakini code, has a lot of information. And as I say, I send it all out. Many people have watched it. The female, we go back into Padmasambhava, the second Buddha, who is basically known as the lotus-born master, and he's in charge of all the Dakini. Or he's sort of the head, I guess what you'd say, neural spokesman. And there's a Dakini for everything. It's a female spirit to heal your marriage, your love life, your financial life, your political life, whatever it is. Your angst with your brother, your angst with your boss. There's a Dakini for everything. Of course, the challenge is to find it. Find the Dakini. Female spirits. And this has everything to do with repressed sexuality in the individual. Because when you invoke, the Dakini can appear as a demon. Just as I was saying, this is the conversion of the negative. And the Dakini is there to scare the daylights out of that which will stop you. Unfortunately, most people will be scared and become the puppet of the demon rather than the cuddly opposite. And one of the people who has been, helping me understand this is JoJo.
Yes.
I might be helping her more than she's helping me, but it doesn't really matter because she understands and embodies this in her own identity, and certainly not the only one that I know. But it's like what happens is, I think when I sort of opened up to this awareness way back when I initially studied magic, what comes in the door is you open the door with this awareness and you open the door and say, okay, Dakini, come in. And what comes in is, it's like a bunch of refugees from the Ukraine coming into your house, but they're not from the Ukraine. They're not from the Ukraine. They're from, they're from the Qliphoth. And it's all of these negativities, and with bells on, and I understood that so many of the women I would interact with were being run by a demon.
Yes,
it was horrifying, more horrifying for them than it was to me. I said, man, they don't even know what's going on with them. So I have watched the tide turn in my own consciousness. I mean, it turned a long time ago, but you're dealing with so much repression. And I sort of came into this world, when I'm talking about this Dakini world, through my own initiation procedure by, first of all, studying, after Scientology, studying magic as a result of seeing L. Ron Hubbard's connection, seeing magic, and that starts opening doors. And especially after my encounter with Marjorie Cameron, it led me into the pagan world. And the pagan world was interesting, was educational, but most of I learned a lot of information there. I got information, but the thing is, the biggest problem with the pagan world is that most people will completely polarize from it.
Yes.
They will polarize because it takes them out of their Christian programming, even if they're not Christians. It's like scares the living daylights out of them because they're living by a moral code that they've not been programmed into. And the biggest problem with the pagan community is that they're human beings. And because they're human beings, Like I remember listening to this guy talk about how he was being persecuted by Christians, just nonstop. And I've heard many of them how they were persecuted by Christians that would come in, and one lady I know, they'd come in and shut down her occult shop. She's just doing she's just a reader, not a Satanist, not even really an occultist. She's a tarot reader that wears the garb. And shut her down. They were constantly after her. It's like, oh boy, they were in a games condition.
Yeah.
But and of course, many of the pagans are rebelling against the system. They are, some of them are very intelligent. Most of them had horrific diets and were prone to, hedonism with food, and not in their best interest. Not all of them. Not all of them. And of course, it was nothing for me to cross the line because, as I say, I crossed the line from ethnicity, racial. It doesn't bother me. I just have to acclimate myself. It's not a big deal. It's like if people are so controlled, well, I didn't grow up that way. This is not what I'm accustomed to. So on and so forth. And this is why and I've said it before, but this is one of the reasons JoJo is so good. And it's I don't wish this upon you, but because she grew up in that magical born in the blood, as I say, her mother. It was tough, but she has that magical component in her. So it's like it's a part of who she is. So she's not born with an inbred prejudice. But it was a very tough road for her to hoe, for sure. So yeah, and you've hit the nail on the head with this.
Thank you.
Repression.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, so yeah. I got this tape. There's 2 tapes that I've recommended. And they're put together by a man named Lawrence Braum, Brahm. And the first one is the Keeney Code, and the second one is, I think it's about Shambala, the access code or something to Shambala. But this Lawrence Braun character is the one who put them together. The Shambhala one has a lot of good information in it. As I said, it's very cornily presented because they have got this intelligence officer constantly insulting this seeker of Shambhala, who is Lawrence Braun, and kind of torturing him, and and then he tells him the information. He sort of spills out the whole idea of the Kala chakra. The Kala chakra is very important because that's, the wheel of time. This is what, when you're talking about time travel, you're coming right back to Kala chakra. And he gives some very good, presentations of certain truths that come out of not just Tibetan Buddhism, but the culture of that area. And there are some truths. One of the interesting things he said, he talks about Rorik. That's what the investigation is about, Rorik, but he doesn't have the full data on that. He does, but he did say something I didn't know. You might know this, but he said Herbert Hoover was the original one who sent Rorik to Asia. He was friends with Rorik.
Oh, Herbert Hoover was friends, yeah, but it was Henry Wallace, of course, who was really dispatched by Roosevelt to carry out the dirty work.
That was later.
Yeah, much later. Yeah.
Rorik was in there in the 20s, and when Hoover was in power.
That's right.
It said, I just read an article that Wallace met Rorik in 1929.
Right.
right around the stock market crash. But that Roerich was in the Himalayas before that.
Yes.
And there was a relationship with Hoover, but it said that Wallace and Hoover were family enemies. So that's why he cuddled up to Roosevelt.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
All of that is true. Yes. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't know Hoover was even involved in any of that or even knew about that.
Well, Hoover tried his own New Deal, and it was basically, the time that it was enforced was decisive. It was like at the wrong place in the wrong time when Hoover was trying to fight the Depression by instituting a lot of government intervention. But the point is that these people were kind of all following the same path, and it led them to Roerich because the Americans were seeking to recover their economy and then use that to basically overtake the world. And so their desire for worldly power led them to Roerich because Roerich was really one of these facades for worldly power. He was someone who was pretending to be spiritual at the level of this kind of enlightenment, but he was very much trying to alter the secular world, secular reality. So they felt that through Roerich, they could do that. So please go on from there.
Well, yes, and we can't forget that Roerich is a creature of Russia from way back when.
Yes.
I mean, he's from Eastern Russia or Western Russia, and there's a whole history of Roerich in Russia that has him tied to all sorts of stuff that is There's a whole antecedents to Roerich that I'm not even prepared to go into it. I have to remind myself. But I want this Lawrence Baum character, born in 1961. He's a doctor of law, University of Hawaii, University of Hong Kong, faculty of law, masters in Asian politics, Asian and Pacific Studies, University of Hawaii, Chinese University of Hong Kong, political science. He's all over the place. He's fluent in Mandarin, fluent in English. He says his Cantonese is good. He has basic Tibetan language skills, basic understanding of Vietnamese. Chief economist, New Earth Institute, lead government advisor, Ministry of Environmental Protection, People's Republic of China, 2014, blueprinting China's green growth policy and ecological civilization paradigm. East-West Center visiting fellow, member of the United Nations theme group on poverty and inequality, biodiversity and cultural protection, ION China, presented by Jane Goodall, lead government advisor, Ministry of Environmental Protection, People's Republic of China, 2014. So he's like all over China, United Nations, and he's creating these videos basically exposing the higher concepts of Shambala. He took a group of people, the Shambala, founder of the Shambala Sarai group, you know that word better than me, established one of Tibet's first societal enterprises consisting of 3 heritage ecotourism hotels involving comprehensive restoration of ancient structures and protection of sacred areas in high biodiversity regions. The hotels support medical clinics, workshops for the disabled, and Tibet's first welfare Montessori school. He took this bunch of people and they went searching for Shangri-La. He went to these different countries of Pakistan, Nepal, Tibet itself, and he's been doing, this is not what you would expect from a quote-unquote globalist. And it's very interesting. When I began to look at the history, because I said, who is this guy doing all this stuff? He's all over the place. But his whole shtick seems right in the face of what the Chinese would want exposed. He's in his corny depiction of the intelligence agency investigating him. It's more like the CIA. He's sort of spitting on American globalism. He's not spitting on China at all.
Well, there you go.
maybe he does it all. Maybe he does, but it's more attacking the West. And what I'm saying is, how does he get away with this if he's so ingratiated to China? I don't know, but it's
potentially a double agent.
Probably. Well, you can say that. You can be skeptical. I could be very skeptical about it.
Right.
But I choose not to be.
Understood.
It's a choice. I'm not, because that skepticism ends up to judging and rejecting. I sent, I think I sent some information on him to my fellow board members of the World Genesis Foundation. I said, I'd like this guy to come to Atlanticron. I'd like, he's seeking inner Earth. I'd like to, share information with him.
Right.
I said, wow, let me see. I just fed it to them. There's no rush here. Certainly, he doesn't seem like a person who would have any financial inhibitions of coming there. He might be interested. And I would like, this is an open chance for me to learn from somebody who's multicultural. When you are that multicultural, you can enter worlds that the press isn't going to understand, the politicians aren't going to understand, and he can put out these videos and just do it because he does it. And I certainly, one could make criticisms of the videos, but he's basically giving a lot of information out. He explains the bikini. I think there are too many men talking about the bikini. There should be more women. There are some women, but it's okay. It's like, we don't need to shoot the messenger. And I'm very interested in, who he is and where he goes. And he's coming out with, I think the next film he will do on karma. He just came out with the one on Shambala. He's got a bunch of other ones that I don't know that he did them, but maybe he did. But it's certainly the whole concept of Shambhala. It all puts a focus on compassion, love. The dakinis are compassion. Now, in politics, we have Democrats saying compassion, but it's compassion with a twist because it's all about power. It's not about compassion. So the
that's the same. That's the same with the Republicans. It's the same all around, Peter.
The Republicans don't offer compassion.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah. Touche. Touche.
Yeah. The Democrats, they say, yeah, the Republicans, go work for it. But
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so. Yeah. It's we need a compassionate world, and this world does not. Compassion. Comes from the other side.
Right. But
so much of it. Yeah. That's the whole doctrine of Christianity.
Yes.
So, and then he even goes into Christianity, explaining how, Christ went through the initiations in Tibet, how the time he spent in Tibet, they have records in Tibet, which is true. He gives a very different context, and he's very well schooled in this stuff, and I found it interesting. I'm not optimistic that I will make a bridge to him. I haven't tried yet. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not discounting it either. I certainly don't have my heart set on it. But and he's somebody who might be able to understand the world of Douglas Dietrich. He certainly would be in a better position than most, being that he's so Asian oriented, and a lot of his Asian orientation is to China.
Uh-huh.
And to Tibet. He probably knows a lot about India too, because he's gone off in that region, and it's obviously he had enough money and enough connections and enough language to negotiate everything. Right. When you have language, you know Chinese, you could probably, and you have influence, you could probably do a lot of things in Tibet you could never do if you didn't speak Chinese, just because of who he is. Mm-hmm. And he was literally, for what he says, seeking Shangri-La, Shambhala, so on and so forth. And he's carved out I guess what you call a primer, a beginner's primer. and it's not just a beginner's. It broaches towards intermediate rather.
Mhm.
So it was very interesting. And the Dakini are I guess what I would say, the solution to the problems, not only of your sexuality, but your other factions of your life. My ex-girlfriend was very much in a Dakini mode. She used to talk about the Dakini. She came into my life when I got divorced to basically save me. And she told me that. That's what she came. She appeared. And she later says, well, yes, I got more involved than she expected.
Right.
But nevertheless, she was doing a service. And she told me that. And like the rescue squad, because I had to put up with awful. I was being attacked and destroyed or attempted to destroy, and it was not successful. And all of my training in Scientology, and not being a member of the Guardian's office, which was their black ops operation, but knowing sort of what they were and how they operated. And this wasn't so much, I wasn't doing black ops, but I was using all of the legal and existential guardianship to protect myself. I knew what to do, and I know how to do it. Not because I was trained in it so much, but because of the osmosis factor. Some of it was, well, and certainly there was considerable of training in how to take care of myself, because I would have been literally destroyed financially and business-wise. There would have been no sky bugs,
Right.
because that was the whole intent of the destruction. And I can't blame my ex-wife for that, but I can blame the demonic realm that was working her overtime. And she would, if you got her candid moment right now, she'd admit to that, if she was going to be candid. There's no bad blood between us now. But the thing is like, yeah, you're getting, you do this service, which either you think is a service to the world, meaning myself, or other people think is a service to the world. And it's not, thank you. We're going to, give you a prize, whether it be an Oscar, whether it be a Golden Globe, whether it be a plaque from your high school. It's, you get the opposite. Like, like it's kind of like you just won the big game for your high school football team. You're the hero. And they go, here's the school dog you can take to the prom,
Oh, that's
you scored a winning touchdown. Yeah, here's the Princess Bride. You can take her. And then you see all the players that sat on the bench, and they're taking all the hot chicks out to the prom.
That's an awful way of using a parallel, Peter. That's so fucking male oriented, honestly.
Well,
yes.
Well, you know what? This is what I'm saying. I'm just giving an example. It's like I didn't go to prom, so I didn't win the football game. I'm just saying this is a comparative of what this is how they will reward you. We could use another example. You've got the best. You've done a equivalent of a Van Gogh. And, the prize they give you is, you can put your painting in the school cafeteria. They give the awards for the people who stick cafeteria, stick figures, they put stick figures, it doesn't matter. But I'm saying it's that bad. It's that bad of what you can expect to the degree of contribution. We can take the work of David Anderson. And David Anderson has leaps and bounds upon what professors can do. The same thing with Joseph Matheny. He creates his synchronicity generator, his meta machine. He's leaps and bounds ahead of professors. And as he described it to me, when he began to explain it, they accused him of hubris. Who do you think you are? You've got hubris. You couldn't do that because they're just basically pissants.
Yeah, that's true. I want to take advantage of this time because, hopefully Peter Moon will be with us a little past midnight his time, but it depends on how he's feeling. He sounds like he's going great. Yeah, full guns, strong. What I'm going to do now is send a number of people the same image that I sent to Peter Moon, people who are listening right now, mostly females, who basically will, this will give them an understanding of what I will publish eventually, say around Mother's Day or something, but gives people an idea of a mother training her child how to basically prey on the target group. And when it comes to doing that, understand that aside from that training, my mother, of course, from her Japanese side, was educated in the way of the ninja. This came from her Japanese mother. And whenever I would relate to people, of course, that my grandfather from my mother's side was Chinese and that he married a Japanese woman, especially when you're speaking to Chinese, they are incredibly impressed because, of course, that's not something that would normally happen. And this is not because of some insanity like was promoted by Derek Talley, who had falsely claimed that he was going to review the Cult of the Constitution book and then instead went on a full-fledged attack against Japan by quote-unquote doing a book report on my program about the rape of Nanking. And of course I deconstructed where he was coming from and understand that Iris Chang, the authoress who ultimately killed herself, was actually murdered by her husband. She was involved heavily with the communist Chinese and was promoting very much a communized Chinese propaganda perspective. So when it comes to the Chinese and the fact that this individual is working with them, I would say there's no harm in contacting him, and certainly I think that there's going to be much to learn. I don't think anything negative will come of communications between Peter Moon and this individual, but definitely I would say the very fact that he's able to work so freely within communist China, it's disturbing to me. I think that would imply that he's basically corrupted in that sense. They would certainly be exploiting him in that he would be able to more freely search for Shambala, but they have no good intentions. If he is to find it, they will swoop in thereafter to do what they can to exploit the discovery in the most negative possible light or manner. So when it comes to what we're dealing with today, he strikes me as sinister in that regard. Such being said,
I would tend to agree.
Yeah, thank you.
I would tend to agree, but yeah.
But understand, I could be taking it too far. I mean,
but it's like, okay, it's okay to watch people come out and see who and what they are, because just like when I wrote to the what's that girl that man became a girl in China, the one in Taiwan?
Oh yes. Oh God, I forget his name. The Chinese
Audrey.
Yes, Audrey Tang. God, your memory's excellent. Holy shit.
Audrey. I wrote to Audrey, and I don't know that I had the right email. It was the email, and I didn't hear a word back because, this was an opportunity, and of course.
Beyond that, as I said, I think that Audrey Tang is basically almost at the equivalent of a meat puppet, like the Artilect is basically, exploiting this individual as like a front. So please go on, Peter, just so people understand. This is the cultural.
But this is what I would expect. Yeah. But it's like if you get the thing you get the fish on the hook and you get him to bite. and maybe you can get some traction, maybe you can't. I'm used to working virtually alone.
Yes.
Virtually alone. I'm not completely alone. I do have a support system, but a lot of my support system is completely mechanical, based on business.
Right.
It's not a great support system, but it's a substantial support system. You know, I have a distributor who distributes my books. It's commerce being exchanged. It's completely within the realm of Mercury and Capricorn in Mercury. It's all based on business. And I do have some international connections in Romania.
Right.
I have ingratiated myself into the World Genesis Foundation, which is a do-good organization, and nonprofit organization, which I make a modest contribution to. But I do have some wherewithal. It's not tremendous. This guy has significant wherewithal. And one of the issues of the World Genesis Foundation is to reach out to other groups. So I would be doing this in the context of the World Genesis Foundation, and which is, UNESCO. UNESCO.
Right.
I know Mr. UNESCO. He's been to Atlanticron.
Right.
He joking, and got his kids. He's got a Chinese wife. He's black from the west coast of Africa. I forget which country. I think the Ivory Coast. But it's like kids, they attended all my work, my Qigong stuff.
Mm.
They were the neatest kids I ever met in my life. They were Chinese.
Yeah.
They were just the most, what is it? Just listen, quiet, obedient. And I don't mean obedient in a negative context.
Understood.
Just so civilized and so dutiful and so I've never seen kids like this. And their mom says, "Oh, we must invite you to China. You can teach Qigong in China." And I said, "Well, that's very nice."
Yeah.
I said, I wasn't up for that. But the thing is, it's like I have this, I guess what you say, conduit to work with UNESCO. And I remember when I told, I wanted Paula to go to Choklavina Cave, and her stepmother said, "Oh, I don't want Paula to go there. This is UNESCO. It's UNESCO. It's UNESCO protected site." Like she's looking at UNESCO as a sinister organization, and it's really this aspect of we could go into whole stuff about human trafficking with the United Nations. We could go into a whole show on that. I don't really know too much about it. I know that it occurs. It's certainly not what's happening with the people I'm involved with at all.
Right.
But it's sort of like, I want to show up if I go there wearing a UNESCO T-shirt, because I'm representing UNESCO, but I'm not, am I UNESCO? No, I'm not. It's like, and the only reason I'm even a member of it is because David Anderson, I would sit in on the calls sometimes. Yeah. And he when the day he stepped out of the World Genesis Foundation, which he founded, he says, "I recommend Peter be an honorary board member. I'd like to make a proposal that he be an honorary board member." And Serene said, "I propose that he be a board member, not an honorary board member, but a full board member with all rights and privileges." And that's how I got, and so they voted me in. So I've been there ever since. And what do? I sit there and I attend the meetings. I will give my 2 cents worth, but it's mostly about my own adventures. I'm doing this antenna project, which is, a very proactive project from their perspective, because somebody's actually doing something. So it's like, and it's feeding my whole, it's also work related, but it's also contributing to the kids in that area to learn about ham radio. It's complementing David's efforts to teach kids ham radio, which is transceiver he's created, invented, is going to help fund the World Genesis Foundation. So, although he's not a board member anymore, I did invite him back a couple years ago, and he says, not ready at this time. He's contributing heavily to it. So I guess this gentleman, Lawrence Braum, is somebody that is contextually connectable to the World Genesis Foundation. And coming to Romania, there is a natural connection between Tibet and Romania, esoterically, geographically, historically. And so I said, why not? This is it. And as I say, I'm not chomping at the bit. I'm not overly hopeful. But as I say, in my previous ones, I'm sitting at the table with the financial officer, controller for Tyson. Was it Krupp or Tyson? I think it was Tyson Industries.
It's actually both now. Krupp, Tyson. They've merged.
That was it. Yeah. And I remember saying to him how this was after the scandal of 2008, all this loan scandal. Mm-hmm. I think it was Enron and stuff. And I said, this is all fraud. And he says, I wouldn't be so harsh. In other words, he was modifying it. And of course, I was right. It showed out, in other words, this is outrage scandal. He was, as a CFO, he was more, willing to mitigate the sinisterness of his fellow corporate executives. Mm-hmm. I don't think he was that way. And, the beautiful thing about Europeans is, he doesn't know me from Adam. I'm sitting at a table with him. I start talking about the Montauk Project. And, he just listens and he gets it. He doesn't react to it. He's like, okay, he understands that what I'm talking is a story and he takes it at face value. Mm-hmm. He doesn't start saying, oh, that couldn't happen. This couldn't happen.
Right.
And this is a beautiful thing about Europeans. They take it at face value. It's not a question of whether they believe it or not. They take it at face value and evaluate it from there on. And it was, this is typical.
Yeah.
So it's always, I guess, interesting to deal with these different people with their, in Europe, things are much less, they're different. So you can be talking to quote unquote Illuminati families or people with connections with that. That happened in Scientology too. I didn't deal so much with those people, but you had a very wealthy class of Scientologists in Europe who were connected up the kazoo to rich families.
Yes.
And that's who they would gravitate to. And these people were so impressed with Scientology, they would give great money and donations, and it was a whole subculture of, I guess what you call Scientology profiteering, for lack of a better word. It was not my specialist, but I knew about it. I knew more about it than most of the staff did, or what it was, because so it's like,
it's basically L. Ron Hubbard had a whaling industry, and these were the whales. Okay, so go on.
But it really wasn't like that for him. He was not involved.
I understand.
It's like the people. It's like, look, you're offering a service, and who are the people that can come and afford it? And So, but what I was going to say is, in life, you want to meet people of diversity from all over the world, and of course, one of them is yourself, Douglas Dietrich. That's like, if you want to have a table, you want to have a table with, like, if Genghis Khan invited everybody he could, if he didn't subpoena them, he, from all the great minds of the entire empire. That meant astrologers, that meant religions, and he wanted them all there because he wanted to benefit from their knowledge. So he would have had Douglas Dietrich there too, or Diana Dietrich's ancestors.
Yes.
To be more specific.
Yes.
He would have had them to sit there and learn from them, his wisdom council. So, So anyway,
Yeah.
so that's my.
So yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely appreciate it. And so just to take advantage of the time you are with us, because I did send that same image I sent to you to others in the message box.
Now, is this the one sent to me with you on top of your mother there?
That's
Is
correct.
Are you?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And the reason it's relevant is compared to tonight's image. Basically, when I was very young, my mother trained me in the art of attacking someone to drain them of their blood involuntarily. And so you'll notice a very feral, almost cat-like nature to our playing together in that regard. And so she's obviously holding back and allowing myself to overcome her. But the way we practiced this was for her to have a cloth that I would rip at with my teeth. So it would be a success if I were able to do that in our struggle. And this way I could practice in the manner of ripping into someone's jugular. So understand that that's something you would never do unless you were engaging in full feeding, where you were going to finish someone off. That's not how I feed or sup. It was the correct term for it from the blood boys over at the estate properties. With there, we do a cut into the shoulder, like I did with my son for years, and this is how the blood is taken. Again, when people are sending me questions in the emails about why I didn't provide my mother my own blood while she was being cared for by myself, I've explained before that you can't drink another vampire's blood. It has nothing to do with some kind of moral restraint. It has to do with the fact that it's toxic. So understand that that's something that just is a no-go area for biological reasons. But when it comes to the cultural aspect that I'm trying to explain here, because my mother's side from her mother was of the ninja clans of Japan. As I've contextualized before, my mother was born at a time when Japan was emerging out of the floating world and into the industrialized Japan that was able to take on the world in the Second World War. So when it comes to the floating world, the correct term for it is yukio. And all of the art, the wood cutting that I was relating earlier that people could research, that's called ukiyo-e, or the art movement to emerge from that transient world, the fleeting world. And even though that world lasted for centuries, it was fleeting in the sense that everyone's lifespan was so comparatively short. That it was a period where they understood life must be enjoyed to the fullest. So there was no room for some kind of sick puritanical repression. It was instead a world where there was a great deal of hedonism. And when it comes to the world that Peter is discussing with this man in China, I noticed one of his organizations that Peter brought up was called the Sarai organization. That's simply the last two syllables from the word caravanserai. And the caravansary is basically a kind of bus terminal for the ancient camel caravans of the Silk Road. And so these camel terminals where people would park their caravans and everyone could disembark and basically feast and rehydrate and sleep with safety from the bandits. These were fortified villas that would be sanctuary that was like an oasis in the desert. Family-owned kind of dynastic properties that would be maintained to be a transit point on the Silk Road and other such major arteries. Basically a kind of desert seraglio, or a palace for innkeeping. So when you have that, and this man is aware of that, it's just another interesting aspect to his personality. UNESCO, of course, so people understand that, that's the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. That's their actual acronym, UNESCO. That's what it stands for, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. So that's the specialized agency aimed at promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, the arts, the sciences, and culture. And they control, to a degree, the World Heritage Sites. So that's why it's so important that you have them and that they recognize Romania's treasures as a World Heritage Site. And so just to put that into perspective, because it brings us back to the floating world. My mother taught me what would be called, in Japan, it would be called a living treasury cultural tradition. In other words, the treasure would be a cultural treasure represented by someone like a master swordsmith in Japan who manufactures the true samurai swords in the ancient method, not like mass production as necessitated by World War II, but in the ancient method where the samurai sword was truly a work of art. By the way, just so people understand this, Japanese were inherently short people because of the cultural imposition of Buddhism and there being a vegetarian culture for thousands of years before the population explosion led to World War II as one of the factors. And of course, thereafter, when the Japanese won the war and had all of these millions of people surviving, the problem was feeding, and they adapted. They adapted to become meat eaters for the first time in their cultural history, for the first time in thousands of years, for the first time in their entire history as a race. They started to eat meat. But that was the Japanese adaptation to a new world where they had the wealth, having won the war against the world, suddenly had the wealth where they
had the wealth to draw on, and boy, did they prosper.
Yes, yes. And so when it came to that, they could change and became what they became today. So your average Japanese is much taller. Now, just so why this is relevant, someone who makes samurai swords, a samurai sword has to reach basically, if you have it, say, for instance, pointed down, then you don't want it to scrape against the ground. So your average samurai sword would be to a samurai's ankle, which would mean your average samurai sword is very short. Every samurai sword you see that's a reproduction, that is really long, basically, that's a fantasy sword. That has nothing to do with real samurai swords. It's a piece of shit. A samurai sword.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because I'm fairly tall, about 6'2".
Yes.
If I had a samurai sword and I wanted to learn samurai, would I have one the same size? Are they all the same size, or would I want a longer one because I could keep one longer that would go down?
The swordsmith, the swordsmith would make one specifically for you. The swordsmith would have to craft you a specific sword that would be individually tailored to your height. See, that's
okay. So if I was of equal skill to somebody who was 5'2",
yes,
or 5'4",
yeah,
I would have an advantage if I was of equal skill with a bigger sword.
Yes,
wouldn't I?
You would have the advantage of reach. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. That's
so
correct.
You'd have to have superior skill to defeat me.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. Absolutely, all of that is true. So that people understand this. So when you see the longer swords, historically, those are for specific tactical or operational purposes. So in other words, there were swords that were made for the samurai that were meant to take on cavalry. And these were much longer swords, but they're not your typical samurai sword. So your typical samurai sword...
on 4 horses at a time. They could chop down 4 horses if you knew how to do it.
Yes, that's correct. And that's a very specific sword, and that's longer than any of the other swords, and it's very difficult to handle, as you can imagine. It takes enormous strength and skill. So you're basically a butcher at that point, but you're operating on a mobile battlefield. So at any rate, just so people understand this, I'm bringing these points up. My mother would have been considered a cultural treasure, like that swordsmith, by preserving the ninja culture. And so she trained me in that regard. Now, the cross-dressing is very much a part of that. She would be able to pass as a man when she needed to, and then pass as a woman when she needed to. And in my case, she taught me to be gender fluid in that regard. And this is what helped her in her hunting for her targets, the human criminals who she tracked down and killed. And certainly she trained me to do the same. So this is why that picture is so important, and it will be published, like I said, probably around Mother's Day.
It makes you a female. You being a female makes you completely non-threatening to.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what she trained me for. So understand that this was what emerged out of the floating world into Japanese industrialization and modernization. And so this was all part of that transition. Many people who were ninja operated as commandos, and they certainly had their most decisive impact before the war, as explained in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. So if you want to find out more about that, read the book, recommend it unto others. This is so important, I can't overemphasize that. Now, all of this converges, the biology and the culture, all of this converges with my sexualization as a child via trauma. So when my mother married my father, and they moved to New York, upstate New York, then that was my first kill at the age of 3, was killing my grandfather on my father's side. Now, as I said, there's multiple factors that need to be taken into account here. One of the things that the gang stalkers do is just attack everything, and that's what leads to the fourth convergent point in my representation via transvestiture. So understand, I'll get there in just a second, but I want people to get the fact first that my grandfather from my father's side was in no way, shape, or form to excuse him or defend him, but merely to contextualize his misbehavior, was completely poisoned by years of work throughout his life at Kodak Company. And George Eastman, the man who founded Kodak Company, was so poisoned by all of the toxic chemicals that he worked with that he killed himself. His entire nervous system was so racked with pain that it was literally unbearable. So being no longer able to bear the pain, he blew his brains out. And when it came to what he tried to do in the world, there was some disappointment with that, because he had accomplished so much industrially. He had changed the world industrially to a great degree, like Henry Ford had done through mass production. He did something similar in terms of his accomplishments with the optic sciences and technologies. And what he did was he wanted to go further and institute a universal calendar for world business, so that all business would be literally on the same time. And by the way, later on tonight, while Peter Moon is with us, I do want him to know this. I will likely be discussing daylight saving time because, of course, we've recently had to change our clocks again. And I want to put that in context of Woodrow Wilson and World War I and just how this whole thing is horrific. And the important thing, Peter, why this has so much to do with you and I and the Roswell deception, is that they are now voting. And I'll cover this when you're gone in monologue. They are now voting to make daylight saving time permanent. And
I've heard that.
Yeah, but
we're permanently at war, I guess.
Yes. But the point is, I don't know if you remember this, Peter, but I'm sure you will when I bring it up. I'll cover it in monologue. But just to bring it up before you take your leave tonight, they tried that before during Richard Nixon's day, and it failed miserably. Because daylight saving time has children waking up and going to school in pitch black hours, and it resulted in multiple injuries and deaths and accidents. So they had voted it into perpetuity before, and then they ceased it. Now, every sleep expert, thousands of them, have signed petitions and approached the government and said, you can't do this. You have to make it standard time. Just make us permanently on standard time. Take us off daylight savings because it kills thousands of people twice a year. And they pointed this out every year with every clock change. Thousands of people die directly attributable to the changes of the clocks. You've got to stop this. And they said over the years, they've calculated hundreds of thousands of Americans have died because of daylight saving time. But the government said, we can't stop and go on standard time. We can only go into perpetuity on daylight saving time. And they refuse to explain why. But you know why if you read the Roswell Deception and the demystification of World War II. Because we are still at war with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And they can't stop the war. If they were to go on standard time, which all the sleep experts recommend, demand, can't understand why they don't follow their advisement, which is based on science, then the government would have to say, hey, guess what? We're still at war. And we have to stop the war to do this. So they can't admit they're still at war. This is why you have to buy the Roswell Deception and pass this on to everyone you can. They're going to put us into perpetuity, into daylight saving time, which is permanent wartime. Again, this is going to lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths because of all the accidents and everything else. People getting up in the middle of the fucking night for half the year. And all of this is because they're still at war with my biological father, Adolf Hitler's realm in exile. Only you can stop this madness. And the way you can do it is to bring the attention of the Roswell Deception to everybody else. It's your war. You have to fight it. So your war now is against your own government that continues to fight this war with the 1,000-year Reich. And their real enemy is the goddamn Russians, who are right now committing themselves to genocide in Ukraine. And just so people understand this, what makes the Russians so repulsive is the fact that for generations now, they've told the West the same fantasy story that they were victims as well as the greatest warriors on earth. You're one or the fucking other. You cannot be both. The only people who could even claim something like that would be the Germans, because the German people were victimized by my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and the Nazi Party. Understand that in the time of the Third Reich, throughout the war, the Nazi Party was only 10% of the German population. And when it came to the SS, the racial vanguard, that was only 10% of the Nazi Party. And as for the Waffen-SS, or the armed SS in the field, that was 10% of the SS. And for the people working in the death camps, the Totenslagen, the Totenkopfverbände, the SSTV, the real genocidal units, that was only 10% of the Waffen or weaponized SS in the field. And when it came to the Nazi doctors that are so epitomizing the personification of all that people perceive as negative about the Third Reich, that's 10% of those working in the death camps. So when you're thinking of someone like Joseph Mengele, this archetypal Nazi that represents what you consider the ultimate evil in the West, you're talking about 10% of 10% of 10% of 10% of 10%. You're talking about the German population as a whole was utilized to fight the war. The Nazis left with the population that they considered to be worthy of relocation into Unterland, the new frontier, and the German people were left to pay the price. If anyone could claim to be the greatest warriors who fought off the rest of the world and then experienced true victimization, it would only be the German people. For the Russians, they will tell you in movie after movie, literally titled, "Come and see," There's a movie by that title. Come and see. Every movie they present, oh, the Nazis came in and look how they killed so many of us, so many millions, all of which is true. But then they say, but thanks to us, you won the war. Obviously, this is pure, raw bullshit. The Russians could never have won without the West rendering it impossible for the Third Reich to win on the surface world. The only strategy my biological father followed was to steal everything that wasn't nailed down, incinerate as many Jews as possible, and render them into diamonds through his artificial diamond processing capabilities, and then use everything to finance the relocation into Unterland and the purchase of everything they needed to survive on the new frontier, which was quite a bit that they needed for many generations, at least the first generation in particular. And then, of course, from there to wage their war against the surface world, which continues to this day. All the fault of the surface world in maintaining this through the United Nations. So the only way to win is to get the Russians out of the goddamn Security Council, where they continually vote against every peace effort that's made. Get the goddamn communist Chinese out. Of course, the people who should be on the Security Council would be United Germany, the Empire of Japan, and my native Taiwan representing China, as they did for many years before.
But it's China and Russia represent the wrestling bad guys. You know, yes. The wrestling. You know, like they play on that role, and it's like how can it be anything other than almost a direct manipulation of the theater, the world theater. But I would like to say a few things before I secure for the evening.
Yes.
Because it's time for that, but I want to say a few things. And first off, with this gentleman, Lawrence Braum, it's like, it's very important in the context of life to, as he talks about, the Dakini consuming flesh, what they're destroying, this is symbolic of destroying the ego. People need their egos destroyed. This is in Qigong too, because people think, I know this or I know that, I know this, and you have to be humble, and if you're going to learn something. And this also applies to people who are in the regular work-a-day or walk-a-day world. I have seen people refuse or not listen to doctors because doctors, of course, are dangerous. But I've seen many doctors give reasonable good advice to people who were either holistic or quote unquote holistic, and it killed the person to not listen to the doctor. Yes. Because the doctor was giving them good advice. It wasn't what they wanted to hear. And that's just, it doesn't have to be a doctor, but many people who are wearing the cloth of the so-called enemy are not necessarily, they are the guardians of the portal. You have to know when to listen to them and when not to listen to them. Somebody wanting to sign over your assets, no, that's not a good thing. People will listen to wrong advice. So, as they say, people can, sometimes the strangest people or even the enemy will open the door. Yes. Or this perceived enemy. If they're opening the door for you, they're really not your enemy, but they may be wearing the clothing of what you perceive to be your enemy. So it's very important not to be judgmental.
Yes.
Because when you judge, you sort of lose everything.
Yes. At that point, you can go no further. Yes. Go.
Yeah. And you can look at everybody in the world as inferior to you or not on your wavelength. And frankly, most people aren't on your wavelength, no matter who you are. Everybody's on their own things, but there are areas of agreement and harmony.
Yes.
And you have to seek those out. And I know, Douglas, you listen to people's advice all the time. I'm sure you might have a jaundiced eye towards every other aspect of their being. But you have that. This is what wisdom is, in knowing what to do and when to do it. Of course, I have no personal investment in this person. It's a curiosity and reach out, and he did contribute something not only to my life but to other people, just in terms of bringing forth the information or helping me remember some of the things I've already studied or known, and adding enlightenment to them. And we don't just get enlightenment from the people that we put on a pedestal. We get enlightenment. If you can really get enlightenment from the shoemaker or the ditch digger, you're really doing good, because everybody has wisdom inside of them. The one thing I wanted to comment on.
Yes.
I was looking at some article on the war in the Ukraine and what was going on, and they were talking about, some guy made a comment. Sometimes it's more interesting to read the comments on news articles than the news articles themselves.
Right.
And some guy was saying, well, I was in the military, and he said, this is, this whole thing of announcing what you're going to do, and you're going to do these weapons and this weapon. He says, this is utterly ridiculous. He says, you don't fight the war. You don't tell people what you're doing and do this. And then some other person writes, well, I was in intelligence, and obviously when they say they're doing this or sending that, of course the war is not fought in the press. These are doing things to distract you from what they're really doing. She gave another, so she was giving, this is all charades. However, obviously both people had something to say that was valid. Mm-hmm. But it seems to me, and somebody says, yes, there's too many, armchair warriors here saying, well, we need to give the MiGs. We don't need to give the MiGs. But what I find is who knows what the hell's going on behind the scenes, because you don't find out what goes on in a scene like this for sometimes years.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that a great deal of this war is being fought in the press.
Yes.
In other words, they're announcing. Now, I don't know if it's true, but they're announcing, okay, we're going to give these weapons to here, and we got to take them in from the south. We can't bring them in from this way. It's like, what ridiculousness of this is. It's like you're watching a football game, and you're giving the strategy. You're looking at the chalkboard at halftime. No, this is like, why is there all of this excessive logistical chatter? It makes no sense. Why would you even, unless you're just completely trying to distract? But I get the idea it's not distraction. It's actual. I think that the Pentagon and the White House are so stupid,
yes,
that they are allowing this to occur. President Roosevelt, FDR had it right. He had censorship over the entire country. They all did what he wanted. I don't believe for a minute that Biden is orchestrating the press narrative. He's too stupid, and he's too inefficient. I don't know. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't even know.
That's right. Yes.
Yes, and you also have CNN and Fox kind of coming from the same viewpoint. They're not real divided on they're not divided on the Ukraine at all, that I can see. I don't watch enough of them to really make a good adjustment, but from what I see, they're both anti-Russia. I mean, Fox has its pro-Russian narrative to a certain extent, but most of with Tucker Carlson, but most of them are rooting for Ukraine rather. So. I mean, you seem to kind of agree with me that there's too much.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and just from the top down, it is arguable that both Vladimir Putin and Joseph Biden are suffering from what is obviously senile dementia setting in. They both are displaying symptoms of Alzheimer's. I'm not joking. This isn't like some bitter kind of dismissal. This is like an actual neurological diagnosis that many neurologists are assessing. And so you have that situation, but beyond that, the Allies can't win shit because they basically are scared to death of the Russians. This is the insanity. This is what I was saying about the whole narrative of Russian military competence and capability. It's based on fantasy from the beginning, based on fantasy from World War II. Basically, Adolf Hitler could have easily stalemated the Soviets in the East. They were approaching the bottom of their manpower barrel, despite being flush with Lend-Lease equipment and their own war production. In the final assault on Berlin in 1945, Stalin told both Zhukov and Konev flat out, there were no replacements. So when this comes to this idea that the Russians have some bottomless manpower reserve, they're still operating on that facade today. The Americans, not the Russians. Do you know the Russians lost more men in 3 weeks than the Americans lost in all of their wars in the last 20 fucking years? The Russians have lost everything. They've lost their fucking army.
How many have they lost? How many have they lost?
7,000 at least. At least 7,000 men. It's well beyond that. We all know that, but nobody's willing to admit to it. The Russians bring crematoria, mobile cremators in the field, so they can burn the bodies, so they can hide this fact. But everybody in the Russian service knows it. It's one reason. This is like why I'm so incensed when I see these so-called experts and they're saying, like, the one idiot. Again, this is like General Petraeus. Here's General Petraeus, who took over the CIA for a single year so that he could get the Chochoa out of CIA administration back into Army responsibility. And he did exactly what Aquino ordered. And when he did his job, he was basically blasted out with a scandal that was easy to set him up with. A woman who was sleeping with him basically ratted him out. And he was very much kind of a victim in that regard. But as for General Petraeus, he gets up on the air and says, you know, the average Russian soldier isn't particularly motivated, or is apparently not very motivated. I mean, they got zero motivation. These soldiers are being...
How could you motivate anybody in this day and age, in this world of creature comforts, even for Russians comparatively to, 30, 40 years ago? Russians have creature comforts. They've got cell phones, which is a huge creature comfort. How could you motivate people to, do what they're doing? It's very hard. And it's very difficult in this day and age to have, the killer mindset that went with, that came out of World War II and World War I. It's...
Yes, but you know what? It's something that you could get that back into people so easily. The Americans are like born killers. Certainly they send all the psychotics overseas. And the one thing that you can say with the quote-unquote professional army is that because they were throwing away people into the field that nobody cared about, these are basically psychotics and murderers anyway. And when they come back to the United States, all they do is rape and kill again. And everybody says, oh, we got to let them slide because they're veterans. Fuck these people.
Yeah,
but
they have PTSD. They have PTSD.
Yeah, they have PTSD. Yeah, I have PTSD. I don't go around raping and killing people. No, at any rate, at least not anymore. But the point...
That's the excuse. That's the excuse that is used.
Thank you.
But I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question about the one thing that seems to be so underreported in the news about the war is Ukraine's actual army. They talk about Ukraine defending itself.
Yes.
They talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I kind of had the impression, I never really understood of a Ukrainian army. They never mention the Ukrainian army. They make it sound like it's,
like it exists.
like it's civilization, or like people in the civilization are coming out and getting those guns and they have pilots, but they occasionally they'll mention a general, but there is no profiling of the Ukraine's military.
In other
so
words,
what is the story with the military, and why doesn't it get profiled?
Yeah, there's no visible order of battle. So basically what's going on with the Ukrainian military is, first off, the people who are doing all the action are the Nazi militias. These are the people whose generations ago their parents were trained by the Third Reich. These are the people who are killing all the Russian generals. The Russians have lost at least 4 generals. At least 4 generals. By the way, 4 generals in 3 weeks is like, that's like monumental. That is like unimaginable in any conceivable circumstance.
Yeah, it hurts the morale and the efficiency.
Yeah, and the reason the Russian generals keep getting killed is they keep going to the front lines to try to rescue the invasion, because it's just, at this point, they have to go to the front lines because there's no way they can control it from the back. The invasion is completely stalled. It's blitzfreeze. And because of this, they keep getting killed. The people who are killing them are these Nazi-trained units. So the Nazis are saving Ukraine, and this is why Putin is saying,
wants to get rid of the Nazi.
That's
faction.
right.
But excuse me, it just says I have Fox News here on the TV. It says Russian losses mount as Ukraine invasion stalls. Yeah. This is what it says on Fox News right here. I'm not.
Yeah. And just so people understand this is important too. Because Zelensky didn't want to provoke Vladimir Putin, he wouldn't allow the Ukraine military to mobilize. And so when the Russians attacked, the Ukrainians were completely vulnerable. There were no mobilized units. So the only thing stopping them are these Nazi militias. This is what is stopping the enemy, combined with the fact that the civilians are picking up weapons and fighting the Russians. So it's Ukrainian civilians and Nazi militia that are destroying the Russian war machine, which was always a piece of shit. And
But what about the Ukraine military itself? Is there a Ukraine military independent of the militia?
There is a Ukrainian military independent of the militia, and it is, like, for all intents and purposes, very thin, very modest. They called up all the reserves when the invasion started, and you've got, like, what? So it's like effectively nothing. Their fleet was like...
They're ancillary. They're ancillary to the main fighting that's going on.
Thank you. Pretty much. It's basically the Nazis and the civilians that are taking on the enemy. It's not that the Ukrainian military is avoiding the conflict.
Now let me contextualize Nazis and Nazi militia, because, of course, Putin said that he was going into denazify
Ukraine. That's
Ukraine. And of course, people, I think, because Zelensky is Jewish,
right?
So these people are, there is some truth that he's trying to denazify them because they have a Third Reich heritage.
Yes.
But they're also enemies of his, and that's why he wants to get rid of them.
Yes.
It's not that they're perpetrating maybe they are Nazi agendas, or I don't know if they are or not.
They've obviously are quite different. This is like the Nazis who inherited that military heritage, but they are definitely not Judeophobic. This is not the kind of all of that was myth anyway. When Adolf Hitler did what he did, giving the order and ordering the slaughter of the Jews, it was in the context of, as I explained it, he felt that by targeting this group of people, everybody was going to volunteer to help him do it, because everybody in Eastern Europe hated the Jews at that period in history based on thousands of years of Christian antipathy towards them, etc. And then at that point, Hitler took advantage of that, and this way he could process much of them that were incinerated in the ovens into these diamonds, these artificial diamonds. This way he had a target population that could be taken advantage of. When it came to this concept of Judeophobia that was promoted as myth by quote-unquote anti-Semitism being a factor in Nazism, it's all just bullshit. It's just one of these things that is a remainder of World War II propaganda. So the Nazis are very pragmatic. So again, this is to be completely disambiguated from American neo-Nazis. As I said, there is the best parallel is Werner von Braun, when in the movie The Right Stuff, they were quoting him in a historical basis. And he really did say everything they presented him as saying in the film The Right Stuff. But if you see him in the film The Right Stuff, based on the history written by Thomas Wolfe, then you'll see Wernher von Braun when he's saying, you're going to succeed in your space program, you're going to make it to the moon because you have Germans that are designing everything you use. And the American said, well, the enemy has Germans too. And he said, well, our Germans are better than their Germans, even though his brother Magnus was working for the enemy. This is the same way to think of the Nazis. The Nazis in Europe are better than our Nazis. Their Nazis are better than our Nazis. These are historical Nazis with a real history that are operating pragmatically, whereas the neo-Nazis in America are operating on an ideological basis that is founded in a bunch of stupid war movies. And all they do is they get off on Nazism as a kind of real mean fag operation, and they're all in drag of their own version of leather, and this is what they're into. This is a form
they're
of...
like that character. They're like that character in The Producers, you know, that
Yes.
he was an actual German, that goofy German portrayed in The Producers, you know, and up at his apartment in New York City.
Yes. No,
that's
thank you.
kind of who the modern neo-Nazis are, except that they're not necessarily German.
Yes, that's right. They're not even German, and or maybe in their heritage genetically, but not culturally. And so I do want people to understand, just before Peter leaves, the thing to drive home is that the other confluence in why I do what I do was that when it came to Kodak, he tried to introduce a world standard time. He had his own calendar. All of Kodak Company was on this calendar, and contracts he made were on Kodak Company time, meaning they were on a totally separate calendar from the rest of the world. This is something nobody knows, but if you look it up, you'll find out everything I say is true. And it threw them off by years from the calendar you use. So they were living in their own world, literally. And that's why they had their own hospitals, their own entertainment centers, such as theme parks, all within the Kodak Company town. Our man, David Louis Alexander, was living... Yeah. Anderson, thank you. Was living in one of those, in the abandoned main facility of upstate Rochester, New York. And this is probably one of the reasons he did so. They had everything he needed that was basically an infrastructure. Although it was years old at that time, he apparently was able to get the power generator starting again. So
he had a small little apartment there with almost nothing in it.
Okay.
And according to what he told me, and it was like because he'd sold his apartment in Rochester, he was there for a few months. I think he probably knew whoever the CEO was. Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah. I don't really, because he knows anybody, he has connections.
Understood.
In an apartment.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is that with this going down, it was when I killed my grandfather, the gang stalkers will claim, oh, the dates are off. They'll claim, oh, he died in a different year than what I've pretty much proven to everyone. And that was why my parents were forced to leave Rochester, of course, was because he killed me while he was going to choke me to death with his penis. And I bit down and I killed him instead. He had told me at the time, and I remember this distinctly, that he said he was going to kill me. He said, basically, you're going to choke to death on my cock. And when I bit down and he screamed, basically I tore his penis off, he died within hours. It took about 48 hours at the most. We didn't know because we spent all the time vacating Rochester, New York, and leaving the city as the police informed us we should do, because they felt the entire community would turn out to lynch us. They all hated my father anyway for marrying a Jap, and they all looked at her as the enemy. And so they looked at us, my sister and I, as not even human, and people had threatened us on the street to kill us anyway. So we ultimately left for San Francisco, and that was one factor in my hypersexualization, because I unfortunately had been witness to my grandfather raping my sister for around a year because my mother made certain that I was protected. And she made certain my sister took the brunt of those assaults instead, so that I could be protected. Now, I avenged my sister later, but my sister grew up hating my mother and my parents, and that's why she never helped with any of the care provision. Now, in terms of these enemy attacks, before Peter retreats into the gentle night, this is the final factor. These enemy attacks are such that whenever I put up anything that was heterosexual, any of my illustrations that were vaguely sexy or suggestive in the heterosexual sense, they would be reported to Facebook, and I would get banned for several days, sometimes weeks or months. In the end, there was nothing I could ever post or publish other than what looked homosexual or homoerotic. And because I'm hypersexualized, I just veered and rolled with it. And this is why you see me present heavily in that direction, because the enemy never reports that, because that's how they want me to be seen. They think that's a liability. But if that's a liability to you, then you're an idiot. So this is the one thing we have to educate Peter Moon's regular audience in, is that this is nothing to be afraid of. There are reasons why I do what I do, and the enemy allows nothing else. And that's because they can take advantage of your own prejudices, your own illness, your own pathological neuroses, and have you reject me on the basis of this homoerotic presentation. If anything, you need to simply roll with it as I do and adapt. If I had my choice, yeah, my Facebook pages would be plastered with feminine eroticism in the sense of heterosexual eroticism that a man would normally look at, but then that would turn all the ladies off, and it just works out the way it does. It actually has worked out for the better in the sense that what I do is not viewed as some kind of patriarchal, sexist, misogynist, exploitive garbage that everyone else is throwing out, which is all the enemy has to offer. So with that, Peter can respond before he retreats into the gentle night, if he has anything to add.
Thank you. It's thank you very much.
Well, bless you. Hopefully that's coherent, Peter.
It's coherent, and as they say, it's like some people don't want to listen, and it's fine.
Yes.
It's totally fine. We've got work to do.
Yes.
Maybe they'll come back 10 years from now when it's more coherent to them, but it's all right. Life is good.
Yes.
And with that, I will sign off. I expect that Jojo will be back with us on Wednesday.
Wonderful. Well, we love you dearly and share that love with Paula.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night. That's Peter Moon with skybooksusa.com. Make certain to order therefrom. And, of course, the Vampirology book is available on Amazon. Now, I'm going to try and hold off from monologue for a little bit of time. Let's see if I can.
I just want to throw a few questions your way.
Please.
Of course, go do what you have to do without a doubt.
I can take time. I can take time. So
I get the feeling, all right? Now, I get the feeling that the reason why Biden isn't going as hard as he can with helping Ukraine, and the reason why NATO still doesn't want to accept Ukraine, has to do with the Nazis who are helping protect Ukraine.
Yes.
And the NATO, for those who don't know, was created just to fight Nazism.
Yes.
So if they were to accept Ukraine, NATO would have to end its war on Nazism, which would effectively just dismantle it. And the United States would have to get off of wartime, and they would have to admit, the Nazis handed us our asses, okay?
Yes.
And the Japanese won the war, okay? And we suck. Although I tend to think, there was this chicken shit Marine who was American, and he volunteered to go to Ukraine, and when he found out he was fighting Russians, he ran away.
There you go, because they're so indoctrinated.
And this guy was a member. He was he was a boogaloo boy. So I mean, this tells you all you need to know about who is their master puppeteer.
Yes,
I should have
absolutely.
stayed for the white women.
Yes, there we are. There we
Oh
are.
man, there were some gorgeous white women out in Manhattan
Oh
yesterday.
yeah.
And I did get a few glances, man. Wow. I've got to come out of whatever this is. Maybe one day Lucifer will possess me and show me how it's done.
It'll happen. It will happen, and you'll get yours. By the way, both of you gentlemen, I thank God that Daniel Arola is on with us. I'm hoping the two of you can hold the stage. Daniel can share some of his insights that he's been providing myself on a number of issues in the text message box over Skype, including the Switchblade drones that the Americans are now providing the Ukrainians with. And understand that everything that, if you don't understand how the Germans handed the Americans their asses in World War II, get yourself out of the Matrix narrative that they've entrapped you in. The Matrix narrative, of course, is such that they have you thinking that the Americans swept over Europe and that was the end of it. That is not the case at all. The final battles of the Atlantic, and understand that when you hear Germans talk about World War II, they'll call it the Atlantic War. They'll speak of it as the Atlantic conflict, meaning it was a transatlantic conflict. Americans don't think of it as that. They think of it as, oh, the Russians came in and saved Europe, quote unquote, or some insane, stench-filled shit like that. But the reality is, of course, if you had any knowledge of World War II, you would understand that it's like this. When I tell people about the Australians during World War II, the Australians, man for man, had, for the Allies, among all the Allies, the Australians stand out. They really were, in terms of combat effectiveness, man for man, the real combat factor for the Allies in the Pacific. The Australians were, each Australian soldier was worth 200 Americans. Literally. The Australians held the Pacific line. And yet these Australians are so fucking stupid, they think the Americans saved Australia in World War II. It's an insanity. It's just the opposite. The Americans banked on the Australians to save their ass in the Pacific in World War II. So
they're better at following orders.
Yeah. There you are. And so the whole point is that when it comes to the Russians, it was the Americans who saved the Russians. Any idea that the Russians somehow saved the Allies in World War II is beyond offensive. It's the Americans who saved the Russians. All the Allies saved the Russians. It's basically, understand that the Soviets rightly claimed to have fought the overwhelming part of German ground forces, but they went on to assert that they essentially won the war, when the truth is that they were only successful because of the supermassive Allied bombing campaign, the Allied campaigns in the Mediterranean, and ultimately the Second Front, opened through D-Day, which so dissipated German resources that they could only fail everywhere else. This is why Adolf Hitler's entire strategy was not to win on the surface world, but to hold what he could as long as he could, including through his counteroffensives in the Battle of the Bulge, and then ultimately retreat into Unterland. That, of course, in that sense, he won the Second World War. And the last great battles took place in the Antarctic. And that's where the Americans were completely defeated. So this is when Jameson is referring to the Americans saying that the Germans handed us our ass in World War II. That's what he's referring to, is those last great battles of the Atlantic, which took place in the Antarctic. My father would have been part of those battles. He had been part of so much else, but what prevented him was metal teeth. He had so many metal teeth in his mouth that they couldn't send him down south of the pole, because dentists had proven that the metal teeth, they contract and they cause unbearable pain in the gum line, enough to take a man off of the front lines. It would be like a injury where all your teeth were torn out at once. So, because my father had a mouthful of metal teeth, he wasn't allowed to serve in the Antarctic battles with Operation High Jump. But otherwise, he would have been down there as he had been in so many other battles. Now, so I love both these gentlemen. They're both incredibly wise. You listen to them. I'm going to let them hold the stage. Is there something you wanted to ask me, Daniel, or bring up before I refresh myself?
No, not right now.
Sounds good.
I'm just gonna be cool as it goes.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, love you dearly, and hugs. And so if you two gentlemen can hold the stage, I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. And then I'll try and work my way towards monologue. Hopefully we can bring somebody else on to help hold us in a round table for a little while longer before I do that. In the interim, go for it. By the way, Holly Kaditis Kiefer, before I take off, says, copy the context. Thank you. Mind-bending broadcast. She has to go now because she wakes up at 8 in the morning. All my love and prayers. She says, love you dearly,
Hi, Holly.
Kaditis. Yes, yes. Daniel says, hi, Holly, honey. And love her dearly. Wonderful human being. And so I guess I really didn't explain the other person in the photograph. So we were basically, because as my son said, she still looks, even as a man, somewhat because of her facial features. Well, use the gender neutral pronoun. Somewhat like my mother did when we put on the pince-nez, the glasses. So her and I had a tussle just like my mother and I used to have decades ago, where I practiced going for the jugular. So that's the photographing context. Hopefully that puts that into some comprehensive context for people. It may not make that any more acceptable to them or even understandable, but hopefully it's contextualized. And with that, okay, I will take off for now. I'll be back in about, realistically 15 minutes. So these two gentlemen are wonderful. They will help inform and entertain and enlighten you all. And I turn over the stage to their care. Bye for now.
All right.
Yeah, how have things been going, man?
Oh shit, it's pretty good. Lately on Twitter, I don't know. It's like it's like people are always looking for they're chomping at the bit to use Hitler, as a pivot to compare to someone else to. They've been comparing. They've been saying Putin is Hitler. They've been saying Trump is Hitler. They've been saying whoever else that they don't like at the time is Hitler. And I've just been taking liberty, just making fun of people for doing that. Actually, in fact, that's exactly what I got permanent banned from Facebook for. It's because I've just been making fun of people using that shit. I mean, overusing the Godwin's law card,
Yeah, they should be made fun of. If anything, Hitler. If anything, it's an insult to Hitler to compare them to those people, for the simple fact that Hitler was extraordinarily competent. He was the war machine he had created was extraordinary, and the problem is, when we look at Vladimir Putin, he does not have an extraordinary war machine. He was never in a war. He was he served for the intelligence.
Yep.
Trump. Here's a guy who tried to dodge. He literally tried to dodge being the draft, and he dodged the draft. So he wouldn't know his ass from his elbows if he had to be the commander in a wartime situation. And the same could be said for Biden. I mean, the same could be said for all these guys. I mean, I think the only reason why they're trying to run with the entire Hitler thing is because of how vilified Hitler's image is due to, the association with him and what happened to the Jews. And again, this is ignoring the Indians that were slaughtered by what's his name? Churchill, the Japanese who were slaughtered under FDR, the Haitians who FDR personally slaughtered, and a whole slew of other people who were slaughtered at the hands of some of these allied forces who were just also equally horrific. So
Well, I also enjoy bringing up the subject of the Havara transfer agreement, where they had the mass transport of European Jews to settle in Palestine, which eventually ended up becoming the state of Israel, and also pointing out that Hitler having to be one of the founding fathers of the state of Israel. They don't like that, you know.
yes, and what's interesting is if anyone, well, supposedly in Israel, the most dominant looked at pornography involves sort of Nazi. It involves the swastika and things like that. So
Yeah.
it goes to say how they literally fetishize it over there in Israel. So yeah, they're really more or less acknowledging that's where they come from.
Pretty much.
And so it's kind of insane how people have this disconnect from that.
Yeah. Well, they're stuck on the propaganda. I mean, that's why they waste their time, with the Hitler propaganda.
And we also have Sami Romero on. Yo, Sammy, what's up?
Sammy. Hola.
Yo, what's up, Esther?
Hey, all right. Smoking one.
How you doing, man?
Oh, just rolled one.
Cool, man. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Yeah, just but the this entire war thing. Yeah, okay.
I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Cool. So, what's been going on your side of the hood, man?
Well, by the way, my apologies for last time. I was at work and I had to take care of some shit, so that's why I had to leave.
That's all good, man. It's all good.
You know how things get. No, pretty much over here it's as usual. The California is trying to do like a $400 rebate for gas. They're trying to pass that, which is okay, it's a start. But my really to me, what's been really concerning for me is the cost of food and all these expenses that Doug was talking about. It's just you see it already, and it's one of those things where hopefully things get evened out as far as people getting breaks and stuff. But I mean, we can complain till the cows come home with this, but
the problem is Congress is shutting down everything that they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And by doing that, it's just literally this country doesn't have a foot to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, and it's it's dumb because I don't understand why everything is getting sidetracked because of this conflict. This country still has to run, and I'm kind of over it, the whole Ukraine thing. I'm over it, and I don't want to sound like I don't care, but I really don't. People die every day, and they got their money, and it's just
I feel you on that. It's nothing unique. It's nothing we haven't seen before.
Right. So, and this is interesting because, Doug was talking about his book with Peter Moon, and I have my opinions on on people caring about Doug's his background. His background is very unique, but if I want to know something valuable that is constructed to my life, I don't give a shit if the person dresses up as a clown.
Yeah.
He has to make sense. It has to be concise, and Doug's book is very linear to what's going on in the world today, even more because God forbid people die every day, but if it's Europeans and if it's white people, then all of a sudden we gotta care, and it aligns very perfectly, almost too perfectly, where it's almost like Aquino knew his book was gonna come out, and he couldn't stop it, so he had to start, with this conflict. The pieces started going into play, and things started getting in motion slowly. And you saw this, with Trump, and then even the way Trump left, and even Joe Biden. Joe is kind of, to me, a part of this, where he, to me, seems lackadaisical, where he needs a kick in the ass, because it's almost comedic. Like, and I'm no far rightist, and I'm no Trump maniac, but it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, and we're sending this aid to this country that, I didn't hear them, caring about the racial inequalities last year or the year before. I never heard Ukraine, reaching out to us, and not that they're supposed to, but, as a country, we're just brain dead. We're brain dead in a sense that we're not coherent of the world to begin with, but, we're stuck in our little world, and our world, it doesn't make sense of, well, why are we aiding Ukraine? Why do we care about Russia? Well, it's because it's not over yet. This battle is still continuing, and it makes perfect sense if you read the Roswell Deception, the Demystification, World War II. It coincides to what's going on right now, and it makes too much sense. Where I don't care what his background is, and his background is very unique in the sense that where he lived, and what was his environment. And if someone doesn't understand that, then I don't like when people say, well, convince me, or, well, stop doing that, and then maybe I'll listen. You won't listen, and the narrative doesn't fit whoever doesn't agree with it, or doesn't like it, or questions it, because they know the truth as well. And when someone doesn't want the truth to come out, they're not going to want to listen, let alone open a book and dive in.
Yeah. And it'll be a total waste of time to even convince a grown adult, to think differently from what they already believe.
Of course,
it's just a waste of time. That's why I never even engage in discussions with them.
Right. No, and it's true. It's true, because it's and when Penny Bradley was talking about, she got excommunicated from the cult that she, the Christian cult that she was a part of. It kind of coincided with me in a sense that it's that inversion of religion, and the inversion of quote unquote Christianity, where they use it as a weapon, and they harm people, they scar people. And the same thing with our history. People have asked me questions like, what the hell are we doing in Ukraine? Like, what's the big deal? They're just a dumb Eastern European country. Why do we care? And they're right, because they're following the history that we've been lied to. That's all they know. So it doesn't make sense. Like, what the fuck? What does it matter? Like, let them die, or let Russia take them.
Well, I do see some there is some rationale to why we are there. But it's not, the thing is, it's something that you would have to do a lot of digging to find. And that was what Douglas had articulated when he had said that you can the world's leading supplier of neon is indeed Ukraine. Now, neon is needed for the creation of semiconductors, and so too is Taiwan. So this is what the real war is about. It's a technological war to because
go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, the thinking is that if Russia, accomplishes that, then the only other half of the equation would be China trying to conquer Taiwan, which and Russia and China would then hold the world's, they would basically hold everyone in a vice grip as far as getting chips made for like computing systems and whatnot. So there is relevance there. It's just not something that would be apparent on the surface. It's not something that, media would really talk about.
I would be more worried if China invaded Taiwan. I would be more worried.
Taiwan will whoop their ass.
Right.
And if Taiwan was in any way vulnerable, that would have happened a long time ago.
That's a good point, because that's the reason why China's always waiting in the background, lurking in the background, because if they have the ability to invade Taiwan, they would have done so a long time ago.
I'll tell you who's going to win this Ukraine-Russia war, and it's not the ones that are fighting in it. It's going to be both. It's going to be both Japan and Taiwan.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just watching, and it's like it's wrestling. Yeah, but they're the ones winning it. See, because Japan is still legally at war against Russia, and the thing about these Switchblade drones that I got so fascinated with, that I brought up to Douglas in a text box on Skype, it was about these small tubular drones that can be carried in a backpack that are priced like $6,000 each, and they're so convenient, but man, they are so horribly effective in the way they work. It's like there's a screen monitor that you can read from the camera of the drone, and on the nose of the drone is a warhead attached, and it's a kamikaze drone. So I'm tickled about that, because symbolically that's Japan's involvement in kicking Russian ass.
Oh shit! Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, that is a very Japanese concept that is being utilized there. That's actually that's very interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, that was my big fascination about it. It's like, oh yeah, that's Japan's symbolic participation.
And it goes to show that all this investment in the military, in these new modern aircraft and these new planes and these new tanks and these new missiles and shit, it's a waste of money when you can just fucking do everything with a drone.
Russia's military funding has been embezzled by its generals, and they kept lying to Putin. That's why their equipment is bad, and their MREs are expired.
Holy shit! So these guys aren't even eating good food.
No.
I tell you, if you were to take half of the people who we sent to Afghanistan or Iraq, just half, and put them in Ukraine to fight the Russians, this war would be over in a day, and Russia would be completely obliterated.
I mean, I'd hate to see what their product support battalion looks like if they have one.
Jeez. Yeah. It's just the only thing they can do is rely on terrorism and disinfo.
Yeah, but instead they're begging for food from farmers and turning themselves into the police.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping up on this daily. It's like watching a sport, or it's like watching wrestling. It's really amusing. And of course, there is a lot of sadness to be absorbed from these whole situations. But I don't know. But I mean, the more and more I learned about these Russians, I mean, they appear to be really stupid, like Americans. Rural Americans. I'm thinking, wow.
There you go. I mean, and I think this is why America worships them so much, is because they have a lot in common. And those are not the most positive traits to have in common either, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the people of Russia, the families of these soldiers, I mean, they're totally. I mean, they are totally brainwashed in the Russian state propaganda. They don't believe anything that their children are saying. You know, that are soldiers that are captives. I mean, they're speaking to. I mean, these soldiers are speaking to their families on the phone. You know, either through Zoom video, or just regular speaking, and you know, and they're being filmed. You know, and I'm also reading these subtitles there. They're saying that, you know, their battalion has been wiped out, that Putin has been lying this whole time, and their parents are like, no, son, I don't believe you. It's like, you guys, you were supposed to be liberating Ukraine, and I was like, no, we're the fascists. We're killing civilians, bombing schools. Like, no, fuck what Putin's saying, you know. And these are soldiers telling their families that, and they're crying, you know.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really don't want to be there then. That they don't, there is no morale when it reaches that point.
No shit. Hell, and so far there's been like 5 or 6 generals that have been picked out and sniped, you know, from the Russian columns.
Oh yeah, I saw some of the footage of one of the snipe generals. You can find, you know, a lot of the stuff on some of these gory websites, or some of these websites that have things that are very, you know, very real footage, you know.
Yeah, I've seen a few. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not that we're, you know.
How do you guys see this? How do you see this conflict ending, JMO and Daniel? How do you guys see this playing out?
This, I don't know. This is anyone's guess, because, you know, honestly, I did not anticipate Russia to get its ass whooped this bad. I figured by now we'd be lobbing nukes at each other and all this other stuff. So everything that's gone on has been beyond my ability to predict.
Well, I think morally, Ukraine has already won this war. You know, I mean, you know, of course, you know, Putin's already lost it, you know, plus his mind, you know, and and right now he is just scrambling, you know, wondering how to get away with this shit. But I do see Putin being overthrown or betrayed, one or another, or both. You know,
I'm thinking he's definitely going to get betrayed, or because he has made a public threat to those other elites that, you know, who he stole a lot of money from. He basically said, if I go down, you're all going down too. I mean, he's honestly, he knows he's going to, those aren't the words of someone who is confident that he's going to win.
Well, yeah, the bigger pain to the Russians is what's affecting their money, and that's really got them mad.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
go ahead. Sorry.
At this point, he's probably the most hated man in Russia.
Yeah, I think so too.
Is there any comparisons to you know, Saddam Hussein and a dictator like that, where once he's removed, there's anarchy, almost like it was a controlled corruption. And obviously, we're not going into Russia to take over like we did in Iraq, but because I guess when the cat's gone, the mice are going to play, kind of sort of thing. You think Russia's going to be worse or better off?
I think Russia's going to struggle to recover after they get rid of Putin. I mean, but they intend to aim to recover somewhat, and you know, hopefully get some sanctions removed little by little.
Right. Well, obviously they're going to be really hard to trust with, you know.
Well, they don't trust themselves.
No, you're right. I mean, it's one of those. I think they're cursed because it's just. I don't know. It's just to be there. They're kind of like they expect to fail, even when they don't want to fail. They expect to fail, and
well,
go ahead.
I could say, I do like to make sure to distinguish the difference between the Russian people and Vladimir Putin, because because the Russian people is not Vladimir Putin. You know, those are like two separate entities, and the Russian people, they right now they want to say some shit, but they can't, you know, because they don't want to go to jail. So you can imagine, you know, how much they love him right now.
Right. You know, obviously, when someone's pointing a AK-47 at you and say applaud, then you know you're gonna applaud.
Yeah.
Cheer.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's something where the good thing about this, the good thing that will come from this is that this is going to cause a sort of schism here in the United States. And so if you were to ask me how I see this war ending, I see the ending of this war igniting the ever heightening and ever heatening of the second civil war, which is already going on. So it's just going to get hotter because all those hotheads who lost their freaking macho man that they worshipped, they're going to go apeshit. They're going to their sense of identity is going to shatter, and they're going to be doing all types of crazy shit, and it's not going to be cool.
No, and you're absolutely right. You know, this is what what boggles my mind. Okay, that you have people that may not even be followers of someone like Tucker Carlson, but because he is a cracker, a stale one at that, they still are going to stop and listen. Maybe because he's bending over while he's talking, but they're still going to listen. And someone like Doug, who literally has defied the odds, let alone, you know, him surviving what he did. It's just surmountable odds. They're going to question something from his background that is totally irrelevant when it comes to the real message. No, I'm not saying it's not irrelevant completely. It's just that's only a part of who he is, and there's a reason behind it. And you know, like I said, and I don't mean to repeat that. It's just someone like Tucker Carlson he should be shot. Okay, and I'm saying this on bandwidth, and I can give a damn. He should, because just Americans are stupid to begin with. You know, they're stupid. And I mean, I'm not saying, you know, it's justifiable, but it's like, you can't allow someone like that to even have any type of influence, let alone, you know, be on cable, whether it is Fox News or not. It's a cancer. And you've seen it because it's dividing, and it's dividing on such ignorance. It's not even funny no more. It's like, what is your message again? Because what you're saying about Putin, who is a quote unquote leader and trying to liberate Ukraine, and he's defeating the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, like, it's not even making sense no more.
Yeah, nothing. In fact, they honestly someone would be justified in taking Tucker Carlson out, because he's a traitor. He's a traitor. He's a traitor to the United States. He is a traitor to I mean, yeah, he and well, I mean, it's the same argument. I would make this. One could make the same argument for Trump technically, but yeah, these people are under Putin's payroll. You know, I mean, this is where Putin's money is going, to these assholes. So yeah,
I'll give you this. Okay, at least Trump is, to some degree, his douchebagginess is entertaining to a certain degree, because I guess his followers don't realize that Trump does not like them. Trump doesn't like you. Trump is gonna say whatever comes out of his ass, but he doesn't like his base. He views them as a bunch of inbred rednecks that, I'm gonna sell you this because that's gonna keep me getting out of jail. He doesn't like Mitch McConnell. He doesn't like. By the way, Lindsey Graham there's another faggot. If you look at Lindsey Graham, you can tell he takes it up the ass.
He's actually a crossdresser. He's actually a crossdresser. Calls himself Lady G.
Yeah, he's if you look at him, so Lindsey Graham, who I find hilarious because he is a quintessential. He's like the gay Southern. Okay, someone's gay in the closet Southern uncle. Okay, if you look at him, there's nothing intimidated by him. When he tried to, stand up for Kavanaugh, and he was saying all this BS, you sound like a lesbian, and I don't mean to even, I don't even need to compliment him in that, because the lesbian probably has more balls than he does, but he sounds like a dyke, and I hate to be using these terms, but if people don't see that, where it's the inversion of what they quote unquote fear, or because I'm a conservative, I don't want nobody that doesn't look like me or different sexual orientation telling me something. Well, the guy that you support, who is a good old boy Southern, is a closet homo. And not that that matters, but it's like, this is the reason I'm saying this is because the world that I come from, in my background, I see it. Okay, I see it, and I've had to deal with. I had to break off friendships. Okay, J-Mo and Daniel, and I don't want to sound like a whining bitch, but like a whiner. But I'm not whining. It's just the reality, because even that bigotry and that backwards way of thinking, that cult-like alt-right mentality has seeped into even my world, where
it's horrible.
It's almost like it's annoying, and people don't want to be progressive, in a sense that there's just a lot. The world is a big place, but to a certain degree, some things are pretty straightforward, and the things that are not straightforward, they try to make it black and white when it's not. It's backwards. In other words, it's almost like Bizarro World.
Yes, that's
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a very good metaphor for a Bizarro World, because that's exactly what it feels like. And it's just like these people, they are so little. They think so little of themselves that they need to be a part of, no matter how destructive it is, and even if it means fighting against anything that's different from them.
Hey, speaking of Bizarro World, one perfect example is the white nationalist neo-Nazis in America. They're like the Bizarro copycat. No, actually, a poor man's Bizarro copycat of the American propaganda version of Nazis.
Yeah, they're more or less just the Ku Klux Klan trying to pretend that they're German.
Pretty much.
And it's just pathetic. I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic to look at. And what's interesting is even the fact that some of them have like Germanic heritage, they'll still kiss the Russians' asses.
Mm-hmm.
As the master race, And again, I like to delineate, to just be clear to listeners. I'm not against the Russian people. I don't particularly like their patriarchal culture. I say their leadership is absolute trash. Putin's a piece of shit. But what I do hate is, the fucking. It's just that male dominance, insecure bullshit. It's all of that. And that's something that's going to sink the world if we don't do anything about it. And this is the problem, is that no one is doing anything about it. Maybe this has to happen. Maybe things have to collapse, for people to
Actually,
finally get up.
yeah, actually, in fact, I think these wars, it's like a sign of the end of this kind of age. It's like a drowning patriarchal era.
Good,
You know.
good. It has to. It needs to be gone as of yesterday. I mean, it can't go soon enough. Unfortunately, the male chauvinism and the masculinity has proven itself to be a complete failure.
Yes, and they're struggling for relevancy. That I have noticed and observed within these last several years.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just
Yeah, I mean,
absurd.
Daniel's right. Daniel's right in a sense of that, and I think, and part of it too is the imbalance. We need to have balance in a sense that we have to get, even like Nancy Pelosi. Okay, we need to get out of here. She's too old. Okay, get her out.
Yeah.
Actually, as a matter of fact, that's one thing that these people are fear. Donald Trump and Putin. The one thing that they fear more than death is to end up being irrelevant in the future.
True.
Because they're big ass narcissists. And just like all these other white nationalists, when they no longer feel relevant, they're in hell already. It's worse than death to them.
Yes, that's true. Thank you. I just came back and heard that. I'm going to fix my tea is what I'm going to have to do. That'll take several more minutes. I'll be back. But definitely, it sounds like you gentlemen are all doing a fine job. Is Sami still with us?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So glad the three of you are working together on this. Sami, was there anything you needed to say to me before I went off to fix my bowl of tea?
I was trying to catch up with about your whole,
Yes.
I guess, the narrative with your book and the cross-dressing thing, and I didn't really catch anything. So this is just me, maybe just venting.
Uh-huh.
And it's not that I honestly, it's not that you need to be defended or it's not that. It's just, if somebody doesn't want to read your book because they think you're a cross-dressing vampire, Nazi, whatever, then they just don't really want to know anything.
That's right.
Yes. What I mean by that is anybody that wants to keep in touch with the world and at least have some idea. I'm not saying know it all, but this book, it's very linear to what's going on in the world. It's amazing how this book came out, just how this is going on, and even 2 years prior or even last year, the pieces were already going into play, and it's not a coincidence, and it's almost like Aquino knew.
Yes.
I cannot stop Doug from releasing this book, so I'm gonna have to put these pieces into play. And what I mean is, if I'm someone that wants to know what's going on, then this book is very vital, because it tells you why we are keeping these skeletons in the closet as a country. Why we have people like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell still trying to hold on. And, the government period, where they know as well. They just don't want to let go. They don't want to admit.
Yeah.
And most of these people in government have taken this to their grave because that's what they swore not to release. As much as they've done, there's been leaders in this country that have tried to do good, but this one thing they've taken to the grave. Why? Because it's bigger than them.
Yes.
And they just don't want, they can't. And the problem is when people are starting getting debriefed, then I think this is where the Civil War is going to kick off. And I don't want to talk like this, but it's almost enlightenment where certain things don't line up. So when I look at this, well, they line up perfectly.
Yes.
And I'm mostly talking about people that look like me, people that are not white.
Yes.
People like us, because we've given so much to this country, and to a certain degree, we had to buy in to try to assimilate to this country. And for you to try to, stab me in the back, this information, I think this is why it's so vital, and this is why they fear it so much, is because it's not really our fault if we react that way. In fact, it's probably justifiable.
Yes.
And they're scared of it. They're scared to death. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're Bozo the Clown on the weekends, It's the fact that this information does not benefit people that look like me. I'm talking about the crackers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because we've done so much. There's blood on our hands. And they're going to kick our ass and take names. So, that's just my thing where, excuse my language, fuck what anybody thinks. Because it's at that point. Because Putin didn't give a fuck. As stupid as he is, for the communists to, gas him up to do this, he wanted to, because he's indoctrinated in that, well, we won World War II. I'm just doing what I believe we did. And obviously, that's complete bullshit. But this is where we're at. And I don't know.
Well,
To
just
me-
to put this. Oh, please go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Finish your sentence. Yeah.
To me, that's just how I feel, where you can't play that conservative card, because they're not conservatives.
Thank you. Yes. No, they're
Right.
reactionaries, and they're reacting to what they perceive is the loss of their being at the top of the pyramid. Basically, one thing that I was going to go into in the last transmission, and what I certainly have to remind myself to kind of complete the narrative of tonight, is a little bit more into the young lady that we helped escape into the United States, who came from Lichuan in China, which of course is simply the Chinese transliteration of the Roman legion. And what it brings to mind, everything that I was contending with her, and all that it brought to mind about interracial relations in the United States. One of the things that I was trying to talk about in my last episode, and what I would have done was come about it in a very roundabout fashion. And either tonight's transmission, or maybe a transmission, later, like Wednesday, I'll go in depth about Francis Fukuyama, who I've dissed quite a bit in the past, and there's solid reason to do so. I mean, basically, he's like Dr. Michio Kaku. He's just like, he's what that clown who ambushed me, Daryl Hamamoto, wants to be. A Jap trash piece of shit who's accepted by the whites and held up as someone who's allowed to speak. And so these guys like Francis Fukuyama and, the Michio Kaku, they just pull shit out of their ass that they know the white man wants to hear, and they'll just spout it out. But it's a lot like the white supremacists who use their other token non-white zealots. So it should come as no surprise that there be several Latino male white nationalists who have gotten disproportionate attention in recent years. But in a country that keeps misunderstanding why the U.S. Latino community is nowhere near as close to being a monolith, it's critical to examine how this notion of Latino white nationalists still feels strange to your average person who hears about it for the first time. But just so our listeners know, our country's estimated 62.1 million Latinos in the United States, U.S. Latinos with U.S. citizenship, have ideologies that range from one extreme to the other. But the week before last, we had news that Enrique Tarrio, the former Afro-Cuban leader of the Proud Boys, was arrested on federal charges surrounding the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And that sparked some interest in an apparently paradoxical reality. I don't know if I'll have to ask Sami personally right now. Did you even know that the leader of the Proud Boys was Afro-Cuban?
Yes, I did.
There you are.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
and Daniel knew it too. And probably Jameson knew it too. But your average white person didn't. Non-white Latino men worshiping at the altar of American white supremacy and providing cover to ensure that white nationalists stay mainstream by giving them this dash of color, some cinnamon on their vanilla. And, you know, as someone who's not exactly a preeminent expert in the Latino communities, and there's more than one. As I said, they just cover a range of different cultures, and just in basic, what I've always tried to teach people is that there's three main Latino cultures in America: the Cubans in Miami, the Puerto Ricans in New York, and of course the Mexicans in Los Angeles. But this paradox that I'm addressing, it's in a sense, it's not a paradox. The American whiteness is a prize. It's where the power lies, and it's where people like Enrique Tarrio would rather
He wants
bask
to be
in.
white so bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they want to bask in that whiteness, than they'd rather be a part of it than fight against it, and thereby appear too woke, even if it means tearing down democracy. So, non-Latino media has been obsessed with proving the claim that more and more Latinos are longing to become white, which ignores the fact that being Latino is not just a sole racial construct, but more of a messy combination with ethnicity. You've got voices from within the U.S. Latino community that have responded by diving into the complexities of what it is to be Latino in postmodern day America.
We're too complicated as far as an ethnos.
Yeah.
Latinos. I mean, I could be considered Chicano, etc. We're too complicated. We are the product of the colonization and decades of colonization. We're a product of it, and this is where I had to try to educate my nephew, because he is mixed in to almost an evangelical white supremacy movement, and not literal, but there's nuances to it.
Absolutely.
That he's not understanding.
It's
that
intrinsic to evangelicalism.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes, and I had to remind him. First off, you're not white. You'll never be white, and you don't want to be white. He said, "What do you mean?"
I mean, the very fact that he asked that, what do you mean is alarming. Go on.
Well, the thing is Doug, is they don't understand that to them, because he's young, okay, he's 20, 23, I don't know, he's early 20s, okay, he thinks the world is at his feet, okay, and, more power to him, but I told him, look, things don't change. Some things don't change, okay, to put it to you that way. You're going to get your nigger wake-up call, okay? You're a brown nigger, okay? And because their hatred hypnotizes them not to accept you. And they never will. Because they have blood on their hands. Everything they've stolen. And they fear what they've done. They don't want you to steal that from them, because they're thieves. Yeah. They're Euro trash. Yeah. They're not even good enough for Europe. Okay?
Absolutely. Yes.
They're not good enough.
Yes.
Go ahead, and they're not. When they called Native Americans savages and Indians and all this, but they were really portraying themselves, because this is what the monarchy in Europe called them. They're rejects. Yes. So they're going to portray, those people there that bathed, that had indoor plumbing, that cared about their hygiene, including the Spaniards. fuck them too.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they called them because they were the savages. Go on, Doug. This is just me, pretty much explained to my nephew.
Understood, and it has to be explained. And well, one way to present it to him in which he might understand it is that basically, while it's apparent that our country has become more multi-ethnic and multiracial, there is this associate professoress of social and cultural analysis at New York University, and Christina Beltran of NYU. She calls this what it really is in practice is a multiracial whiteness. And that's what really appeals in the Latin American community, is that concept. And after the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, Beltran wrote, "For voters who see the very act of acknowledging one's racial identity as itself racist, the politics of multiracial whiteness reinforces their desired approach to colorblind individualism. In the politics of multiracial whiteness, anyone can join the MAGA movement and engage in the wild freedom of unbridled rage and conspiracy theories." That's her writ that I'm reading. Now, such a belief in multiracial whiteness has its roots not only in U.S. Latino communities, but also in Latin American countries of their origin. And the most obvious example will always be Cuba. Now, I should actually bring this up while JoJo's with us on Wednesday, but hopefully she'll hear this before then, and she can respond to it. But more than 60 years after the Cuban Revolution, reactionary forces against big government and communism and oppression have become a media industry in places such as Enrique Tarrio's hometown, Miami. So, of course, broadly painting Miami as some reactionary Latino white nationalist monolith is a mistake, but it would also be a mistake to say that such a reactionary sentiment does not have influence or impact. Now, in addition, anti-blackness has deep roots in Latin American culture. And when such views get amplified through U.S. media, they're rarely, if ever, challenged. For instance, at the height of the George Floyd demonstrations in 2020, the year before yesteryear, Spanish language news sites were rightly criticized for making the same bad editorial decisions that Fox News did while reporting on Black Lives Matter. So given that Spanish language news played into Black Lives Matter hysteria, it makes sense that an Afro-Cuban such as Tarrio, Enrique Tarrio, could be inspired to burn a Black Lives Matter banner outside a historic black church in Washington, which is what he did. So anti-blackness is prevalent in U.S. Latino communities, even when the individual identifies as black or brown themselves. So, still, American media, Spanish language media included, they have no problem giving Enrique Tarrio, the mic to insist what he did. And to quote him, he said, "I'm pretty brown. I'm Cuban. There's nothing white supremacist about me." Now, that's the fucking problem. Individuals such as Enrique Tarrio, who, by the way, in case you didn't know this, he goes by the name Henry in all his written reports. He doesn't go by Enrique. He anglicizes it to Henry. They're used to downplaying right-wing racism and white nationalism because they're not white themselves. You would think we would have gotten past this way back in 2012, when the term white Hispanic was applied to George Zimmerman, who is half Peruvian and looks a lot more brown than he does white. And he caused that tragic death of that black teenager named Trayvon Martin, whom he had no reason to surveil and follow. And Zimmerman's reflexive suspicion of that teenager appeared to be an example of white supremacy from a Latino person. So, American society shows all kinds of interest, undue interest in Latinos who push a contrarian angle that borders on the extreme. And part of America's ignorance can be blamed on the lack of any real U.S. Latino political power, which makes their community an afterthought. American society shows more interest into these Latinos who push this white supremacist ideology instead of realizing that 62.1 million U.S. Latinos could become a true political force and defender of democracy if only less attention was given to Latino white nationalists. So white supremacy will always attract non-white believers. And for white nationalists, having that brown or black leader will always serve to downplay the evil behind the curtain. U.S. Latinos must continue to call out such blatant moves and side with those who want to protect American democracy, as imperfect as it still is. So, Henry Tarrio is just the latest example of a non-white believer siding with the enemy. Now will only sound shocking to Americans who don't know their own history. For white supremacy to succeed, it needs non-white adherents who think they too can be white. In the case of Enrique Tarrio, now charged with helping to plan the January 6th attack on our capital, that belief could come at a heavy price. Now, I'm going to go make my tea, but I hope you gentlemen can take it from here and express some of what you were expressing in the text box. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
All right. So that is actually one of the scariest things about this, is that, you got people of color who are willing to, ride Whitey's dick, so to speak. And, that this is a problem even within the black community. And this is also the reason why, in the black community, people with lighter skin are more treasured than people with darker skin, because they're seen as being closer to white, which I find disgusting,
I watched a video of him getting arrested, Enrique Tarrio, and he got arrested wearing his whitey tighties.
Oh wow!
He had on.
Oh no, he'll have a nice warm welcome, literally, in prison. Oh my gosh!
Well, that's very interesting, because it's interesting that prison is actually more straightforward when it comes to race. From what I've heard.
Oh and yeah. They segregate.
Right. It doesn't surprise me. But
Enrique might be reject from his own scene.
Yeah, you're right. What it doesn't surprise me, Jameson and Daniel, because this is one a good example of how the world is not it's not black and white, in the sense that there's not going to be people that not only are confused, but don't realize that even him being the quote-unquote leader of the Proud Boys, he's not. Okay, what he is he's the fall boy.
Yeah, he's one of them.
The fall
guy.
guy. He's the fall guy.
He's a patsy.
Yes, he doesn't realize that. One, the leader is not going to get busted because the leader has connections. This retard is just the fall guy. It's like the best way to the best way to have an organization like the Proud Boys that is a far right, white supremacist, ignorant, paranoid, is to not put a white face to it, put a brown face to it.
That's actually quite brilliant. I see what you're saying. That makes perfect sense. And if I wanted to run something that was illegal and I was white and I wanted to keep the all white image pure, I would use a black front man. Perfect.
Also, and the reason why I say this is because I see this in LAPD. The most fucked up cops, the most corrupted cops are not the white cops. Now they are corrupted. They're bad, but the worst ones are the Hispanic, in my case, and the black. They're the worst ones, and because they're the fall guys. That blue coat of silence. The fall guys are usually the colored officers. Christopher Dorian, I don't know if you guys remember him. Maybe about 2013, 2012, we went on a rampage here in LA. They wanted to kill him because he was airing out the sheriff's department, LAPD, all their dirty laundry, what they were doing. And they hunted him down, they killed him. And one of the reasons they killed him was not just because he was, airing out their laundry, but because he's a person. He's another black dude. They saw him as another black dude. He's just one that wore the same uniform. And go ahead.
An expendable asset.
Right. And it's the same way too in the Christian community where I come from, where the most evilest people that I've crossed have not been from the left hand, they've been from the right. And who's to say? Who's to say they were probably from the left? They just portrayed as right because they were doing an inversion. And, I'm sure I've told you guys where I've had friends that have been abused by these pastors and ministers, and they're not from the right. They're not from the right hand path. They're from the left. But they're worse because, to me, they're the most evilest because it's almost like you don't know what path to even walk on because you're that far gone. And I don't even know if this is making sense, but what I'm saying is, no, that guy Enrique was just a fall guy.
Yep.
It's just what it is. And they're good. And you know what? I don't feel sorry for him. I don't. Because he's probably the ones I hate the most. Is that?
Yeah, because they're the first ones who would stab you in the back.
Yeah.
Actually,
Absolutely.
in fact, Itario has this history of being an informant for the FBI in the past.
There you go.
So he might be doing some snitching.
Absolutely. He's a snitch. He's a ratatouille, cheesy eating snitch. It is what it is. But, he's going to, here's the thing, okay? I have homies, I have friends I have family that's in gangs, right? And this is not to brag, but they tell me they ran into some of the correctional officers once they get out, and they don't talk to them. They don't even acknowledge them. And one of my family members is very successful. He turned his life around and he has a business. And he ran into one of his correctional officers, at a restaurant. And the correctional officer tried to congratulate him. He's like, I'm not going to shake your hand. And the reason why is because you fucked with me in jail. I'm not gonna acknowledge you. This is, and to a certain extent, as a man, you're not gonna disrespect me, and then just because you see me in this setting, think I haven't forgotten. And I think with them, it's the same way, where you don't realize that as a Cuban descent, this Enrique guy, he doesn't know the history of what we've done in the Americas, what FDR did in the Americas. FDR would have hanged you. FDR would have killed you. He would have raped your kids. He would have raped your sister. The people that you're lying off are beyond evil. They're Edomites. And it is what it is. But to me, I don't pity them at all. This is where it's going to get interesting, as the Asians in my work say. It's going to get interesting. This is where there's a lot of confused people out there. It's worse when they don't realize that they're confused. Am I making sense?
Yeah. And the thing is, it takes a little adversity sometimes to shake them back to reality.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about guys like that for being competition when it comes to impressing a woman.
That's true.
Oh, I mean, you're right. You're right. It's look, I've never understood why there's and that's right because the Proud Boys have like a homoerotic type of
Well,
kind
they're
of
all
unity.
they're
You
they're
know,
all
it's
incels. They're all incels. They're all angry at women because they can't get they can't get free sex. But
You know,
then they don't realize that they're a human piece of shit who don't deserve to.
I have a take for that because I believe this new stage of toxic masculinity, these incels, I think they're the I think they're the droppings from the previous from the previous men groups that talked about being pickup artists and seducers, and I guess they failed. I guess they failed at that scene, so now they become 40-year-old virgins.
probably
Yep.
shoot. I don't know. It's just to me, it's I gotta say it. It's almost like Aquino's making fun of me, and I hate to bring him up, but it's almost like you don't. If you think I didn't fuck things up, just wait till you see this. And it's not that it's him doing. It's just when you're
Well,
talking about. You guys get what
when
I'm saying?
yeah, well, when Aquino did what he did damn good. He did a damn thorough
Yeah,
job at it.
yeah.
This was his dead man switch. He
The
knew
son of
he
a
was
bitch did knew what
he
he's
knew he
doing.
was gonna die, so he knew that all this stuff had to be set up. But I believe that what he didn't know was that even he himself is but he was a smaller link in a bigger food chain
Right,
that we
right.
don't know that we don't even know the depth of. And this is something similar to what I was bringing up with Douglas in private, and that was that I had reason to suspect that the Vox Archer that Douglas has isn't the only one out there, and that Aquino found some way to make
Interesting.
his own.
Interesting.
That basically the cult that he belonged to, they knew that he was an incomplete. He was whatever he was supposed to be. He was incomplete because Martin Bormann, I believe, was the one who escaped, and so he wasn't. So in a sense, he was sort of like an outcast, even amongst the ones who groomed him to be what he was. So in a way, he harbored a sort of vitriol and of not belonging anywhere, not being accepted anywhere. So yeah,
If
he
you allow me
he's
to interject, go ahead. Go
yeah
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. While
Um,
he's oh, go ahead. Sorry.
and I don't mean to cut you off. Okay. Look, obviously, Aquino was a complicated dude in a sense. Okay. In that aspect. Okay.
Yeah.
Because whether I like it or not, there's no Douglas Dietrich without him. In a sense of his teachings on that side of the left hand and all this. Okay. And in a way, I think even he was being rebellious to maybe I don't just
No,
making sense.
no,
The way
no.
he
It
associated
makes
with
perfect
Doug,
sense.
he liked Doug, okay? And I think in a way the way he shared his knowledge with Doug was because maybe out of rebellion as well, where this guy's the son of Adolf Hitler. Who's the more, outsider than me? And if I can turn him and he'll be my acolyte, well, then I redeem myself. I created someone even far worse because then you add culture, you add in his Asian background, his knowledge, his history, his bloodline. He was trying to create someone far worse than him, someone that, how Doug put it, will stand on his shoulders.
Whoa,
And
I never thought about that.
well, Doug mentioned this too. I don't remember if you know that someone
I
that'll stand on
remember.
his shoulders and really fuck things up because the son of Adolf Hitler, not only is he the son, but he's a hybrid. And to get back at these white savages, get back at the world, well, I'm really going to show you my real acolyte. And obviously, it didn't work out that way. But it makes sense, Jima, what you think as far as maybe they found another way. But like I said, we don't know. And this is just obviously us looking in through the window of that, because to a certain extent, I think certain things Doug can't really tell us at a particular time. Certain
Yes.
things he can't disclose. It is what it is. Because honestly, what he knows, if I had that same type of exposure, I probably would be in a mental institution. Okay, I probably would be, because, and this is why I'm saying it's a miracle upon miracles that he's not in a mental, let alone even here breathing. But how he put it, he wanted someone to stand on his shoulders and really, like I said, vindicate him to a certain extent, because almost, mocking the Third Reich in exile. Look who I have. Look who I turned. Look who I lured. Look who I corrupted. And it backfired on him, because in my belief, I just think Doug is somebody that in history was supposed to have gone through what he has gone. I'm not saying none of us are special. It's not the case, but he's a very interesting, particular case where it's just a miracle upon miracle. And it's for a
Well,
reason.
it would be like a keynote to destroy what he creates.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
True. Absolutely.
Well, also, it's also a testament to the role that the vampires have in Christendom, because the fact that he wasn't able to be corrupted by the sinister aspects of the left, and by the fact that he was able to switch it on Aquino. Because I think if Douglas was a baseline human, I don't think that would have been possible. So a lot of that has to do with that him being a Damfire, or part vampiroid blood. And we have to acknowledge that as very real, and this is something that Peter's audience is going to have to learn to deal with, because this is a reality. I don't think many of them, and again, not to bust Peter's kneecaps or anything, but I can't help but feel that some of his base might be more inclined to the more new age stuff, and the sort of new age stuff, from the way I see it, is more of an escapism than an embrace of the dark
They're
reality,
weird enough.
which we have.
They're weird enough to at least listen.
You would think, that's the thing, I would think. And so I often think when
maybe someone will admit it right now.
I mean, that's also why I think when Peter brings up what people would buy and what would sell, I think he's underestimating the audience and the diversity that's out there. Because I think that this has the capacity to go far further on so many venues.
Absolutely. I just think his base is I just don't think I don't think the message is for them. Because something minuscule like that, to me, it's not important. One, you're not even acknowledging Doug's trauma, as a child. Why his mother taught him these survival tactics. If they can't even connect with that, then I don't need to. There's no explanation. If all you're seeing is a cross-dressing, then there's something wrong with you. And maybe this is maybe I didn't listen. I don't know if I'm misinformed, but this is what it sounds like to me, because that has nothing to do with how all this bullshit in this country has gone where it's at, where someone needs to explain all this destruction, all these lies,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely appreciate you gentlemen. Now, I just came back and I heard the part where our man Sami was saying, if people can't understand the trauma of my primal trauma when I was young, and how that translates into the behavior today. Understand that it's kind of like when Peter Moon was saying that the majority of the British upper classes probably would have approved of everything Aleister Crowley did, even as they condemned it publicly. The majority of people are not looking for something to understand. They're looking for something to attack in America. It's kind of like what Peter Moon was admitting to as well, that in Europe, you don't have people argue with you when you basically present something to them that may seem far-fetched or unbelievable. They'll simply accept it and digest it. But in general, they're not going to confront you and fight you on this. It's only in America where you have this pathological need to assert dominance, where where everyone who presents anything, but especially something that means something, you're just up there for them to attack as far as they're concerned. You're simply an object who's put on stage to be ridiculed. So when it comes to you have a kind of conundrum here where the average American is looking for whatever is different or alien to them, so that they can point that out as something to be destroyed, because they're on a genocide mode from the days of when the Western Hemisphere was taken, first by the conquistadors and then later by the other Europeans who came in and devastated the rest of the Native American cultures. Their entire heritage is based on looking for something to destroy so that they somehow gain something from it, because that was how everything was gained to this point. So there we have it. And that was what they think happened in World War II. They took World War II as a continuation of that. They're convinced that they devastated Europe and devastated Japan. And that's one thing that I need to contextualize when I was bringing up that the German people were victimized by the Nazi Party. In a sense, the Nazi Party made up for that, because in their retreat, they still demanded that the Americans rebuild Europe, and the Americans had to invest in the Marshall Plan and rebuild Europe. And that was something that resulted in the only time in history that the quote-unquote winners, which of course the Allies were not, wound up paying reparations to the quote-unquote losers. And certainly that's what happened with what the Americans were forced to do. And they hate the Thousand-Year Reich in exile eternally because of that. Is why they won't declare peace. And
I'm guessing that had to do with the Die Glock that's off La Palma Islands.
Absolutely. Yeah, what Jameson is referring to is the bell bomb. Die Glocke was installed in or a Glocke unit, a bell unit, was installed in the La Palma Islands of Spain, which was allied to the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, but which the Americans never invaded for that very reason.
I cut a video of that.
There we are. Thank you.
Yeah, I cut a video about that one, about that subject.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. Feel free to put a link to that video in the chat room if you could. Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be deeply appreciated. And that's why the Americans threatened with that. Had to install much of their income into the Marshall Plan. Certainly Americans were questioning as to why they were doing this. And they ultimately were indoctrinated into believing that this was somehow had to do with winning the peace, etc., and all this bullshit. The reality is, of course, that, as I said, and again, to contextualize the point I was making about the Russians and what makes it so reprehensible, when they portrayed themselves as the victims for generations and yet claimed they were these great warriors that won the war, yet here we see them now in Europe doing what they did in Syria. Of course, nobody cared when it was Syria. But they're doing in Europe now what they did then, which is just destroy civilian sites and target the civilian population. It really proves the lie of their own victimization. In other words, the civilian victims don't mean anything to them. They have no empathy for the lives that they're destroying. So the concept of presenting themselves as these victims really rings hollow in that regard. And it's just all part of what hopefully will open the eyes of many Americans. Now, this is the problem that we're all dealing with, is that we're stranded here, and so we have to work with this population, which is why, I go along with Peter Moon trying to educate his base. But as all of you gentlemen say, that may be a forlorn hope or a forlorn task. He's got his base that he's established. He tries to sell to that base because it's hard for him to imagine selling outside that base. So what our greatest hope really lies with people like JoJo, who extends our reach to other audiences, other people. In the case of Penny Bradley and the GERN, or this GERN that she works with, we'll see if I can develop the wherewithal where I might have the energy to work with them once a week for a few hours. I don't know if I can muster that, but we all know that would be like kind of like what I was doing with Revolution Radio. How much impact will that have? Hopefully some. Maybe it would extend, my audience a bit. I mean, it couldn't hurt, but honestly, what Daryl Neely is trying to do, and God bless him for it, is he's trying to put some balance into what is otherwise basically the white supremacist network, in effect. That he's dealing with an alternative information media dispensary that mostly caters to right-wing conspiracy theories. And Penny Bradley can fit into that in the sense that she's white, and she's talking about conspiracy and, what was done to her. So she has a bit more of an or receptivity. There's a receptivity to her that people would probably wonder where the hell I was coming from when I got on and for 2 hours was speaking about, like I did on Revolution Radio. And then people might start to complain. You get where I'm coming from.
I honestly think you would blow the lid off the joint once they start hearing about the Roswell deception. When it comes to conspiracies, man, that was what sold me on you, because I was listening to you and I'm like, okay, let me start everyone's saying that this guy's a liar. Michael Aquino says this guy's crazy, so let me hear what he has to say. And then I'm like listening to you. I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's a good fucking point. That's you were bringing up things that I found odd for ages, and I was like, yeah, what is with this Roswell shit? That just makes too much. There's something that is too sensical compared to this out of the world loony bullshit that people want to escape into. That grounded me.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that there are many other people who were literally seeking the truth and trying to sift through this conspiracy bullshit, knowing that the truth is muffled in here somewhere, who will find you and say, okay, this is it.
Well, let's hope that's the case. Honestly, I think you're a bit optimistic. It could be.
Well, I mean, yeah, I am. I mean,
which is a strange thing to say about you, but go on.
Well, the thing is, I don't think I'm the only one who came on to you and started listening to you as a result of that. I'm fairly certain there were other listeners out there who were fellow truth seekers and, went through the whole mill of conspiracy stuff from, Carrie Cassidy, who had just about everybody on the spectrum, and even she probably even has Rocco Fowler on there, who's now turned the way of what's his name, James Casbolt. I mean,
just alienating everybody.
Yeah.
It's so fucking sad. I mean, I feel really bad for him. I mean, he's basically damaged goods.
I don't think he's in. The thing is, I don't think he's. I know he has to take responsibility for whatever he's doing to himself, but it feels like he's not in control of what he's doing to himself.
Thank you.
It feels like this is something from outside pushing his buttons.
I agree. I
agree. Him to react because he doesn't. Yeah. And the thing about it is, when you're victimized to that degree, there's a certain blindness you have to yourself this is the thing this is what trauma does to the brain. It makes it so you can't really see yourself that well. It's something I'm suffering through. You know, it's you only see the world around you, and then and because of that, you're not aware of when you're being taken. It's not the case with everyone who goes through trauma, but you know, oftentimes it does happen.
Well, I think in Rocco Fowler's case, it's much worse because it's much more literally a case of somebody pressing a button, so to speak. They just use the trigger word and they've got him, got him. How would you say it? They just basically trigger him and then he goes off and he'll go off against anyone. I mean, Daniel Arola, Sami Romero, help us out here, both of you. You probably heard Rocco Fowler when he was on with myself and agreed. The guy he's just not all there, right? I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I remember. I remember the first time I actually called in. He was actually with me on bandwidth.
Okay.
He seems like a person with a lot of trauma, a lot of it's a bad background as far as abuse. So I'm not surprised. And I hope he finds help. But yeah, it's not cool. It's not cool to be berating somebody, and someone like Penny Bradley. She's a woman of age.
Yeah.
He's actually tried to contact me once or twice, either on Facebook or on Skype, and I did not bother to respond. All I knew was, okay, I'm probably gonna walk into a hole full of rabbit shit just reading what this guys had to say. So I didn't bother.
It was for the best. Go on.
Yeah.
No, to a certain extent, this is a part of being on your team is that unfortunately there's going to be wild cards. There's going to be people that go left, and it's just part of life. It's really with any really in this world, especially right now. It's a lot of people are unstable, and it's just how it is.
Well, at least he can be owed credit that he is actually showing who he is.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I guess. I would like to think that he's. I just never saw much to him at all. I mean, poor bastard. He's like he never had a chance. He's kind of like Mike Tyson in that regard, right? I mean, and look at what Mike Tyson is doing now. He's selling these these cannabis gummies that are shaped like human ears. You're trying to capitalize on the fact that he bit a guy's ear.
Oh my! Sweet.
Yeah.
I mean that's actually that's morbidly hilarious.
He is a CEO of his own cannabis corporation. Yep. He owns some farms in Colorado.
Oh God! Well, there you go. And so but again, what this one black woman said in response to that? I wish I remembered her name, and I'm ashamed I don't. But she said, "What's next?" And she mentioned the name of his ex-girlfriend, who he had apparently beat up at one point because
Robin Givens.
He can't control his rage. And she said, "What's next?" Robin Givens' face. That's basically shaped like a gummy to capitalize on his abuses, his inability to control his rage. It's so she was saying, it's not funny, and I can see that, but it's it's my point being that Rocco Fowler's kind of like that. He's just like he's not in control of himself. He never had a chance. He was he's just being exploited. Personally, whatever he did, I would simply ignore, but they seem to be, going after him. That is rather crazy. If what they say is true, that he was trying to claim responsibility for the fire in Daryl Neely's home, it sounds like something he would say just off the cuff, like, I burned his home down, something like that.
Something just to be offensive as fuck.
Yeah.
Just to be cruel.
Yeah. But like what she says, it's starting under Doris's bed. That's just awful. So the whole thing is creepy as hell. The whole
crazy.
And But definitely, what I'm going to try and do now is, in a few minutes, these gentlemen should be able to hold us for a little while longer. How are you all holding up? I mean, you're 2 hours ahead of us. Of course, with our man Jameson, he's 3 hours ahead of us.
Yeah,
Right now, it's
I
about 2
gotta
a.m.
grab some water, so I'm gonna take a quick,
Thank you. Would you share with our audience what you shared with me in the messages? You felt that, or are you willing to share that? Is that something you want to keep to yourself?
yeah. I was saying, wait, what messages? The chat?
I was referring to where you were telling me that you were going to get a little stimulant help, so to speak. You were going to keep yourself awake. That.
Oh yeah. I just needed 4 more, man. Running on less than I usually take, just to try to, fuck, man. I can't just. You can't stop something abruptly. That's not how you wean yourself off of a sort of habit. So,
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to adapt.
Okay. All right. And
well, guys, unfortunately, Doug, I have to call tonight.
Understood.
This time change is really fucking me up.
Yes, I understand completely. I want you to know I'll be going into that tonight. But for God's sakes, we love you dearly, and thank you for the time you were able to share with us. Anything you want to say to wrap it up for our listeners? Say goodnight to them and wrap it up.
Yes, just want to tell everybody, please support Doug.
Thank you.
This end of the month is wrapping up, and he needs help. Buy his book, The Roswell Deception, The Demystification of World War II. Please support Doug, and I have you guys in my prayers, and I'll listen to the transmission probably tomorrow morning. Okay. So God bless everybody.
Yes.
Good day.
Yeah. And that was Sami Romero, wonderful human being. And so Daniel, you're 2 hours ahead of us. It's around 2 a.m. where you're at.
It's 1 a.m.
Okay. How are you holding up? Are you okay to stay with us for a few more minutes?
Yeah, I can stick around for a little bit more.
Okay, good. And so I don't know if our man Jameson went to grab something, but
No. I'm gonna do that now.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. We'll Daniel and I will hold it until you come back. Right. Hold the stage. And so tell us, Daniel, with what's been going on lately. There was, of course, that stupid photoshopped image of Steven Seagal going around in Ukraine, and like you said, he would just piss and shit his pants anywhere near the action.
Yeah.
Though I'm sure Putin would love to throw him on the front lines just to get rid of him, but
he doesn't even know how to read a compass. He'd get lost. He get lost trying to find a McDonald's.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God, and all that shutting down in Russia. But of course, there's a bunch of Republican companies still keeping their businesses going in there. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, like Papa John's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crap. Oh my God. You mentioned, please let our listeners know there's actually been 5 Russian generals killed. Tell us a bit about that. Follow up on some of what you said in the chat room.
Oh, just a brief take of it. I'd scan through various articles daily when I'm on Twitter, and I don't exactly just believe everything I see. I just use my best discernment. I'd catch on these articles. I'll read the headlines, and then I'll see what matches everywhere else. And of course, I'll look at other Ukrainian media sources and see what matches. And so far the number that sensibly matches is about 5 or 6 right now. Last that I looked, of generals that had been picked out, like sniped out.
Yeah.
So it seems that Ukraine is boasting about their snipers. In fact, there's supposed to be some very well-known sniper from Israel that went to volunteer in Ukraine. I forgot his name, but he's been talked about quite a bit.
Good. I mean, I'm glad to hear that. Certainly, it would help if some Israelis would help Ukraine out. Like I said, they're really on Russia's side because of their quote unquote security concerns with Russia's backing them up in Syria. Because the Israelis, it's such a complicated mess. I could go into...
it's just individuals volunteering.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And aside from that, other things you want to bring up? There must be other things you've observed. That you were talking something the other day about, say, for instance, Putin's nervous reactions, his appearance, etc. Let's see what you said to me in the chat room. Let's try and raise some memories here. Going down to Daniel Arola's messages. Yes, there we are. The defanging the snake. And so yes, you were right. Your assessment about how the war in Ukraine has defanged Putin to a great extent, and how if he winds up getting assassinated or murdered by his own people this month, it would be like another Ides of March revisited. Kind of course, it would be nowhere near the tragedy, but
yeah,
I'm back.
There we are. And so if the two of you gentlemen could continue talking, I'll be back in a few minutes. Just trying to finish getting rid of this tea. Now that the tea is steeped, I've got to throw the leaves away. Otherwise, they'll sit there all night and get gross. So let me handle that. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
And you gentlemen hold the stage. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Now, there's this interesting piece that I found that said, March is an officially difficult month for Russian rulers. Stalin died on March 5th. Alexander II was murdered on March 13th. Nicholas II abdicated on March 15th. Ivan the Terrible died on March 18th. Paul I got strangled on March 24th. Not that I'm implying anything, but tradition is important.
Oh man, yeah. Well, we'll see. We can only hope, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, chances are he knows it, and chances are that's what's driving him in his bizarre mania. That and the fact that he's gone senile, which teaches us a lesson about having all these old men rule. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, Putin's thing is he's striving to want the old USSR again, pretty much, and he just wants to rule by force. But that's clearly not going to happen,
Yeah, and the thing is, that's the problem. Times have to change. You can't bring back. One can't keep resurrecting the same old ghost. Or is humanity the kind of construct where we keep making the same mistakes? I like to believe not.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, it appears that from what we've been hearing from the Russian people themselves, I mean, they're not Putin. I mean, they want some kind of progression in their country,
Yeah.
Especially those sanctions getting rid of. So they got to get rid of Putin.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or they wind up dead because of his bullshit. So I mean, it's pretty much that which you brought up is pretty much going to be the prophecy that fulfills itself.
Yeah, I mean, he's already etched his fate.
And I think that some of the guy who was opposition to him, who he had jailed and tried to poison, maybe that guy will take over. I don't know.
Alexei Navalny.
Yeah. If he, if they get him, if they haven't killed him already.
Oh no, he's still alive actually.
All right. Yeah, I'm actually surprised because then again, I'm fairly certain no prison's cakewalk, but. For people who are political prisoners, I tend to suspect that they're treated worse than even like serial killers and people who've committed just foul deeds.
Well, I don't know. Political prisoners will have more value, especially when they have to trade or or hold them hostage.
Yeah, but when you think about it, if you're imprisoning someone who is opposition to your political practices, you'd want to teach other people a lesson. You'd want to make that person an object lesson so that other people don't decide to revolt against you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So you would probably treat that person worse just to make them an object lesson, to make it even more to make it even less desirable that anyone, winds up, trying to be rebellious.
Or I think one way to do it would be that I would find useful for the perspective of the public would be that as long as this person's behind bars, and then he's just shut. I mean, he's now irrelevant from public service. That the people are left knowing just that, and they don't have to know anything else what's going on.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I'm fairly certain that in China, political dissidents are probably treated worse than regular petty criminals, as far as torture is concerned and things like that. In fact, I'm fairly certain if someone was to walk around carrying like a Winnie the Pooh backpack or something, they would be in for a very long, painful torture compared to, someone who just, hacks someone to death.
Yeah, I mean, the situations are different for each class of people.
Yeah.
I mean, with politics, I mean, most of these politicians, they're already rich and they have family dynasties, but their thing is they want the power.
Yeah.
And even as political prisoners, they still have some power. They still have some kind of leverage.
Well, when I say political prisoner, I didn't mean like someone who was a politician who was prisoner, but someone who was like opposing a politician.
Too. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, if a politician is prisoner, and they had a whole lot of money and power on the outside, chances are they'll get 5-star treatment. I mean, it'll be just like a hotel stay for them. Whereas if you're someone like a journalist or you're someone who's like a whistleblower, chances are you're someone who knows that, I don't know. Let's come up with something
knowing the Russian military, maybe even the Russian prison system are just as broke. So
that's a good point.
So I think the prisoners get equal treatment on that level.
Good point, because if their military is any indication, that's actually a fair assessment. I didn't take that. Yeah, and given that most people are drunk and stoned, beyond stoned anyway. I mean,
you think the Russian homeless would welcome being in jail because at least they're going to get fed.
Yes, excellent point. Yeah. Excellent point is that maybe so many Russians are willing to get arrested just to get 3 hots and a cot, in from the cold. Well,
it's that or death by crocodile, and trust me, you do not want death by crocodile. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh man, those are like the most. If you're someone who's interested in watching all types of medical maladies and horrible things, just look up like videos of people who are suffering from crocodile, and you get to see their all types of things opened up and necrotic and rotting. It's.
I had a phase where I went to looking through that shit before for quite a few years.
Jesus. And was this after you were homeless or before?
Oh, this is long before. I mean, I was still living at home. I mean, this is like one of those one of those curiosities that I knew that would just only last for so long. But it was also integral with the black metal scene that I was part of.
Right.
So, and plus, a lot of my friends, they all had just as crazy musical tastes were. Even the album cover were also kind of repulsive to look at, especially with bands with names like Carcass. There would be literal carcasses on the album.
Yeah, that's right. That was a selling point. I remember that kind of band like Joy Division. Did that fall into that category? Do you remember the band named Joy Division?
That's pretty clean.
Yeah, comparatively speaking. Okay.
Yeah, no, like a band like Carcass, they're like, you don't even want to call it music. They're just like, all real guttural, like goblins with, heavy distortion, fast drum beats.
I love that kind of stuff. That stuff is awesome.
So just demonic. It's just demonic. It's what they would call cacophony. So it's cacophony. So that's
this one would be more like a garage band of cacophony.
Right.
I mean, less ritualistic.
Okay.
So it would be more like speedcore, maybe speedcore metal, where it's like we're just like.
Yep. Exactly that.
Yeah.
And some of them had like 5-second long songs. Just kind of like that.
I've heard those before. Oh my gosh! Sometimes it's hilarious, but sometimes it's like, but in the right state of consciousness, it's actually fun to listen to.
Yeah, I mean that was a phase back in the 90s and when I was in the band scene.
Okay, no, I deeply appreciate that. Thank you for that. And just taking a look at the numbers, let's see how they're holding up. Good numbers for this hour. And in terms of, let's see now, the time we have remaining. Okay, so I'd better get started soon. And Chris Collins brings up, Joy Division, so cute. Well, the singer killed himself on stage. You got to admit, that's a hell of a final act.
How'd he do it?
I think he hanged himself. That's the correct term.
Wow, I guess the band really liked him because he just let him do it.
He was like, well, they didn't know, but in a sense, how could you not know? It's one of those things.
If the guy's literally hanging there, you're not going to be like, oh, he's kind of been struggling and
once it was done, it was just too late. I mean, it can be pretty fast if you do it right. It snaps the neck.
Yeah.
So
there are some, it depends on how much your body weighs, because I've seen videos of people who would just be writhing there for a good 5 minutes until,
No, definitely. I hear what you're saying. In terms of, by the way, how's the weather been in Texas? Daniel.
It's actually been pretty nice. During the day, it's perfect, and then in the evening, it gets cooler, but it doesn't get cold front cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and certainly it's cold here. I do want people to know that what happened was when I got back, which was around early this morning, today, believe it or not, it was the first thing I noticed is that one of my electric blankets had died. Now, fortunately, I had or rather, one of the stupid units that leads to the electric, it's basically a mattress warmer that I'm using as an electric blanket, died. And fortunately, I had another one in backup, so I'm doing all right. I thought that the back warmer that was purchased for me by Amanda Ute had died, and these things happen. You'd be surprised how fast these things die, because they're manufactured by slave labor in communist China, and the way that the only means they have of protesting is to sabotage what they're producing. But in terms of all this shit, basically,
I was happy just to have a space heater when I was homeless.
Oh God! Well, don't even go there. Don't even go there. I mean, of course, I understand that, but here I'm effectively homeless in my own home with this shit because I have no heat. And for people, just so you understand, everybody, that you may look up on the computer and see that San Francisco is about 51 degrees right now. But in the crypt where I'm living, it basically is effectively in its mid-40s. So the temperature on the wall reads mid-40s as opposed to whatever it's saying for the temperature outside. Now, it's still better being in here than on the streets, because believe me, effectively on the streets, I would freeze to death because the streets leach all your body heat, and will get much colder before morning than the mid-40s. But such as it is, in a very real sense, I may as well be out there. So, yeah, anyhow, I got to ultimately get out of here. But in the meantime, fortunately, I found out that the back warmer provided by Amanda Ute was not dead. It turned out that the cord had fallen off the blanket. But once I replugged that, it's back to working and warming my ass right now. But understand, without all of these technical aids, I couldn't be producing this show. It's just,
I can kind of relate to what you're going through because I live in a basement, and this basement if it's 60 degrees outside, it's 40 degrees down here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
It's just it's a hard world. So it's important to make it easier for me. And other than that, of course, fortunately, I have these two gentlemen here that makes it easier for me. Right now, I'm just getting my thoughts together. They're helping to buy me time while I do that, and probably I think I'll spend a good deal of the night just bitching about. In historic context, the man who gave us daylight saving or wartime is Woodrow Wilson. So putting him into
that piece of turd.
Oh God!
Oh my gosh, he's insufferable. And what's even more insufferable is that how in school, I remember in high school we would be taught about these guys, and they would be taught as this was the greatest piece of shit that walked the earth. And I'd be like, okay, I'm never gonna have to use this shit when I leave school. Why am I learning this shit again?
Oh my God, this is why people don't want to learn history, because they instinctively know that all they're learning is shit. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm like, okay, tell me how, and this is the beauty of being black and not being born white, because when you're black, you automatically know it's bullshit because you're like, okay, how is this guy so great when when slavery was still legal in some states? How the fuck was this shit great?
Thank you. By the way, while we have the privilege of Daniel Arola's company with us, did you hear me the other night when Jim Forsyth was on with us? And he said, I was in the Philippines and I met some really sleazy Filipinos. And I says, oh, yeah, that's how Daniel Arola came into the narrative. Yeah. I don't know if you heard that.
No, I think I missed that part.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist that. So I was having fun with that. And aside from all of that, what I was going to ask you while we're privileged with your presence was one time I was talking about how, honestly, I think your average thinking Pinoy would probably agree with me, and I'm sorry I have to draw this conclusion, that I just feel that, I'm sorry, the Filipinos seem, just because of the endemic corruption, and I see no way to really purge that corruption, they seem to be incredibly incapable of governing themselves. It's almost as if they seek a kind of colonialism just for the sake of a more stable government than what they have under their... I mean, so I do want you to put that into context, whether you agree with that or not, and put some details to that. Let us know. I mean, you know about it pretty well. Do you feel that the Filipino people will ever be capable of governing themselves? I mean, what do you feel about this?
Well, I don't think the Filipino people will ever stop being corrupt. Yeah. For one thing, yeah. It's just a matter of whose lies are better, and whose lies would gaslight all over everyone else's lies. I mean, that's what it's been looking like so far from my side, from my view. Although I am aware of who some of my relatives are supporting there for or voting for there in the Philippines, and not that I'm really happy to hear about it, but I'm amused nonetheless. I'm just glad I'm not living there right now, because it's a total circus of chaos. I mean, if the natural disasters don't get them, they do each other in, while at the same time all the communist rebels are still training.
Yeah, it's incredible, and
Damn.
Yeah. So with such being said, aside from that, then let's just put it this way, and I'm not coming from the perspective of, shall we say, who's that guy who was, if Peter Moon was here, he could tell us instantly, but it was the individual who used to be a publisher of science fiction magazines, who was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, and he was very influential.
Ray, oh gosh.
No, you're not thinking of the right one either. It wasn't Robert Heinlein, wasn't an author so much as a publisher, and but he was pretty guilty of I could probably look him up here. Let's take a look at one of my local science fiction reference books. But you probably couldn't find the guy. It's
not Ray Bradbury.
No, God, no, fuck no. It's amazing that Peter Moon actually likes that guy. But a lot of the other older science fiction guys hated him. He was never really part of the big, the normal science fiction in crowd of boys. But there was this one publisher who was arguing that the blacks should be enslaved because they had it better off under slavery. And he was just, an all-around asshole. But of course, he was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Well, that goes without saying. I mean,
Oh yeah. Who your friends are tell you a lot about you.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking. So L. Ron Hubbard is not someone who I'm quite the admirer of at all.
Yeah, he's just, let's just put it this way, he was, just what he was, and of course he was a James Bond villain, let's just put it that way, that's the way to look at him, and
James Bond villain, yeah.
But what was that fucker's name? Somebody might even put it up in the chat room, they would probably think about it, but since I can't remember it, it doesn't matter.
I know you're not talking about Jack London, of course, because that's way before.
Yeah, that's way before. Yeah,
that's way before the time.
Yeah, kind of way before the time. Wasn't that long before the time. I mean, the guy was he was alive through World War II. I mean, he died in the middle of World War II, but they made propaganda films about him. For those of you who don't know,
soon enough.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. He couldn't have died soon enough. By the way, so Chris Collins was saying, I just meant you suggesting, or rather questioning, if they were black metal. Yes, Joy Division. I'm sure I got the musicology way off. And everybody knows I'm tone deaf. The only thing, I hate to say it, the majority of the music that appeals to me is like bubblegum pop. I mean, really. I'm definitely
like Britney Spears and all that stuff?
Yeah, kind of, really, yeah. I mean, and half of it is just the music videos, that. I'm there for the ass. But
okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's more for the visuals than for the music. When it comes to my point, however, is that it's not taking the same stance as that editor did with saying that blacks are better off enslaved, but it's rather taking the stance that the Filipino situation is such that they seem to seek colonial power just so they can have some level of stability. And besides that,
well, a lot of that could be acculturation resulting from the colonial incursion, because left.
Well, that goes sans saying. I mean,
yeah. I mean, because it's like it's like the same thing people talk about, like, you know, and this is something white folks say. Oh, you people are so ghetto. You don't got it together. When they're talking about black people, it's like, dude, if you fucking went through goddamn thousands of years of slavery, what the fuck would you do?
well, hundreds of years. Hundreds. So you,
well, okay. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. Maybe half 1,000 years. There we go. That's more I propose.
Yeah,
but
bad enough. Bad enough.
But it's like, dude, and then your oppressor is still ruling over you. What the hell are you going to do? I mean, well, yeah. So I mean, I'm basically slamming colonialism for that, but who knows? You know, maybe what they need is someone worse than their corrupt government, who's from the colonial empire, who's an outsider, who they have to overthrow, and they say, okay, yeah, we got to get our shit together because we can't have this crazy piece of shit happening again. I mean, maybe that's what they need. You have a good point.
The black woman's rule.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, the black woman's rule.
That black woman's rule. Yeah. Well, you're bringing that up here in America, but for the Filipinos, it's different. The Filipinos. Here's part of the problem: is that many Filipinos want to be white, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, this is what I'm saying. Give them a white tyrant who's worse than anything they've ever had, and that will just destroy that in colonial indoctrination, because they'll realize, damn, these people are fucking crazy. Why do we want to be like them again?
Well, they tried that with Duterte, except he's not white, of course.
Right.
But,
yeah, he's just another wannabe.
well, that's what I'm saying though. If it was someone who's like legitimately white, I don't know, like let's say maybe Joe Biden's son decides to run for the Philippines and some shit and fucks everything up, or maybe Donald Trump Jr. Either way, I mean, you can't. Either way, it's a lose-lose.
No, it's also sad. I don't understand why MacArthur just didn't retire to the Philippines in the sense of becoming their dictator. You know, he wanted to become the dictator of the United States, and when that failed, it was like he just kind of said, okay, I'll retire. I mean, he was ancient, and this is incredible. All of those generals in World War II were so fucking old and ancient, and they were all survivors of World War I and shit. And so another factor a lot of people don't take into account, this truly was a case of old men really just sending young men to war. By the way, we hear some noises there. Is that you're preparing something in the kitchen there? I was just curious.
No, that was me.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah. No, that was me. I just closed the freezer. I had to put some shit up.
Okay, yeah. Well, definitely appreciate your being with us tonight. We love you dearly, and of course, you know, our man, you know, Daniel has been through it all with us. But by the way, Jameson, did you like what Peter Moon said about that photograph, saying, "Oh, where's your mom's tits?" Is this like?
Oh man,
that was.
I don't know if he's complaining or in admiration.
No. Yeah, go on.
It sounds like Peter. It sounds like Peter.
Yes. No, but then I explained to him, I'm the one on top, Peter. That was the point. You thought that was my mom. It was me. That's on top in the photograph.
Yeah, his clips are pretty. Well. I'm not going to go there. Just like I didn't entertain, you know, going into the, you know, addiction thing anymore with him. I'm just going to leave it at that. Well, it's like a coworker you talk to because you have to, not because you want to. All right, so I'll leave that alone.
There we are, and All right. Getting my act together as best as I can. Certainly, without these men, it wouldn't be possible. And also, tell us a bit more. While Daniel Arola, I take it he'll be saying goodnight soon. But whenever you wish, Daniel, just let us know and say goodnight to the listeners and retreat into the gentle night. And everything is going well in your gardens, the greenhouse.
Oh yeah. I'm about to start harvesting some peppers here soon.
Oh, wonderful. And so these peppers, tell us a bit about this.
These peppers are good for the salad that I make for the lady.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. And you cook everything at home? You're essentially the cook?
Well, actually, yeah. I do the cooking at home. Yeah.
Okay. And
about half the time, well, no. Actually, no. More than half the time I cook, but the rest we'll order in and out every now and then.
Oh, you're a woman's dream, really. A man who does the cooking for. There's no. Honestly, there's no comparison. Aside from that, and your ability to dance and play music and everything else, you're pretty incredible. Quite the catch. So there you have that. And, aside from all of that, anything else you want to bring up or something we should be paying attention to before you take off into the gentle night and I take the stage?
Yeah, I think the one thing that I couldn't help but notice is these volunteer fighters in Ukraine.
Yeah,
they're not soldiers.
Yeah,
these guys are warriors, including the women.
Yes.
I mean, it's a whole community thing. I mean, it's like a nationwide tribe.
Yes.
And I keep sensing warrior spirit from these people, and warrior spirit beating up soldiers.
Yes.
That can do nothing else but follow orders.
Yeah.
Although their commanders are already deserting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of this is valid. Yes, thank you. And I think that's important. Now, what about some of these mixed martial arts fighters? How many of them are Ukrainian and how many of them are Russian that you know of?
I tend to shy away from becoming fans of a lot of these fighters, with a few exceptions like Habib, even though he's retired now, which I like better. But I don't know. I have some issues because a lot of these guys they tend to be pro Putin and they tend to be pro MAGA.
Yeah.
And so I can say I don't actually ignore them because I'll still troll them when I get the chance to.
Troll them.
Yeah. But I really don't care for these guys right now.
Yeah. I hear you, and deeply appreciate it. It's a tough situation. So in terms of, shall we say, anything else you want to bring to our attention before our man Jameson takes over for a few minutes? As a matter of fact, did you tell our man, I take it, well, Sammy's not here now, but you probably didn't tell Sammy or Daniel about your travels with Salman Sheikh this weekend, did you?
No.
I heard it. I heard it.
So you heard it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay. Now, in terms of was that all you had to share about that, Jameson? Nothing besides that? There was some other details about it you may not have brought up, right?
Well, it was pretty much cool. We did do some talking about, me and Solomon were just exchanging some information, about things that I will speak to you in private about. which are probably quite interesting. He'll probably there is something when Peter Moon and Jojo are going to visit you. Salman said if I have to hold down the show for you, that he wouldn't mind being on call for a little bit. I just have to let him know when.
What about we how about we make him the producer and tell him to try and plan to host for a few hours? That way you can kind of be the executive producer for him. Let him be the host. We'd have to give him the password, but that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of fucking everything up because I don't remember the password.
No, I don't know the password either.
Of course not. I mean, that's the point. I would have to give.
Play it by ear.
Yeah. Oh shit. What we're.
I think that'll work. I'll speak to him about it because we might be able to work that out. Because I know that he's the reason why he's going to be off is because it's Ramadan and he has to do the religious observances, which is totally fine. I understand that. Of course, fortunately for me, as a black magician, we don't need to take magical retreats, especially not when you're doing this stuff every day of the week. Anyway, so I mean, it is what it is. But
all right, guys, I gotta go now.
Okay.
All right.
We love you dearly.
Good night, Daniel.
Have a blessed night. Yes.
All right, later.
Yeah. Okay. And so that was Daniel Arola, and of course we're very fortunate to have that man with us. So we'll discuss this with him and see what we can come up with.
Okay,
oh my God.
I did note some funny things, like when I was walking through around 86th Street with them, they were like these mobs, they were like these groups of women, and I guess one of them was admiring my cheekbones, and I was just like, because I was walking and talking with the other guys, that I was like, I didn't notice it, but I was like, okay, interesting. This is going to be a good summer. I just got to get out of the shy spot and smile, which is actually, I'm one of the people who looks better angry than I do when I'm happy. Okay. I look really goofy and non-threatening when I smile.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's that's how people really appreciate you, is when you are goofy and non-threatening. There we are.
I've actually had women tell me that I'm more attractive when I'm angry. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, there may be. Wait, who knows? People are weird.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll go in the background. Let you do your monologue.
Not yet. I'm not letting you go yet. Just you said you had a concealed weapon. Do you always go out with this concealed weapon? I'm just curious.
It's one of the things. Okay, remember what you said your father told you to always have on you?
Yeah.
A belt and another tool that allows you to.
Yeah.
Yes. It's one of those things that happen because of all the oh man, after that sort of violent encounter, I figured, okay, how do I know I don't want to be in a situation where I wind up dead. And the thing is, I didn't know I had it in there, because usually there was a period of time where I took it out because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just carry these big old crystals and bop someone over the head with them. They'll be like, oh, look at this dude, he's got expensive crystals, let's steal from him, and they'll get whacked right in the head and they'll be out cold. That was the sort of idea. I didn't know that there was a sort of throwing knife in my bag. Not that that's a problem, because I know that there's a certain number of inches that it has to be lawful. And well, the only concern was that, so I'm fairly certain, and Sami Chick was like, oh, you'll be all right, and I'm thinking to myself, and that was when Angel Millar said maybe he shouldn't go in. And I think that was the good call, not to go in, because they do bag checks and they put you through the metal detector. And to put this into context, this comes during a during like a week after this incident that happened in the MoMA Museum. For those who don't know, some dude walked into the Museum of Modern Art
Yes.
with a knife, and he
Yes.
just jumped over the freaking counter and stabbed someone in the eye. I don't know if he killed a person or not, but that I'm thinking I have that in the back of my head, and I'm like, nope, not going in that museum. Happening.
Yeah,
So
yeah, no, good idea. And definitely appreciate where you're coming from with that. Okay, so everybody give me a chance to breathe and center myself. During this period of time, our man Jameson Reese is going to do some chanting. I'm just kidding. He will say something to
yeah, well,
burn bandwidth. And
okay, so what I will say is that in New York, there has been an increase in. Everyone knows that there's an increase in violence. There was this guy who went on a homeless killing rampage.
oh, right. Yes. Charming
Yeah, that.
individual. Isn't he
Yeah.
black?
Yes. And what concerned me even more was the fact that he has a similar skin complexion to myself.
Yes.
Made
Yeah.
which made me even more unnerved. And the guy supposedly comes from, I don't know where he comes from, Alabama, somewhere like that. But then the dude, they wound up catching him in Florida. And there have been a lot of incidents going on where people, of course, there's the beatings on people of Asian American descent,
Yes,
which
horrible.
always catches my ire because that's the last thing because usually the people who are caught doing it are like these big fat ugly black motherfuckers, and I'm
Yes.
like what I'm like,
What
dude,
the fuck is with
seriously,
that? Yes. Yeah.
dude, you couldn't beat up someone white. It
Yeah.
has to be someone Asian.
Yeah.
It has to
Because
be someone who's of an ethnicity that's not trying to exterminate your ethnicity. I mean, seriously.
yeah, it's just genuine pieces of shit. Just fucking pieces of shit. Oh my
And then
god. Yeah. Go on.
I think there was also this white dude with blonde hair who was like shooting and killing homeless people. Who they caught him, but they didn't say anything about. They didn't say anything about it after they caught him because, of course, he's white, and why would they? The whole point of the media is to make people of color look as bad as possible and make people who are white have every excuse in the book for what they did, because that's just what it is, sadly.
Yeah.
That's the Memo nanny sec in action.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And for those of you who don't know that term, that is an acronym. Of course, there are so many elements to that acronym. I myself don't consciously remember them all. But if you go by the initials, my Monanisec, it would be something like fuck. I used to send that acronym.
I have it written down.
Yes, we have to look it up in order to get it all.
Yeah,
But its
let
main
me
point.
pull it.
Yeah, is to show that the military-industrial complex is integrated into every aspect of your society, basically. And so if you don't understand that, then you don't understand why America is so propagandistically mobilized for the constant wars that we're always involved in, aside from the war against the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. And yet Americans think of the military as this heroic body of wonderful people because we've got the entertainment complex behind it, the pharmaceutical complex behind it, and this is because the military contracts everyone else for defense. By the way, did you find it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. It's
so read it out loud. Thank you.
this is military, intelligence, medical, occult, entertainment, narcotics, academic, nuclear, information, sciences, industrial, congressional complex. Established 1876.
Yes, thank you. And that was the year, of course, that a United States, a Union general was made your president against the wishes of the public. He did not win the popular vote at all, nowhere near it. Didn't win the electoral vote, but they basically railroaded him in to power to prevent the Civil War from falling back into open rebellion. And There you have that. And he, in exchange, basically ended the Union occupation of the Confederate States of America. But at that moment, basically a pirate flag was run up over both the United and Confederal States. And we've been paying the price ever since. So there you go. The U.S. military builds nothing, produces nothing. It doesn't build or produce anything on its own. It doesn't have an industry. It doesn't own factories. It doesn't own chemical plants. So everything that is done has to be done by contract. So when it comes to research, your military contracts universities. When they need to produce something, they contract industries. So when they need to propagandize, then they contract Hollywood. So Hollywood, of course, makes these alien invasion films in particular. And
yeah.
Yeah.
And the ridiculous thing about that is, I honestly, in real life, were there an alien invasion, the military would be like, well, there's nothing we can do about it. You're on your own.
Thank you. Pretty
They would
much.
they would not be out there in fleet like, okay, we have to do this. And the absurdity of it. Oh gosh. Oh, the most absurd thing is the use of bullets. Stone Age technology against aliens that are supposed to have like these rays and beams and all kinds of shit that they're interstellar, for goodness sake, and they're being killed by bullets.
I don't mind that so much as that's, men with machine guns can be killed by primitives with spears. So it's not, that's,
Well,
it's not that so much,
granted,
yeah.
but I mean, oh man, it's just the gun fetish cultist.
There we
American
are. That's
cult
what's
of the
offensive.
gun thing.
That's what's offensive.
I'm tired of
Yeah.
it. Why not have laser shooters?
Yeah. I mean, well, we'll see what happens.
I
in the
mean,
future.
you're ready.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you're already sci-fi with the alien invasion thing.
Yeah. So.
Why not just go all out?
I mean, no, I hear you. I get it in that regard. There is something, shall we say, just perverse about the way they need to make it as contemporary as possible in terms of the human side to a degree, but at the same time, no, I get it. I mean, I thought that the movie Battleship actually was excellent in the sense that, you're showing actually having to bring in World War II technology to fight the aliens because it's lower technology and therefore not inhibited by their ability to black out everything electronic. But at the same time,
I can see the brilliance in that.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was also brilliant in the sense that it shows that the World War II technology was actually far more powerful than anything we've got today because everything is relying on aircraft to do all the damage, and therefore the Navy has nothing on par with the guns that they had in World War II. There's nothing that comes close.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
That super sucks.
Yes, I mean
that.
Yeah.
That just raises my confidence level of a world war even more.
Yes.
I am almost certain we're going to be relying on the Georgia Guidestones after this is over.
Yeah, there you go. And the unrealistic aspect of the film was, and there's nothing you could do about it unless you went into making it a mini series. You'd have to make it a mini series and find out all kinds of rationalizations for people to become interested in World War II technology or something. But it was just unrealistic, of course. But what else could you do? They just had a bunch of the care providers for the battleship help the modern sailors get it into action again so it could be used. But it's a very appealing idea, but it's like almost physically impossible. It's definitely, you want it to happen for the film, for the sake of the film, but it's also just physically impossible. It would take a major effort to rehabilitate that battleship to get it back into afloat and able to do some damage. But also, just the shells, even they had a few around, like they showed in the film, and I mean, they did the best they could. I was sad that it didn't succeed in the box office. But here's the problem: is that, of course, America's been saturated, and just didn't need, or the American public just didn't feel that it needed another patriotic let's kill the aliens film. But then again, it's also, how would I say it, kind of poetic justice, because these alien films are basically trying to hide the Roswell reality. They're basically trying to say there really are aliens. By the way, just to put this into some context for people, what I've told you all along, that our solar system is profoundly unique, that there is no other solar system like our own. That's what they're finding, and they're trying to present this to people as like, like this is something, oh God, we never thought it was going to be like this. But every solar system is nothing like ours. Ours is the only elementally ordered solar system in which we have the planets aligned in such a way that it makes life possible. We're not running into any other solar system that allows that possibility. In other words, we've got the big planet Jupiter just absorbing all of the incoming bolides that would otherwise pummel all the other planets, and because we have that enables life to be possible here, and without that, life would be impossible on Earth. So what they're finding is in other solar systems, the arrangement is much, much different and just not conducive for life to evolve at all.
In a real sense, we are the center of the universe.
Well, we are. And obviously we were created. I mean, this is the point. There was intelligent design involved here.
Yeah, that much can't be denied, because, even if I mean, I have no doubt there's a, supreme creator or whatnot. It's just a question as to what the thing is. And forgive me if I mean not to, tread on anyone's spirituality.
Say that so disrespectfully, right?
I'm supposed to be against that thing that created everything. So, I mean, I'll give it its respect and its power, but it is, for all intents and purposes, theologically, I'm supposed to be theologically aligned against that thing. Nonetheless, whether it's a god or a simulation, there's definitely some intelligent design in all this. I would say, honestly, it feels to me like some kind of the simulation of some kind of Lovecraftian gods. They all got together in a lab and said, well, I want to make something fucked up, man. Yeah, let's create this human world with Earth and whatnot. That's what I'm thinking, man. But who knows? And so this whole simulation, is what we would consider God, because in a real sense it is God. Because if the outer things decide to turn this simulation off, well, nothing exists.
Well, at any rate, shall we move on? In terms of the what I want to thank Jameson for is expressing himself, of course. We will move on from there as gracefully as we can.
That folks don't take me seriously. I don't take myself seriously, so please don't take it seriously.
It's just hard to express oneself when it comes to the complexities of these subject matters, but we thank you for trying. And with that, of course, Jameson, love you dearly. Say blessed night to our audience. Let them know that you will be here in the background if I need you.
All right. Good night, folks. I will be in the background. I do have a lot to work on, unless I get really cold, and then I'll have to go into hibernation, and you'll wind up waking me up. But I don't foresee that. So,
Okay.
Good night, folks.
Yes, bless you. Thank you so much. And so glad that he got together with Salman Sheikh for that wonderful day that they had. And I think this is so important. Very healthy thing for him to be doing. I'll ask them more about that tarot card reading later because that struck me as very unusual. That was odd. So I might ask Jameson about that later. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson, Tucson, spelled like Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, so today's date, in case you didn't know, yesterday's date by this point, we're 5 minutes into tomorrow. It is now 5 minutes past midnight on the Pacific coast. So within Pacific Daylight Time, we are into fucking Monday, I think. Yes, Monday. So we are this Sunday commemorating, memorializing the Goliad massacre. That is the other Alamo. So this is a shout out, of course, to Crystal River. Daniel Arola, of course, does not identify as a Texan so much as Crystal River does. So shout out unto she and to those who take pride in their Texas background. Understand this about Goliad. Although it's overshadowed by the fall of the Alamo, the Goliad massacre claimed the lives of twice as many Texans. Now, as the ashes of the Alamo continued to smolder, Sam Houston feared another disaster could befall his Texas Army, and Mexican forces under General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna continued to sweep across Texas toward Fort Defiance, the presidio in Goliad that had been seized by the Tex rebels in October of 1835, at the outset of their war for independence. Houston ordered Colonel James W. Fannin to evacuate his 400-man force from Goliad and retreat to Victoria, a town 30 miles to the east behind the natural defense of the Guadalupe River. Now, Houston warned Fannin, the immediate advance of the enemy may be confidently expected. Prompt movements are therefore highly important. Fannin, however, lacked the same urgency as the orders he received on March 14th of 1836. You had this finely bred, West Point-trained officer lingering for days as a 1,400-man army led by Santa Anna's Chief Lieutenant General Jose de Urrea closed in on Goliad. So whether he was indecisive, stubborn, or loyal to the rebels away on missions whom he did not want to abandon, Fannin remained in Goliad until the morning of March 19th. By the time the colonel ordered the retreat, it was too late. Urea's advance riders had already spotted the Texan defenses, and the main army was just hours behind. Even on the move, Fannin's long-delayed retreat advanced at a sluggish pace. When one of their carts fell into the San Antonio River, the colonel told his men to halt and retrieve it. Now, over the protests of his officers, Fannin also ordered his troops to stop for more than an hour to allow their oxen to graze. So while the livestock ate, the Texas rebels' stomachs rumbled since they forgot to pack any food. And when the Texans finally resumed their march in the afternoon, they quickly encountered the Mexican forces. Instead of taking cover in the nearby woods, Fannin ordered his men to form a square on an open prairie near Coleto Creek. And with cannons stationed at each corner of the square, the Texans held firm. And although shot in the thigh, Fannin continued to lead the fight till darkness fell. And encircled by the enemy and low on ammunition and water, the desperate Texans worked through the night to dig ditches and haul overturned carts, dead horses, and, yes, even fallen comrades, to buttress the walls of their earthworks. Yes, human bodies were placed into the breach. When dawn broke, however, so did the realization that the arrival of Mexican reinforcements during the night had made their situation hopeless. And faced with annihilation, the Texans raised a white flag and were marched back to Goliad and incarcerated in the Presidio Chapel at Fort Defiance, along with other rebels captured in the nearby area. So this took place on the 20th day of March, 186 years ago. Fannin may have hoped, or even expected, that his men would be treated as prisoners of war and given clemency. If Urea gave him that guarantee, however, he did not have the power to do so. A decree issued by Santa Anna himself in December of 1835 ordered that all foreigners fighting against the government would be treated as pirates and so executed. Urea, however, urged his commander to be lenient. He wrote to Santa Anna, "This show of generosity after a hotly contested engagement is worthy of the highest commendation, and I can do no less than to commend it to your excellency." Santa Anna, however, had no such desire for mercy. He ordered the immediate mass execution of all the perfidious foreigners and dispatched an aide to Goliad to ensure that Lieutenant Colonel Jose Nicolas de la Portilla, who had been left in charge at Goliad while Urea continued his march through southern Texas, carried out his brutal directive. An hour after Santa Anna's execution orders arrived, Portilla received the contradictory message from Urea to treat the prisoners with consideration, and especially their leader, Fannin. And after an agonizing night weighing the two instructions, Portilla decided to uphold the wishes of the Mexican dictator. As Palm Sunday dawned on March 27th, the prisoners were divided into quarters. While the sick and wounded remained in the chapel, the other three groups were escorted on different roads out of town. Believing they were on missions to gather wood, drive cattle, or even sail to safety in New Orleans, the rebels joked and swapped stories. As soon as they were ordered to halt a half-mile from the fort, however, the Texans realized their fates. The Mexican guards opened fire. Those not killed by the gunshots were butchered with bayonets. Back at the Presidio, the Mexicans executed the wounded against the chapel wall and even shot them in their makeshift beds. The injured Fanin was the last to be slaughtered. His 3 dying wishes were to be shot in the chest, given a Christian burial, and have his watch sent to his family. Instead, the Mexican commanding officer shot Fanin in the face, burned his body with the others, and kept the timepiece as a war prize. Nearly 350 Texans were mass executed in the GOLIAD massacre, twice as many as were killed at the siege of the Alamo. The death toll would have been even higher if not for a Mexican woman known as the Angel of Goliad, who convinced a Mexican colonel to spare the lives of approximately 20 doctors, orderlies, and interpreters. Santa Anna's ruthless treatment of the captured soldiers had the opposite effect than what he intended. The Napoleon of the West was no longer seen as a brilliant military strategist, but as a cruel despot. The Goliad massacre hardened attitudes toward Santa Anna throughout the United States and inflamed and unified the Texas resistance. Less than a month later, as Sam Houston prepared his men for the decisive Battle of San Jacinto that would earn Texas its independence, he concluded his impassioned speech with a rallying cry, "Remember the Alamo! The Alamo! The Alamo!" But his men thundered a reply with an addendum, "Remember the Alamo! Remember Goliad!" Now, this is parallel to the fact that reality doesn't conform to the theory of the rational, calculating despot who can play the long game. Vladimir Putin has fallen into the dictator trap. In the span of but a couple of weeks, Vladimir Putin, a man recently described by Donald Trump as a strategic genius, managed to revitalize NATO, unify a splintered West, turn Ukraine's little-known president into a global hero, wreck Russia's economy, and solidify his legacy as a murderous war criminal. How did he miscalculate so badly? Well, to answer that question, you have to understand the power and information ecosystems around dictators. Now, I've studied dictators and despots across the globe, well, throughout my life. And in my research, I've persistently encountered a stubborn myth of the savvy strongman, the rational, calculating despot who can play the long game because he, and it's typically a he, doesn't have to worry about pesky polls or angry voters. Our elected leaders, as this view suggests, the Republican view, for what it's worth, are no match for the tyrant who gazes into the next decade rather than fretting about next year's election. Reality doesn't conform to that red state, that Team Red Republican theory. Autocrats such as Putin eventually succumb to what may be called the dictator trap. The strategies they use to stay in power tend to trigger their eventual downfall. Rather than being long-term planners, many make catastrophic short-term errors, the kinds of errors that would likely have been avoided in democratic systems. They hear only from sycophants and get bad advice. They misunderstand their population. They don't see threats coming until it's too late. And unlike elected leaders who leave office to riches, book tours, and the glitzy lifestyle of a statesman, many dictators who miscalculate leave office in a casket, a possibility that makes them even more likely to double down. Despots sow the seeds of their own demise early on, when they first face the trade-off between allowing freedom of expression and maintaining an iron grip on power. After arriving in the palace, crushing dissent and jailing opponents is often rational from the perspective of a dictator. It creates a culture of fear that is useful for establishing and maintaining control. But that culture of fear comes, well, it cometh with a cost. For those of us living in liberal democracies, criticizing the boss is risky, but we're not going to be shipped off to a gulag or watch our family get tortured. In authoritarian regimes, those all too real risks have a way of focusing the mind. Is it ever worthwhile for authoritarian advisors to speak truth to power? As a result, despots rarely get told that their stupid ideas are stupid, or that their ill-conceived wars are likely to be catastrophic. Offering honest criticism is as deadly, well, it's a deadly game, and most advisors avoid the play. Those who dare to gamble eventually lose and are purged. So over time, the advisors who remain are usually yes-men, who act like bobbleheads, nodding along when the despot outlines some crackpot scheme. Even with such seemingly loyal cronies, despots face a dilemma. How can you trust the loyalty of an entourage that has every reason to lie and conceal its true thoughts? The ancient Greek philosopher Xenophon wrote of that inescapable paradox of tyranny. To quote his T, "It is never possible for the tyrant to trust that he is loved, and plots against tyrants spring from none more than from those who pretend to love them most." To solve this problem, despots create loyalty tests, ghoulish charades, to separate true believers from pretenders. To be trusted, advisors must lie on behalf of the regime. Those who repeat absurd claims without blinking are deemed to be loyal. Anyone who hesitates is considered suspect. In Kim Jong-un's North Korea, for example, the lies have gotten progressively more ridiculous. Once a lie becomes widely accepted, the value of that individual loyalty test declines. Once everyone knows that Kim Jong-un learned to drive when he was just 3 years old, a new, more extreme lie must emerge for the test to serve its purpose. The cycle repeats itself, and a cult of personality is born. Now, plenty of people around Putin understood that dynamic, which is why they were willing to parrot Putin's outlandish claim that the Jewish president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is presiding over a neo-Nazi state. Now, such myth-making can happen in democracies, too, if you have an authoritarian-style leader. Just consider how many red Republicans have fallen over one another to endorse Donald Trump's lies about the 2020 election in order to prove their MAGA bona fides. But to stay in power, despots have to worry about more than just their advisors and their cronies. They have to win over, intimidate, or coerce their population too. That's why dictators invest in state-sponsored media. In Russia, the state goes so far as to present fake presidential candidates who pretend to oppose Putin in rigged elections. The whole system is a Potemkin village, an illusion of choice and political debate. Again, that mechanism of control comes with a cost. Some citizens brainwashed by state propaganda will support a war that is certain to backfire. Others privately oppose the regime but will be too afraid to say anything. As a result, reliable polling does not exist in autocracies, and Russia is no exception. That means that despots like Putin are unable to accurately understand the attitudes of their own people. If you live in a fake world long enough, it can start to feel real. Dictators and despots begin to believe their own lies, repeat it back at them, and propagate it by state-controlled media. That might help explain why Putin's recent speeches have stood out as unhinged rants. It's certainly possible that his mind has succumbed to his own propaganda, creating a warped Weltanschauung, as my biological father Hitler would say, a worldview, in which the invasion of Ukraine was, as Trump put it, an incredibly savvy maneuver. The risks of miscalculation are compounded, psychology research has so shown, by the fact that power literally goes to your head, including in a key way that may be relevant in explaining Putin's costly gambit in Ukraine. The longer someone is in power, the more they begin to get a sense of what is known as illusory control, a mistaken belief that they can control outcomes much more than they actually can. That delusion is particularly dangerous in dictatorships, in which there are virtually no checks or balances, no term limits or free elections to boot someone from power. Some Russia experts, such as Fiona Hill, have recently suggested that Putin has spent much of the pandemic isolated and alone, poring over old maps of the lost Russian Imperium. Cumulatively, it's possible to imagine how these factors combine to convince Putin that his brutal blunder in Ukraine was a good idea. When despots screw up, they need to watch their own back. Yet again, they can become victims of the dictator trap. To crush prospective enemies, they must demand loyalty and crack down on criticism. But the more they do so, the lower the quality of information they receive, and the less that they can trust the people who purport to serve them. As a result, even when government officials learn about plots to overthrow an autocrat, they may not share that knowledge. This is known as the vacuum effect, and it means that authoritarian presidents might learn of coup d'etat attempts and putsches only when it's too late. This raises a question that should keep Putin awake at night. If the oligarchs were to eventually make a move against him, would anyone even warn him? Clearly, Putin is no fool, but as we debate possible endgames to the war in Ukraine, we should not delude ourselves. Putin, like many despots, is not behaving fully rationally. He inhabits a fantasy world, surrounded by people who are afraid to challenge him, with a mind that has been poisoned by more than 2 decades as a tyrant. He's made a catastrophic mistake in Ukraine, one that may yet prove his downfall. Democracy isn't perfect. It's messy. It can be short-sighted. Many powerful democracies, including these United States, are dysfunctional. But at least our leaders face real constraints, real pushback for their miscalculations, and real criticism from their population. And, crucially, there's a built-in mechanism to replace our leaders when they start to behave irrationally or irresponsibly. That's why it's time to jettison the myth of the savvy strongman, or the dictator who's a geopolitical genius. Putin has fallen victim to the dictator trap and proved that he be neither. Now, when it comes to our own situation, let me check into the live stream. And, by the way, our dear friend Troy Bellamy says, speaking of aliens, have you ever done a segment on Phil Schneider and or William Cooper? Did you know those men and their stories? Yes, I knew William Cooper personally. And he basically wrote Behold a Pale Horse, which is the most stolen book in the world after the Bible, or was for the longest time. And he's an individual who he's dead, of course. He was assassinated, basically with the connivance of, well, the man who served as his intern, Alex Jones. But William Cooper turned against the alien conspiracy myth and began to strive against the deep state. That's why Alex Jones was assigned to make certain that he died and piss all over his good name once he was no longer alive to protest. So I've gone into some depth about this in the past, written entire columns on it, as a matter of fact. Perhaps I should republish them, but I don't know if Troy Bellamy is on Facebook and would be able to access them. So this is why I do insist everyone do have a Facebook account, even if it's under a false name with a fake IP address that you start off with a rented cell phone that you throw away thereafter to use as a reference. This would make it impossible to access it if you ever needed to change it again, but maybe you could say you got a new phone or something. It shouldn't be impossible, really. But it's just so that your information isn't raped by Facebook and sold off for profit, and but you can still access what I publish. And it's just the most convenient place for me to work with. I have not yet adapted to any of these other mediums, and they allow far less space for me to make a statement anyway. But Facebook, I can publish entire columns. So it's just easier for me to publish there. And so if you can access Facebook, then that would be the place to go. In the meantime, when I was speaking of this young lady, and I did get a few comments on this, and I actually don't mind. It's fairly sharp people who were pointing out that one of the Blood Boys who was providing me my meal, my liquid intake, over the St. Patrick's Day celebrations was a young man who we had made up, so to speak, garnished really, to look a lot like the young lady who is from Lijian, who we're helping to attain, we're helping her to resettle in the United States. And people were saying, I thought you didn't mix sex with food, or basically conflate the feminine with people that I derive blood from, because, of course, as I pointed out, understand that this isn't some romantic trip when you're taking someone's blood. It can be taken as erotic by some people, but it's really you're feeding. Albeit you want a good-looking meal. This is like wanting a well-prepared meal on a dish, right? And garnish is everything. It's what makes a meal look good. That's the whole point. You don't want to eat something that looks like shit that came out of the gutter. So you want something that's attractively prepared. So in this sense, my son and I experimented with one of the blood boys looking as well as he could like the young lady from Lichuan. And so we had fun with that, and it's not sexual, okay? It's rather, in this case, simply the package for the meal was made, presented in such a manner that it was aesthetically pleasing. So take it as that, rather than something erotic. Get your minds out of the gutter, and we can move on from there. Other than that, I don't mind the question and appreciate that, so I can put it into some context for those of you who don't understand anything I'm talking about right now. Again, if you had a Facebook account, you could reference exactly what I was speaking about. And with that, of course, we kind of move on. But the thing to say about Lichuan, it seems these Romans who resettled there lived peacefully in Lichuan, and 2,000 years later, we have DNA evidence that over 50% of the villagers in modern-day Lichuan have Caucasian ancestry, including green and blue eyes, increased average height, and other distinguishing characteristics such as distinctly Roman noses. The people in the small village are aware of and proud of their ancestry, celebrating the Romans and showing a fond interest in bulls, a heavily worshipped animal of the Roman legions. In every reference from the Asian sources, the foreigners appear to be none other than the 10,000 legionaries captured at Carrhae. The only gap in knowledge is that the Romans transferred from Parthian control to Mongol control as the Mongols held the town at the Battle of Gigi. It seems that either the Romans were captured and transported again, or more likely, they were sold as mercenaries. Their fish scale formation at the battle is most certainly the well-known testudo formation, and the professional practice points to seasoned soldiers forming the turtle shell with their shields. These Romans would have had just each other for company through these many years, so it's understandable to conclude they had outstanding discipline and maintained their training, which would lead them to having such an impressive showing at the Battle of Gigi, and that the Chinese, in turn, used them to guard their own territory. The modern descendants of the Romans are decent evidence of the Romans' presence, but there are two other scenarios which are possible. The town of Lichuan was near the multicultural Silk Road, therefore the Caucasian DNA could be from travelers along the road. The other possibility is that the soldiers at the battle and settlers of the Chinese town were actually descendants of Alexander the Great's army, though this seems even more unlikely as the events are multiple generations removed from Alexander's campaigns, and the army at Gigi was clearly fighting in a professional and Western way. Now, based off of the DNA of their descendants, it does seem like they were never subject to many Tibetan raids, or perhaps they were put to the test again and decisively held their own ground. Official documents show that in the 9th year of Anno Domini, 9 years into the Christian calendar, the city was briefly renamed by Emperor Wang Mang as Jie Liu, which means prisoners taken in storming a city. Prisoners taken in storming a city would be the best way to translate that very brief name, Jie Liu. Eventually, the Roman legionnaires intermarried with the local population and then finally died out. well before the first recorded diplomatic contact between the Roman and Chinese empires in AD 166, when an envoy dispatched by Emperor Marcus Aurelius arrived in the Chinese imperial capital of Liaoyang. The last mention of Lijian came in AD 746, when the city was overrun by Tibetans, who also had their own militant empire and had conquered vast swaths of China in the past. The locals of Lijian are already convinced that they have Roman ancestry. In 2005, scientists took DNA samples from 93 residents of the region. The results proved that some of them had as much as 56% Caucasian origins. Many recent studies have been dedicated to trying to demonstrate that this reality is false. Under the communists, after the trade wars started and the Western tourists no longer came and the population could no longer be exploited as a tourist attraction, then a few years later, a Communist Party ordered DNA test was done. However, this time the results were rigged to come out negative. So the Lijianwen, the legionary people, or the Romans, are facing cultural genocide, a denial of their very history, just as Putin denies the history of the Ukrainians as a legitimate nation state. If you want to know more about the people of Lijian, you might be interested in reading the historical novel titled Empire of Dragons, written by the Italian author Valerio Massimo Manfredi. First name Valerio should be easy for you. Surname, or his family name, is spelled Manfredi, Manfredi, which is inspired by the historical facts. In addition, the author Ben Kane, in the second part of his trilogy, The Forgotten Legion, which is titled The Silver Eagle. It's part of the Forgotten Legion franchise or trilogy. The second book in the series is titled The Silver Eagle, makes references to these wretched legionnaires lost in China. Now, that both of those sources are excellent for really giving you the mood you seek for the background of these wonderful people, and I'm very proud that we're helping to reestablish one of their own here in the United States with all the resources we can muster, both underworld and overworld. In terms of her aid, my greatest despair really comes from the fact that there's several reasons why she and I cannot maintain a real long-term relationship romantically. I have nothing to offer her at this point in my life in terms of the kind of security and quality of life she really deserves, or that any woman really deserves. If anything, I would be dependent on whichever woman or lady that I would establish myself with. Hopefully I can find some arrangement like Daniel Arola has accomplished, and that it would be, well, a bit better off than what he's got. He basically is, well, he's the cook and everything else in that relationship. And, well, I can't be that. I don't even know how to cook. I couldn't survive without the home-delivered meals from Meals on Wheels to provide me succor when I'm not drinking blood. So there we have that. And with that, I'd like to basically move on into The daylight saving subject and why it is impacting us historically, and the history behind it that leaves us all suffering as we are today and every year. And I would ask people to be more participatory in the chat room. Always helps to see people interactive there, and I deeply appreciate people showing up, saying things, responding to what I'm saying. By the way, just so people know, there's a gentleman in the chat room who was responding to what I said about To Catch a Predator and its host, saying that guy always did emanate the creep vibe. So he's not talking about me. He's talking about the host of To Catch a Predator, who, of course, turned out to be nothing less than a child molester himself. This is something that really should anger everybody, that fucker's still on the loose. So there you have it. This is the kind of society we're in that tolerates such criminals. And so I do appreciate what this individual has said in the chat room about that creep vibe. And that hopefully puts that into some context. And with that, we... let's go into the problem of today with the attempts to render permanent our state of war. And this is something that hopefully people who are familiar enough with what we've explained about the state of war in the United States and many Western nations against the thousand-year Reich in exile, well, it's about to gear up into overtime. And this could be because, of course, there is a suspicion that the thousand-year Reich in exile may yet return to the surface world. And it could be with that expectation. They're trying to gear us up into overtime for mobilization. That is, of course, probably giving these fuckers way too much credit. Rather than that, these dumb fucks are doing what they did in the 1970s, experimenting with something that is going to fall flat on its face. And, well, let me provide you all the reasons for that. First off, let's talk about clock changing's negative consequences as a public health issue. And yes, Jameson Reese says, shit, they ain't getting me to fight the Reich in exile. Well, there you are. There's several reasons for that. One would be, well, it's like those alien invasion films where the enemy's using blasters and you're using conventional firearms, right? That's what it would be like. Okay, all that being said, experts have lamented for over a century by now that changing the clocks has wide-ranging negative consequences, from sleep disruptions to a temporary uptick in traffic accidents. Now, along everyone just being incredibly irate, one Swedish study found spikes in heart attacks on the Monday after daylight saving time begins each year. A lot of people, researchers, politicians, well, anyone who enjoys getting sleep, seem to agree that changing the clocks twice a year is a bad idea. Fatal car crashes increase during the week after the switch to daylight saving time, as do workplace injuries and strokes. Scientific research proves the cost, both human and economic, of daylight saving time is incredibly high. And the benefits? Non-existent. There are no benefits to balance these costs. Thousands of people have died this weekend because of daylight saving time. If you think of the switch to daylight saving time at all, you probably just consider it an annoyance that causes you to lose some sleep or be late for lunch because you forgot to reset the clock in your living room. But when scientists carefully examine, analyze the consequences of setting the clocks ahead an hour each year, they discover a host of almost unbelievably scary facts. That daylight saving time is a secret killer. The first of those facts being that the cost of the change is human lives. Yes, that's right. Daylight saving time is an act, as Jameson Reese says, of sacrifice to the anti-gods. It may seem like a tiny thing, but according to all rigorous studies, it's actually a killer. As sleep researcher Matthew Walker explains in his book titled Why We Sleep, losing just an hour of sleep stresses the cardiovascular system, which can tip some folks with heart issues over the edge. And there's lots of people with significant cardiac issues out there. That's why the number of heart attacks tick up significantly the day after we set the clocks ahead. A similar trend appears when scientists look at accident statistics. One lost hour doesn't seem enough to cause drowsy driving, but if that were really the case, why then does the number of traffic accidents shoot up by orders of magnitude the day after daylight saving time begins in both the northern and southern hemispheres? Deadly industrial accidents also rise sharply. Experts are convinced that lost hour of sleep is far more consequential than most of us imagine. The statistics on daylight saving time related deaths are the most alarming, but the ones on the economic cost of the switch are pretty startling too. Writing on the Conversation blog, the University of Oregon organizational psychologist David Wagner explained how internet searches for distracting content rise somewhere between 3 and 6% the Monday following the start of daylight saving time. Conclusively, because sleepy employees are struggling to get down to work. This is called doom scrolling. Now that sounds like a modest amount, those percentages, but when you tot up the economic cost of all that fuzzy thinking and cat videos, and then add to that the cost of all the additional heart attacks, the numbers are intolerably high. Wagner so declares, economists estimate conservatively that the annual springtime change costs the American economy 434 million United States dollars each and every year. Most conservatively. That's all we can immediately account for. And that's not even likely anywhere near the complete accounting of the costs. In another study, Wagner and his colleagues tested volunteers' ability to make tough ethical decisions the day after the clocks are set ahead, and found people were less thoughtful about moral issues after losing that hour of sleep. Other researchers have shown that judges hand down sentences that are 5% longer following the start of daylight saving time. The switch, in other words, doesn't just increase your chance of death and make us all a little poorer financially. It also makes us all much less kind and far less ethical as well. We're willing to fuck over others because we're suffering ourselves. So it's time to stop changing the goddamn clocks. Can society bear these costs? Not anymore. And as Wagner points out, we could also fix the problem incredibly easy. To quote his T, although the negative outcomes are varied, the singular solution seems quite simple. Rather than change the clocks, we should change public policy. What he's trying to say is, just abolish daylight saving. That's not on the cards anytime soon. Unless you live in one of those American states where they're reactionary enough to benefit you. But if you're personally concerned about how setting the clocks ahead might affect your own health or your decision making, you can try to get ahead of the change next time around, next year, by gradually acclimatizing to the new schedule in the days leading up to the switch. So I can provide you instructions there in terms of daylight savings prep. At least one simple way to spring forward without losing sleep or sanity. So when it's this time of year again, Sunday, March 11th, is the official start of daylight savings time, or whatever date it is next fucking year, whatever Sunday they choose to fuck you up, meaning you're likely to wake up Sunday morning wondering why you slept in so late and then spend most of Monday struggling trying to function. It doesn't have to be that way. One simple tip to get adjusted to the time change without sacrificing your sleep or sanity is to get ahead of the clocks. Now the time change is officially at 2 a.m. Sunday morning or Saturday night for us night owls. But you don't have to wait until the weekend to get acclimated. Sometimes that week, pick one clock at home, set it forward by an hour, then practice living like it's daylight savings time. Choose a timepiece that won't trip you up too much with appointments, like the clock on the stove or microwave, not, say, your phone. And in the days before the clocks actually spring forward, you can use that faux DST clock to practice getting to bed and waking up earlier. If you are usually tucked in at 11 p.m., head right to bed when the faux clock reads 11, so 10 p.m. actual time. If you want to ease the transition in the morning, you might consider moving your wake-up alarm 15 to 30 minutes earlier for the first night or two, and hopefully adjust to wake up a full hour earlier by the end of the week. Then, when Saturday night rolls around, set your alarm back to its regular wake time, so you're right on schedule once daylight savings kicks in late that night. You have nothing to lose, really. And you'll be happier Monday morning once you've had a few days to adjust. You might even get to work early to greet all those folks who didn't listen to my advice. Now, the United States is seriously considering making daylight saving wartime permanent. A maneuver that would likely be popular, but history proves that opinion might not last. Such having been said, America tried it before, and it didn't go well. The U.S. tried permanent daylight saving time in the 1970s. People hated it. Now, a poll conducted in October of the year before yesteryear, a poll taken by the Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research, proved that about 3/4 of Americans recently said they would prefer not switching back and forth between standard and daylight saving time. 18 states have already moved to adopt DST, or daylight saving time, year-round, but cannot do so without congressional approval. And now the U.S. Senate has moved to do away with the biannual clock change. But 48 years agone, the United States tried the same thing. And public opinion of the change quickly deteriorated, leading lawmakers to rapidly reverse course. The United States is set up for a similar rude awakening if it makes wartime or daylight saving time permanent. Now think back to January 7th of 1974, Well, most of you are probably too young to think back that far. And granted, that was nigh 500 years ago. But I was alive. And the sun rose at 8:27 a.m. on the 7th day of the opening month of that 1974th year in our Lord. Children in the Washington area had left for school in the dark that morning, thanks to the new national experiment during a wrenching energy crisis. Most of the United States went to year-round daylight saving time beginning on January 6th. Now, Florence Bauer of Springfield told the Washington Post, I found this out through Amanda Ute, that it was jet black outside when her daughter was supposed to leave for school. Some of the children taking flashlights with them. Now, the change would benefit Americans in the long run, or so predicted Steve Grossman of the Department of Transportation. Yes, accidents in the morning darkness may become more common, he said, but longer daylight hours could mean eliminating the hazards of evening commutes. Well, he told the Washington Post, stress, anxiety, and many drivers have had a couple of drinks. Well, outside the Capitol, others vowed defiance. Robert Yost, the mayor of St. Francis, Kansas, had his town's council, which said, felt it was time to put her foot down and stop this monkey business. Now, as the idea of permanent daylight saving time has gained some political momentum, it's probably worth a look back to that other period when the United States tinkered with time. And amid a U.S. energy crisis, in 1973, President Richard Mulhouse Nixon swiftly signed that bill that put these United States on daylight saving time for 2 years. That law went into effect on the 6th of January, 1974. Now, Congress had voted on December 14th, 1973, to put the U.S. on daylight saving time for 2 years. President Nixon signed that bill the next day. The U.S. had gone to permanent daylight saving time before, during World War II. And then, too, the measure was enacted to save fuel. Permanent DST wasn't close to the wackiest idea about time floating around. There is a man named Paul Mullinax, who's a geographer who worked at the Pentagon, who came up with the idea of putting the continental United States on a single time zone, like communist China, where all time zones are now Beijing time, have been since the communists took over, which means the Muslims of the western region of Xinjiang, Nigeria, have to get up in the dark to bow towards Mecca. Just another way the communists are committing cultural genocide. But for the Americans to do the same, to emulate the communist Chinese, well, that would mean that USA time would apply from Bangor to Barstow, theoretically eliminate jet lag, and standardize TV schedules. So Paul Mullinax's idea even got traction in Congress via a bill from the U.S. Representative Patsy Mink of Hawaii. He said, "The human being is a very adaptive animal. There is no reason we have to be a slave to the sun. Oh, no! Oh, no! Not when for millions of years we adapted to rising with the sun and going to bed with its setting, because we couldn't see anyway and you might as well go to sleep. Oh, no, defy all that. And just, try to emulate Douglas Dietrich, who's not even fully human. Yeah, see how far it gets you. Well, the early morning darkness quickly proved dangerous for children. A 6-year-old Alexandria girl was struck by a car on her way to Polk Elementary School on January 7th. The accident broke her leg, and it's miraculous that that was all it did, because she rolled over the hood of the car and landed on the other side. There we are. Jameson Reese is saying, oh God, everyone will turn out like me. Yes. Now, there were 2 Prince George's County students who were hurt in February that year. In the weeks after the change, 8 Florida kids were killed in traffic accidents. Florida's governor, Reuben Askew, asked for Congress to repeal the measure, saying, well, U.S. Senator Dick Clark of Iowa said during a speech in Congress on January 28th of 1974, it's time to recognize that we may well have made a mistake. Now, in the Washington area, where I learned about all this via Amanda Yu, some schools delayed their start times until the sun caught up with the clock. The factual picture was a bit more complicated. The National Safety Council reported in February of that year that pre-sunrise fatalities had risen to 20 from 18 the year before. In July, Roger Sant, who was then an assistant administrator designate for the Federal Energy Administration, wrote a letter to the Washington Post that noted a 1% energy saving achieved by going to DST equated to around 30,000, between 20 to 30,000 tons of coal not being burned each day. And of course, he wrote that further accidents had fallen in the afternoons. Oh, well. By August, of course, as the Watergate scandal caused the Nixon administration to crumble, the country was ready to move on from its clock experiments. While 79% of Americans approved of the change in December of 1973, approval had dropped to 42% 3 months later. 7 days after President Nixon resigned, U.S. Senator Bob Dole of Kansas introduced an amendment in August that would end the DST experiment, and it passed. A similar bill passed the House. In late September, the full Congress passed a bill that would restore standard time on October 27th. President Gerald R. Ford signed it on October 5th. Energy savings, or so a House panel noted, must be balanced against a majority of the public's distaste for the observance of daylight saving time. The public liked the idea of avoiding the confusion and frustration of changing the clocks by an hour twice a year, but soon Americans realized what permanent wartime or daylight saving time meant. Sunrises at 8 a.m. or later in the middle of winter. In some areas, sunrises could be as late as 9:30 a.m. So soon, as reported via the New York Times in October of 1974, the experiment ran afoul of public opinion. So public approval for the law dropped severely and rapidly, as I said, from 79% in December of 1973 to 42% in February of 1974. By October of 1974, Congress reversed course and put the country back on standard time for 4 months of the year. And as he spracketh in favor of undoing the change in 1974, Senator Bob Dole concluded that the change to year-round daylight saving time, in his words, caused great inconvenience and in some cases hazard, while another senator expressed concerns about school children and citizens being hurt, fucking killed in accidents during the mornings. Russia also experimented with extending daylight saving time in 2011 the year my late and sainted Cyrus, who we were speaking about through much of the night tonight, was murdered, and reversed course by 2014. According to BBC, or British Broadcasting Company reporting, year-round hours created stress and health issues, particularly for northern Russian residents, where mornings would remain dark for long periods of time during winter. Russian lawmakers cited medical reports of increased morning accidents during the extension. So the failed attempts to extend wartime, daylight saving time, are part of the reason David Prerau, an author and expert on DST, or daylight saving time, supports the current system as it stands. To quote his T, "When it was passed, most people thought it sounded pretty good. People didn't like waking up in the mornings in the dark or sending their children to school in the dark. This is a situation where we've actually tried making daylight saving time permanent, and it has not worked. So I think we have to be a little more careful about whether that's the right thing to do or not." But in the decades since the failed American experiment, circa 1973 through 1974, public opinion has again shifted, and many experts say the current system is broken. A 2020 study published in the peer-reviewed journal Current Biology determined the risk of fatal traffic accidents actually increases by 6% in these United States during the spring transition to daylight saving time. And evidence from years of scientific research also proves many health consequences of sleep loss have been associated with the switch to daylight saving time. So Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican from Florida, who sponsored this latest bill, he misstated, rather lied, though of course this idiot probably believes it, that daylight saving time began in 1918 as a practice that was supposed to save energy. I mean, what the fuck? They didn't even have energy crises in those days, you dumb fuck. And since then, we've adjusted it. Initially running for 6 months, DST now lasts 8 fucking months, which is, in his words, clearly showing you where people's preference is. This has nothing to do with people's preference. This is for a bunch of lunatics in Washington who are still waging a war against my biological father, Adolf Hitler. The new 2022 bill will now head to the U.S. House of Representatives to vote on the measure. The solution is keep standard time. When the sun rises and sets earlier in the day, yes, it can be confusing, in place, keep standard time in place rather than daylight saving time. And standard time is when the sun rises and sets earlier in the day. Now, every sleep expert argues in favor of this standard time solution, saying that the lack of morning light is bad for circadian rhythms and general health, especially for teenagers. But the permanent daylight saving time proponents point to decreased crime rates, lower levels of seasonal depression, and economic benefits resulting from extended evening sunshine. Now, all sleep experts agree. They concur the Senate has it wrong. Standard time, not daylight saving, should be permanent. The Senate unanimously passed legislation Tuesday, this week last, in favor of making daylight saving time permanent, to spite thousands of sleep experts testifying standard time should be adopted instead. Now, all sleep experts agree with the Senate that the country should abandon its twice-yearly seasonal time changes. But they disagree on the key point, which time system should be permanent. And unlike the Senate, every sleep expert concludes the American empire should adopt year-round standard time. Yet, after the Senate unanimously passed legislation with no discussion whatsoever on Tuesday this week last to make daylight saving time permanent, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine issued a statement cautioning that the move overlooks potential health risks associated with that time system. Now, this legislation, which would take effect next year, must go through the House and be signed by President Biden to become its law. So, the proposed bill that the Senate voted to end the biannual practice of spring forward and fall back under this bill that would make daylight saving time permanent is a move that reflects the increasingly popular view that the twice-yearly disruption hurts sleep and poses health and safety risks. The debate being that most of these United States spans 34 weeks on daylight saving time, and that changing the clocks twice a year has become widely understood as not only an inconvenience, but also a serious health and public safety concern. But the sleep experts all concur that the Senate has it wrong. The experts all agree with the Senate that our country should abandon these twice-yearly seasonal time changes, but all the experts conclude the American empire should adopt year-round standard time. I mean, be careful what you wish for. We tend to think about daylight saving time as giving us more sunlight in the evening hours, which it does, but standard time also has benefits as well. The sun is up when you wake up in the wintertime. So, daylight saving time for roughly 2 decades, 20 years, nobody had any clue what time it was, with some localities observing daylight saving, some not, until President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Uniform Time Act the year Douglas Dietrich was born, 1966. Around the world, Brazil estimated, they eliminated daylight saving time. Now it's lights out before 5 a.m., and people are not happy. So, all of this traces back to a single man named Woodrow Wilson. So, placing Trump aside, as difficult as that is to do, because his impact is extinction level event impact on our world, America descended the world into darkness via World War I and the daylight saving time that ensued with it. Woodrow Wilson was the worst president ever. Worst president ever. Key points being that Woodrow Wilson was extremely racist, even by the standards of his time. Wilson brought America into World War I and mangled the war effort. If you wanted to identify with confidence the very worst U.S. president in American history, how would you even go about it? One approach would be to consult the various academic polls on presidential rankings that have been conducted from time to time since Harvard's Arthur M. Schlesinger Sr. pioneered this particular survey scholarship circa 1948. Bad idea. Most of those surveys identify Warren Gamaliel Harding of Ohio as the worst ever. this is ridiculous. He wasn't even president long enough to rate judgment. He served the shortest term in American history, shorter than that of John Fitzgerald Kennedy before he was taken out. Harding was assassinated by his own wife. His records were sent to the Presidio military base of San Francisco to be incinerated. You can look this up yourself. Now, Harding presided over very robust economic times. Not only that, but he inherited a devastating economic recession when he was elected in 1920 and quickly turned bad times into good times, including a 14% gross domestic product growth rate in 1922, the year before my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Suchin Lin Dietrich, was born. Labor and racial unrest declined markedly during his watch. He led the country into no troublesome wars. There was, of course, the Teapot Dome scandal that implicated major figures in his administration, but there was never any evidence that the president himself participated in any venality. As Theodore Roosevelt's daughter, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, put it, Harding wasn't a bad man. He was just a slob. Now, the academic surveys also consistently placed near the bottom James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, one of America's openly gay presidents. Now, here's a man who, aside from that, truly lacked character and watched helplessly as his country descended into the worst crisis of its history. He stepped into the presidency with a blatant lie to the American people. In his inaugural address, he promised he would accept whatever judgment the Supreme Court rendered in the looming Dred Scott case. What he didn't tell the American people was that he already knew what that judgment was going to be, gleaned through highly inappropriate conversations with justices during homosexual sex orgies. This is political cynicism of the rankest sort. But Buchanan's failed presidency points to what may be a pertinent distinction in addressing presidential failure. Buchanan was crushed by events that proved too powerful for his own weak leadership. And so the country moved inexorably into one of the worst crises in its history. But Buchanan didn't create that crisis. He merely was too wispy and vacillating to get control of it, and thus lead the nation to some kind of resolution. It took his successor, Abraham Lincoln, to do that. Now, in all honesty, of course, Buchanan's gay lover was a Confederate, and he basically wanted the South to secede because he was convinced to do that with a cock up his ass. But still, it's not like he thought it would get that bad, being, well, just a sex-obsessed gay guy. He really didn't expect it to lead to cataclysmic conflict. And it really didn't need to go there. Lincoln could have just said, well, let the South secede and take their slaves with them. But Lincoln wanted slavery for the Union. It was never outlawed in the Union, in case you didn't know that. He only rendered it illegal in the Confederate States. And he felt that that's Union property, all them niggers. And so he wanted them for himself so they could be deported back to Africa. He wanted to purge the United States of the coloreds completely. So he had his own evil, which ultimately we're unaware of because a Confederate state soldier blew his brains out. Otherwise, you would know of his evil agenda, which was already being carried out in terms of mass deportation before he was killed. It resulted in the African nation-state of Liberia, which were all the slaves Lincoln had deported to the point that he was taken out. Because a Confederate state soldier felt, that's our property, motherfucker, and took him down so he wouldn't bleed all that black gold back to a biological dump site on the Dark Continent. And that allowed the southern states to continue to exploit black men in particular, but blacks in general, by maintaining their populations in poverty and subject to vagrancy laws, where they had to prove they were employed or else be guilty of vagrancy and therefore subject to arrest, and therefore subject to essentially auctions that led to their purchase by northern corporations who paid for them, paid the sheriff's counties to force them into slave labor, deep underground mining various metals and minerals for the industries up north. A fate worse than slavery itself. Now, all of this, in terms of what Buchanan did that led to Lincoln, it conflates the issue and confuses it to the point where you could say it could be either one of these bastards could be the worst. But because Buchanan was just kind of like this transit point from one catastrophe to another, he illustrates the difference between a failure of omission and a failure of commission. The difference between presidents who couldn't handle gathering crises and presidents who actually created the crime of commission failure. 3 presidents come to mind. BT, as in before Trump. Woodrow Wilson, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, and George W. Bush, the retarded child of the senior. Bear in mind here that nearly all failed presidents have their defenders who argue, sometimes with elaborate rationales, that the perceived failure wasn't really failure, or that it wasn't really the fault of this particular president. We see this in stark reality in our own time, with the ongoing debates about the presidency of the second Bush, reflected in the reaction to Senator Rand Paul's recent suggestion that Russo collaborationist red Republican hawks, with their incessant calls for U.S. intrusion into the lands of Jural Islam, or the lands of submission, contributed to the rise of the violent radicalism of the Islamic State. The prevailing view of Bush being that his invasion of Iraq, the greatest example in American history of what is known as preventive war, quote unquote, proved to be one of the most colossal foreign policy blunders in all of American history, if not actually the greatest. And like I said, it still resulted in far less deaths altogether than what the Russians have suffered in 3 weeks in Ukraine. Over the next 20 fucking years, no less. But according to this view, Bush destabilized the Middle East, essentially lit it on fire, and fostered the resultant rise in the Islamic State, and the deepening sectarian war between Sunni and Shia Muslims in region. Where all this leads, nobody can tell, but clearly it is going to play out with devastating consequences for a long time to come. But of course, there are those who deny that Bush created all this chaos. No, they say, Bush actually had Iraq under control, and it was his hapless successor, the nigger man, Barack Obama, who let it all fall apart again by not maintaining a U.S. military force in country. This is the minority view, embraced tenaciously by many people, overwhelmingly white, who need to gloss over their own complicity in the mess. There is little doubt that history eventually will fix upon the majority perspective. That little W. Bush unleashed the surge of chaos, bloodshed, and misery that now has the region of Southwest Asia, what the Americans call the Middle East, in its grip today. As Princeton's Sean Violence wrote in 2006, when Bush still sat in the Oval Office like a Charlie McCarthy doll on the lap of his ventriloquist. In little Bush's case, little W sat on the lap of Dick Cheney. Well, Princeton's Sean Violence, name spelled W-I-L-E-N-T-Z, said, many historians are now wondering whether Bush, in fact, will be remembered as the very worst president in all of American history. I sigh and roll my eyes. Because bear in mind that Bush also presided over the emergence of one of the most devastating financial crises in our country's history. Then there's Nixon, whose Watergate transgressions thrust this nation into one of its most harrowing constitutional crises. There are some who argue that Nixon's transgressions weren't actually as egregious as many believe, particularly when viewed carefully in the context of the maneuverings and manipulations of many of his people, some of them conducted behind the president's back. And there is truth in all of this, but in the end it doesn't matter. He was president and must take responsibility for the culture and atmosphere he created in the West Wing and the old executive office building. If his people were running around and breaking the law, he must bear responsibility, whatever his knowledge or complicity. And we know definitively that Nixon himself set the tone in his inner circle, a tone so dark, defensive, and menacing that wrongdoing was almost the inevitable result. Also, there can be no dispute that the president himself stepped over the line on numerous occasions. Which brings us to Woodrow Wilson, whose failures of commission probably, well, distinctively had the most dire consequences of any U.S. president. His great flaw was his sanctimonious nature, more stark and distilled than that of any other president, even John Quincy Adams, who was no piker in the sanctimony department. Wilson thought he always knew best because he thought he knew more than anybody else. America's most toxic two-term president left a lasting welt upon our nation. If you were dragging ass, getting out of bed to start this weekend throughout the last 5 working days, thank Woodrow Wilson. Daylight saving time is just one of a battery of ways that Wilson and his presidency changed America. Most all of them for the worse. I come as now not to explain Wilson, but to hate him. A national consensus on hating Wilson is long overdue. It is the patriotic duty of every decent American. While conservatives have particular reasons to detest Wilson, and all his works and all his empty promises, there is more than enough in his record for moderates, liberals, progressives, libertarians, and socialists to join us in this great and unifying cause. Feel the hate, baby. This time, it's a positive. Now, give me a second to breathe here while I try to get myself together about this son of a bitch, because this guy makes me angry in so many ways that it's hard for me to just even get started. Now, I have to try to, like I said, breathe, get myself together, and then take this on, headlong into territory that will take us the rest of the night. Because there is so much damage this man did. The first thing I have to think of, in my mind, is how best to present a solution today to the problems he caused back then. So give me a chance here to breathe, center myself, and I want to see participation in the chat room. I want to see people talking to me. I want you to come back to me and let me know what you think about what I'm saying, because this is where we're going to really hit the fan with all that that makes this so painful. So get ready, take a breath yourself, and we're going to hit the road with how this got as bad as it got today. Now, the roll call of the worst presidents in American history includes some consensus top choices. James Buchanan and Franklin Pierce both contributed mightily to the nation's slide into the American Civil War between the states for rights. And Andrew Johnson did enduring harm to Reconstruction in the war's aftermath. But all three of those men were repudiated by the end of their single term in office. They left no heirs who would seek, who would ever even acknowledge their influence. No fleet of academic hagiographers. Those are those who write the biographies of saints, who could see themselves reflected in those presidencies. Woodrow Wilson, by contrast, served 2 full and consequential terms. He was the only Democrat re-elected to the job during the century between 1832 and 1936. He was lionized by liberals and progressives in academia and the media for most of the century after he left office in 1921. In my own youth, and perhaps yours, Wilson was presented in history books as a tragic hero whom the unthinking American people did not deserve. He was often placed highly on academics' rankings of the presidents. Princeton University named its School of International Relations for him. Even in rescinding that honor, in June of the year before yesteryear, the university's press release declared, "Though scholars disagree about how to assess Wilson's tenure as President of these United States, many rank him among the nation's greatest leaders and credit him with visionary ideas that shaped the world for the better." No! Wilson was a human pile of flaming trash. He was a bad man who made our country and the world all the worse. His name should be an obscenity, his image an effigy. Hating him is a wholesome obligation of citizenship. So understand, if you will, how the Confederates won the American Civil War between the states for rights. Our Lady Sarah Thomas is in the chat room. Love you, honey. She says, roast the motherfuckers. And Chris Collins says, ready to feel the hate with you. Thank you, sir. In the time we have remaining, which may not be enough to do this justice, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 3.5 hours. Let's start with the fact that the Confederate States of America are the roots of the administrative state so many people like Peter Moon rail against today. Bureaucratic, unelected, managerial government in America had its birthplace in the Confederate States of America. Now, the administrative state has grown explosively in America over the past 100 years, almost entirely without roots in our Constitution. Bureaucratic, unelected, managerial government in America was organized by the Confederate States in rebellion. It would ultimately be imported into the theory and practice of the federal government by a son of the Confederacy, Woodrow Wilson. Now, the foundations of the Confederacy's pioneering efforts in the field of democratically unaccountable big government federal bureaucracy were laid in the design of the Confederate Constitution. Confederate bureaucracy expanded significantly amid the stresses of a war for the survival of secession. It far outstripped the wartime expansion of government undertaken by the Union, creating, as Woodrow Wilson himself would write, a power centralized beyond example in the history of America. Beyond example, at least, until Woodrow Wilson's own presidency. This brings us to the Confederate States Constitution itself. You spend all the time talking about the goddamn Constitution. Derek Talley said he was going to do a book report on the cult of the Constitution. Well, you need to be studying the Confederate Constitution. The Constitution of the Confederacy was drafted hastily in the spring of 1861 at the temporary capital of Montgomery, Alabama, by a provisional committee of the Confederate Congress. Said committee, chaired by South Carolina fire eater Robert Barnwell Rhett, was dominated by 4 Georgians with strong constitutional theories: Vice President Alexander Hamilton Stephens, Secretary of State Robert Toombs, Provisional Congress President Howell Cobb, and Cobb's brother Thomas R. Cobb. That's like corn cob, by the way. C-O-B-B, maybe corn cob spelled with 1 B, nevertheless. Stephens and Toombs were ex-Whigs, W-H-I-G-S, meaning George Washingtonians, who had served as U.S. Senators. Stephens was a friend of Abraham Lincoln, a somewhat reluctant secessionist, and perhaps the most brilliant thinker among Confederate statesmen, but also a dogmatic pro-slavery zealot who memorably described slavery as the cornerstone of the Confederacy. Toombs was a particular admirer of the British parliamentary system. The Cobbs were Democrats. Howell had been Speaker of the House, Treasury Secretary under James Buchanan, and Governor of Georgia, and Thomas, who was later killed at Fredericksburg, wrote a leading treatise on the law of slavery. Starting with the existing U.S. Constitution as their model, they set out with 3 goals in making revisions. One, of course, was to fortify the legal status of slavery. The second was to address other specific, long-standing grievances of the Southern Democrats who made up the bulk of secessionist leaders, such as restrictions on tariffs and limits to federal spending on infrastructure projects. The third was to make what they saw as improvements on the original constitutional design. The result, as H.C. and John T. Nixon observed in a 1955 study of the Confederate Constitution, foreshadowed certain teachings and preferences of Woodrow Wilson. It would seem from their constitutional work that they had read or perhaps written Wilson's subsequent study titled Congressional Government. Now, the choices of the Confederate framers made on this third front were not all individually bad ones, but collectively, they systematically eroded the Constitution's design of separation of powers and popular sovereignty, limiting the president to a single 6-year term with no prospect of re-election, explicitly permitting the president to remove the principal officer in each of the executive departments and diplomats at will, but all other civil officers of the executive departments may be removed by the president only when their services are unnecessary or for dishonesty, incapacity, inefficiency, misconduct, or neglect of duty, i.e. dereliction, and requiring that such removals be reported to the Senate together with the reasons therefor. Authorizing Congress to give the heads of executive departments a non-voting seat on the House floor, in imitation of British cabinet practice. Barring Congress from appropriating funds, with a few limited exceptions, not requested by the president or by the heads of executive departments. And a line item veto and appropriations limited to single subject bills. The net result? First, the Confederates weakened their legislature and strengthened their executive branch by restricting the power of the purse. Second, they diluted the president's accountability to voters. Longer presidential terms without re-election meant that nobody ever had to answer to the people for presidential decisions. Third, while strengthening the executive and providing explicitly for executive departments, the Confederate restrictions on removals watered down presidential control of the executive branch. The limitations on removing civil servants introduced, for the first time in America, a system of bureaucrats who could not be fired at will by elected officials. It was a direct assault on what is now known as the unitary executive, under which all executive power answers to the president. That theory still remained ascendant in the Union under Abraham Lincoln and would form Andrew Johnson's successful defense against impeachment later in the decade for firing his Secretary of War. Today, a preference for a Confederate-style executive branch over a Lincoln-style unitary executive is received wisdom among progressives. There were multiple reasons why the Confederates imposed such a restriction. In the 1830s, Henry Clay and Daniel Webster had inveighed against Andrew Jackson's spoils system and his removal of the head of the Second Bank of the United States. Toombs and Stevens, who had cut their teeth in politics as Washingtonian Whigs, still subscribed to the Webster-Clay or Whig theory of the removal power, under which the president could not remove Senate-confirmed officials without Senate consent, and they enshrined it in law. Now, the spoils system more broadly had proven unpopular in the South during the years after Jackson. as a former head of the Confederate Bureau of War, reflected circa 1885, the Confederate Constitution was designed to cut up patronage spoils appointments by the roots. In part, this was the legacy of mistrust of Northern influence on appointments, particularly postmasters. The post office was by far the largest class of civilian federal employees circa 1860. The 1830s had seen national fights over the use of the mails to inundate the South with abolitionist pamphlets, the net result of which was that Congress would not bar such mailings, but local postmasters could in practice obstruct their delivery. So the postmasters mattered. Those were the days when all postmen, your mailmen, were armed because they were guarding federal property. So long as they were carrying the mail, that was federal property to be protected by force of arms, if necessary. Now, the advantage or disadvantage, depending on your perspective, of a deep state of permanent civil servants chosen by competitive examinations like ancient China and not removable without cause is that they develop a permanent perspective of their own and are resistant to the changes of direction, or changes of direction, period. That perspective would naturally reflect the prevailing mores of the educated class of society, which in the antebellum or pre-war South meant the planters, the plantationists, the slave owners. Insulation from politics would ensure that the permanent civil service class could not be dislodged by an election such as Lincoln's. Fear of Lincoln appointments and what they could do to destabilize Southern slavery was one of the chief reasons why secession followed immediately upon his election, rather than awaiting any policy move by Lincoln in office. The other provision that eroded the separation of powers was the allowance for placing cabinet members on the House floor, the direct result of Toombs's admiration of British practice. This never got enacted in legislation. It was tied up in a dispute over Senate efforts to saddle Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederate States, with a professional general staff, which he could have used. The floor seats idea would be resurrected by Woodrow Wilson in his academic writings as early as 1879. As Wilson described the Confederate constitutional rule, it gave cabinet the privilege of the initiative in legislation and was adopted in order that Congress and the executive might act in closer harmony and easier cooperation than had been possible in the old Union. Wilson approved of the Confederate innovations because he scorned the United States Constitution's separation of powers. It was, he so wrote, manifestly a radical defect of our federal system that it parcels out power and confuses responsibility as it does. In his words, the main purpose of the Convention of 1787 seems to have been to accomplish a grievous mistake. You see, in Wilson's view, a complete inversion of the theories of John Adams and James Madison. You cannot compound a successful government out of antagonisms. In other words, he wanted a presidency where all power was centered in himself, in the position of executive. This brings us to all those stars and bureaus instead of bars. The Confederacy was born in war, lived in war, and died in war. It was, moreover, a war in which its manpower, and especially its economy and industry, were massively overmatched by the Union. The result was that its government, in practice, greatly expanded its Constitution's plan to empower executive administration, and blew through its founders' professed scruples about centralized power. As Wilson so wrote it, "It became a necessity that the action of the war should be ordered by executive authority, central, efficient, unquestionable." Historians debate how much the rise of the Confederate administrative state and Confederate control of the economy broke with pre-existing Southern ideology as opposed to exposing its existing fissures. Bruce Levine, in his work entitled The Fall of the House of Dixie, opined that many of the Confederate regime's policies violated political, social, and cultural imperatives and taboos that over the decades had become central to Southern white identity. But Richard Franklin Benzel, in his book entitled Yankee Leviathan, noted that Southern mobilization was far more state-centered and coordinated than its Northern counterpart, and argued that the all-encompassing economic and social controls of the Confederacy were in fact so extensive that they call into question standard interpretations of Southern opposition to the expansion of federal power in both the antebellum and post-Reconstruction periods. Now, one innovation of the Confederacy was a Department of Justice, a decade before the federal government created one, ironically, to crush the Ku Klux Klan. In fact, no country in the English-speaking world had such a department in 1861. The Confederate civil service was enormous. 70,000 civilian employees, 57,000 of them in the War Department alone. As one historian wrote, country and city teemed with officious agents of the new bureaucracy who sometimes impressed into service what they could not buy. A decade earlier, the entire federal government of these United States employed only 4,300 people outside of the military and the post office. The Union itself expanded to 100,000 civilian employees, but covering a vastly larger territory with a much larger population base. One major engine of centralized economic controls in Confederate government came from the first military draft in American history, instituted in April of 1862, a year before conscription came to the Union. Unlike the Union's conscription law, the Confederate draft contained occupational exceptions, most notoriously the rule exempting one overseer for every plantation with 20 or more slaves. Over the course of the war, roughly 75% of the Confederacy's white men of military age served, making occupational exemptions the exception rather than the rule. The sheer scale of the draft also ensured a steady stream of men willing to serve in the bureaucracy itself rather than at the front. As with many of the powers granted to the Confederate executive, the draft exemptions gave broad discretion to the bureaucracy. The government's regulation of exemptions was an enormous lever of control over the allocation of scarce manpower across the civilian economy. Manpower policy was regulated by the Bureau of Conscription, with results that Benzel described as administratively and substantively more statist than the Union because Confederate controls on the allocation of labor were both implemented by a more insulated bureaucracy and more encompassing. The Confederate government used that leverage to dictate everything from profit margins on government contracts to maximum prices for farm commodities and for war supplies such as wool, leather, and shoes. Favor fell on factories that made the Confederate quartermasters happy, the men who supplied the soldiers on the front. Now, the South's lack of pre-existing munitions and other war-making industries meant that many of those industries were directly run by the War and Navy departments, rather than by private businesses, as in the North. It nationalized the telegraph, run by hundreds of War Department bureaucrats, and perversely, pervasively, controlled railroad schedules and traffic, which would bring us to daylight saving. The Confederate bureaucracy imposed far more sweeping price controls and policies to impress goods and labor into national service than did the Union, including policies that forced plantations to lend slaves to the war effort, over much grumbling by the planters. All of this meant government by a managerial class, tilted towards the same sorts of people one expects to find in any government bureaucracy. Emory Thomas, in his classic study of the Confederate state, titled The Confederate Nation, observed of the state-run economy, well, I'll read from his book a single paragraph here. The relatively small group of men who managed the South's short-lived economic transformation were hardly entrepreneurs whose acquisitive instincts fit the Yankee stereotype. On the contrary, the South's war industrialists tended to be traditional intellectuals, schoolteachers, natural philosophers, and military scientists, as opposed to organic intellectuals like industrial managers, mechanical engineers, and the like. The Confederacy also imposed wealth taxes to provide for indigent relief, a redistributive policy with no parallel in Lincoln's tax policy. Agricultural price controls were imposed not only to feed the army, but to cap the prices of bread and other staple foods to stave off food riots. Benzel argued that this process fundamentally changed the relationship of the Southern citizen to the state in ways that Union policies did not. Now to read a paragraph from his book, Confederate expansion of the state in the area of property relations reorganized and partly socialized the economic base of the loyal society of the South. If the South had won the Civil War, the statist precedents and experience of the conflict might have endured in the Confederate state because they were originally applied to the social base of the nation itself. Now, the Union's victory swept away the entire Confederate state apparatus. The ideas behind it, however, would emerge once again during the First World War, when the government pursued centralized war socialism run by federal experts under the presidency of Woodrow Wilson, who was known as the Son of the Confederacy. Woodrow Wilson was the father of the modern administrative state and of the theories of a living constitution that enable its untrammeled growth. Born in Virginia in 1856, Wilson was a child of the Confederacy, a student, and an admirer of its governing system, a sharer of any of its worst prejudices, and an apostle of the same theories that animated its own administrative innovations. His father was a preacher who delivered sermons offering biblical defenses for slavery, and sided with the Confederacy even at the expense of permanently alienating his northern relations. Raised in Virginia, Georgia, and North and South Carolina, Wilson recalled in his youth seeing Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee in person. A speaker dedicating the Silent Sam Confederate Monument at the University of North Carolina during Wilson's first year as President of these United States recalled, well, to read from his writ, but a single paragraph, he said, "A year or two ago, diplomas were given by our university to all the students who had interrupted their studies to enter the military service of the Confederacy. Mr. Wilson, then president of Princeton University, delivered these diplomas. One man only of the class that matriculated in 1862, wearing the Confederate uniform, came forward to receive that highly prized token. It was the humble individual who now addresses you. At the dinner, later in the day, Professor Wilson greeted me with the remark that in many years nothing had so much touched and warmed his heart as the sight of that Confederate uniform." So Woodrow Wilson, as a scholar and politician, was eager to remake himself as a national rather than purely Southern figure, even purging his regional accent. In his academic writings, he was critical of secession as a failure and an obstruction to the national project. But he also told the American Historical Association in 1896 that there is nothing for the Southerner to apologize for in writing Southern history. Except for his schooling at Princeton, Wilson lived in the South for his first 3 decades, through the turbulent years of war and Reconstruction. One could spend far more time on Woodrow Wilson's racism, and I'll have to devote some time to that. But his description of a Reconstruction, well, Reconstruction itself, in a 1901 Atlantic magazine article gives a sense of the man who would go on to segregate the entire federal government a dozen years later and screen the pro-Klan propaganda film Birth of a Nation at the White House. To read a paragraph on that. An extraordinary and very perilous state of affairs. I'm reading from the Atlantic magazine article from my dad's collection here. A paragraph therefrom. An extraordinary and very perilous state of affairs had been created in the South by the sudden and absolute emancipation of the Negroes, and it was not strange that the Southern legislatures should deem it necessary to take extraordinary steps to guard against the manifest and pressing dangers which it entailed. Here was a vast, laboring, landless, homeless class, once slaves, now free, unpracticed in liberty, unschooled in self-control, never sobered by the discipline of self-support, never established in any habit of prudence, excited by a freedom they did not understand, exalted by false hopes, bewildered and without leaders, and yet insolent and aggressive, sick of work, covetous of pleasure, a host of dusky children untimely put out of school. Now this passage, ripped by Wilson himself, goeth on to deplore black-run governments until, at last, the whites who were real citizens got control again. He wrote worse elsewhere on this topic, I assure you. In a later generation, one might ascribe this to being brought up on bad history, but Wilson was 20 years old when Reconstruction ended and was fresh from writing a multi-volume historical treatise when he penned these lines I read to you tonight in a national magazine. A year later, he was named president of Princeton University. Now, Wilson's lifelong distaste for Congress is hard to untangle from his bitter hostility towards congressional reconstruction. His earliest writings complained of the ascendancy of congressional committees and their responsiveness to popular opinion. In his landmark 1887 essay titled The Study of Administration, the Rosetta Stone of progressive theories of administrative rule, he asked administrative agencies, or rather asked of them, what then is there to prevent? Well, principally, popular sovereignty. To read his own writ here. It is harder for democracy to organize administration than for monarchy. The very completeness of our most cherished political successes in the past embarrasses us. We have enthroned public opinion, and it is forbidden us to hope during its reign for any quick schooling of the sovereign in executive expertness or in the conditions of perfect functional balance in government. The very fact that we have realized popular rule in its fullness has made the task of organizing that rule just so much more the difficult. In order to make any advance at all, we must instruct and persuade a multitudinous monarch called public opinion. In other words, this man is an elitist. The average person is simply too stupid for their vote to be counted. It was public opinion, however, that Wilson saw as a clumsy nuisance, a rustic handling, delicate machinery. which should be allowed only to make general policy, but not to supervise administration by experts. In other words, they had to be stupid enough to vote him into power, after which he took control from there. And he tied the problem with public opinion directly to the diversity of the American public. Again, to read a paragraph of his writ. And where is this unphilosophical bulk of mankind more multifarious in its composition than in the United States? To know the public mind of this country, one must know the mind, not of Americans of the older stocks only, but also of Irishmen, of Germans, of niggers. In order to get a footing for new doctrine, one must influence minds cast in every mold of race, minds inheriting every bias of environment, warped by the histories of a score of different nations, warmed or chilled, closed or expanded by almost every climate of the globe. By the way, you notice how he includes the Irish and the Germans, both of which comprise the races that composited my father, who raised myself, George Dietrich, and therefore comprise my cultural identity, if not genetic. He's comparing them with the Negroes. Well, his term is niggers. This sort of thing would become more impolitic, to say so bluntly, as Wilson moved into electoral politics himself, just as Wilson protested even in 1887 that he was not trying to create an offensive official class, with sympathies divorced from those of a progressive, free-spirited people. But such thinking is inseparable from Wilson's preference for insulating government administration from public accountability to the unphilosophical masses. Wilson did not explicitly argue that Americans should follow Confederate administrative precedents. He fashioned himself as too much a man of the wider world for that. His thinking also reflected the influence of Prussian administrative practice. Wilson was an admirer of Bismarck, and Prussian and German administration would remain popular with progressive thinkers all the way to the First World War. Wilson also protested in 1887, however, that Prussia's particular system of administration would quite suffocate us. Oh, really? Now, another experience with bureaucratic government was closer to home. The stamp of Wilson's early years never left him, and having been reared in the Confederacy, and having subjected Confederate administration and the Confederate Constitution to academic study, it is unsurprising that he came to the same conclusions. From Wilson, we can easily draw a straight line to modern progressive administration. Not only did our 28th president expand the administrative state in ways both temporary and permanent, but his example was also widely cited by the next Democratic president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who served as an undersecretary of the Navy under Wilson and was on the next Democratic ticket in 1920. FDR campaigned in 1932 on returning to the Wilsonian approach. We planned in war. That's his bumper sticker, people. 4 words. We planned in war was the progressive slogan around using Wilson's war policies in peacetime against the Depression. FDR said, "We planned in war, we plan in peace." FDR ultimately bent the Supreme Court to accept the large-scale, permanent metastasis, as in cancer, of federal administrative government under the methods of constitutional interpretation originated by Woodrow Wilson. In Woodrow Wilson's administrative state legacy, we can see how the Confederate States of America won the American Civil War between the states for rights. Okay. Let me breathe on that. All right. Thomas Woodrow Wilson, he would later drop his first name, was born on December 28th, 1856, in the small southern town of Staunton, Virginia. His father was a minister of the First Presbyterian Church, and Tommy was born at home. Less than a year later, the family moved to Augusta, Georgia. Young Wilson's earliest memories were of the Civil War, seeing Union soldiers march into town and watching his own mother tend wounded Confederate soldiers in a local hospital. He also saw the poverty and devastation of Augusta during the early years of Reconstruction. In 1870, his family moved to Columbia, South Carolina, and then to Wilmington, North Carolina, circa 1874. As an adult, Wilson would later remark, "The only place in the world where nothing has to be explained to me is the South." Although Wilson's father, the Reverend Joseph Ruggles Wilson, had been reared in Ohio before moving to Virginia in 1849, he became unreconstructedly Southern in values and politics after moving to the South. The Reverend Wilson served as a pastor of several Southern Presbyterian congregations and taught theology at Columbia Theological Seminary and, much later in life, at the Southwestern Presbyterian Theological University. He helped organize the Presbyterian Church of the Confederate States of America, in which he became a leader. The church leased, rather than owned, slaves, as was its custom, and Wilson grew up around a majority African American community in Columbia. In this environment, Wilson's father taught his son the justification of the South's secession from the Union, a belief in providence, God as the carrying guide of human destiny, predestination, that all events have been willed by God, and the impotence, or rather the importance, of daily prayer. Unfortunately for all the world, in his prayers, it was little Woody Wilson who would do all the talking for the rest of his life, never having grasped the concept that prayer is as much an act of reception as supplication. One of the results of such lifelong oversight would manifest posthumously for Wilson on a Wednesday, as dated the 18th day in November of 2015, when a group of Princeton students stormed the offices of President Christopher Eisgruber to demand that Woodrow Wilson's name be removed from all programs and buildings at the university. That's a big ask. Princeton has an entire school, the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs, named after Woody Wilson, who served as university president from 1902 to 1910 before his time in the White House. It also has Wilson College, a residential college for undergraduates. So far as I know, I haven't bothered to follow up. The university is standing firm, insisting that, in the Associated Press's words, it is important to weigh Wilson's racism and how bad it was with the contributions he made to the nation. And outside of Princeton, the incident was immediately seized upon as yet another example of campus political correctness run amok. Of course, the reactionaries wrote in the National Review. By the way, we just got that noise you heard was incoming news, a report that a Chinese airliner, China Eastern Airlines, with 133 people aboard, has crashed. Follow up later. Now, as I said, a reactionary rag, the National Review wrote about the Princetonian demand, saying, leaving aside the broader question of whether Wilson's name should be removed, let's be clear on one thing. Woodrow Wilson was, in fact, a racist pig. He was a racist by current standards, and he was a racist by the standards of the 1910s, a period widely acknowledged by historians as the nadir of post-Civil War race relations in the United States. So all congratulations to them that they saw that far, that they understood that much. This brings us to all the rough sports involved. One part of the wartime atmosphere promoted by the Wilson administration became a tradition much hated by some progressives. The Star-Spangled Banner being played customarily at baseball games. Woodrow Wilson anointed that song, which became the national anthem in 1931, to be played at military events starting in 1916, elevating it over better patriotic songs like God Bless America. The Lords of Baseball, cooperating with military recruitment drives, expanded its appearances in 1918, and the tradition stuck like shit on your shoe. At the end of that road, we find the Colin Kaepernick protests. Wilson was also a vocal defender of college football in 1890 when it was literally killing its players. He said, "The religious press declares the game to be dangerous because of the mass plays." And this is what he told a group of alumni in Maryland. "But the men who were killed last year playing football were not killed in mass plays, but in open plays." You see, during the course of his remarks, he described the precedence of football in academic life by saying that Princeton is noted in the wide world for three things: football, baseball, and collegiate instruction. I guess that last one is the clincher, right? I mean, football and baseball first. Football first, baseball second, collegiate instruction third. Besides, according to Woodrow Wilson, if the men don't play football, they will play less legitimate games. By that, I guess he means they'll all be fucking themselves or something, because, like, what would be a less legitimate game? I mean, really? What kind of games are out there that are less legitimate? Not saying that football is evil and bad, mind you, but, like, what is less legitimate? Other than a bunch of guys getting together and, I guess, boning each other. Now, only after a public uproar in 1909, a season that saw 18 deaths and 159 serious injuries that left men crippled for life, like blind or unable to walk ever again, and the sport at risk of being banned, did Woodrow Wilson lead a group to reform the rules to ban mass plays, such as the Flying Wedge, under the careful watch of then-President Teddy Roosevelt. And that brings us to the income tax. You see, the day you turn the clocks ahead, that just happened and fucked us all up, isn't even the worst day on the calendar for resenting Woodrow Wilson. In his first year in office, he also signed into law the first permanent peacetime federal income tax in U.S. history. Every April 15th, you should think of Woodrow Wilson. And this is what brings us to the faculty progressive Democrats. You see, Wilson matters so much because he was, in so many ways, the founder of the Democratic Party as we now know it. The Democratic Party of the 19th century had some important similarities with its postmodern descendant. It was, from the 1830s on, the party of the big cities and the urban political machines, and the party of immigrants. Then, as in recent decades, the Democrats were more of a coalition of special interest groups than a party animated by a single coherent philosophy. Michael Barone has described the Democrats as historically the party of people who see themselves outside the American mainstream, which is how they managed a marriage of urban immigrants with the lords of slave plantations. Democrats by tradition were the party that railed against banks and big business. Still, Democratic leaders in the 19th century were ideologically all over the place, and some, such as Grover Cleveland, the only president elected as a Democrat between Buchanan in 1856 and Wilson in 1912, were quite conservative. During the Teddy Roosevelt and Taft years, progressivism was a strain within both parties. Wilson changed all that. The overweening progressivism of the Wilson presidency catalyzed a reaction, with progressive theorists streaming into Democratic senior ranks, while Wilson's Republican successors, Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge, led a conservative small government counter-revolution. After the wipeout of the John W. Davis campaign in 1924 showed the dead end of conservatism in the Democratic Party, the Wilsonites staged a comeback under Franklin D. Roosevelt, whose New Deal was explicitly intended as a continuation of Wilsonism. The Democrats have never turned back and have been systematically turning away the conservative elements of their voting base since 1938. Moreover, when Democrats began their progressive turn in 1894 through 1896, they were led by a Bible-thumping prairie populist, Williams Jennings Bryan, who ended his career as a caricatured hate object for progressives in the Scopes monkey trial. Bryanite progressivism was the opposite of cultural elitism. It was Wilson, the schoolmaster in politics, our only PhD president, a former president of Princeton University, past president of the American Political Science Association, who took the self-identified working man's party and began its romance with the academy. The faculty lounge, cultural, and intellectual hothouse of today's Democratic Party is the legacy of Woodrow Wilson. Wilson's vision of education was a preview of his overbearing statism. As he wrote in 1909 himself, "The purpose of a university should be to make a son as unlike his father as possible." Wilson's academic profile allowed him to ascend to the presidency with an unusually thin resume of any public service whatsoever. When he was elected president, he had been governor of New Jersey for less than 2 years. Naturally, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize during his presidency. The modern fad of overhyped, underexperienced celebrity politicians running for president owes everything to Woodrow Wilson and his concept of a living constitution and his administrative state. Wilson didn't initiate a revolution in just the culture of his party, but also in its approach to the Constitution itself and the structure of American government. Now, as I've already detailed at length, Wilson was not just the father of the theory of the living constitution, malleable rather than fixed in writing, that is, accountable to Darwin, his words, not to Newton, his words. In other words, accountable to evolution, not to physics. He was also the great champion of the administrative state. He notoriously referred to public opinion as a clumsy nuisance, a rustic handling, delicate machinery. These were ideas that he drew from a mixture of the wartime Confederacy and Prussian academia, and they continue to plague us today, drawing the power of constitution making and lawmaking away from the people and their elected legislatures. That subversion of Congress undermined the bipartisan pro-democratic reforms of the Wilson era, such as the direct election of senators, the ballot initiative, and referendum, and the vote for women. Wilson also initially opposed a federal right for women to vote, but came round in support during the First World War. Wilson's presidency gave us the FTC and the Fed, the Federal Trade Commission, and the Federal Reserve. One can make the case that creating the Fed was Wilson's most positive achievement in office. It was probably inevitable that America would have a central bank by the mid-20th century. Still, he saddled us permanently with an opaque, unaccountable institution that holds vast sway over the economic fortunes of our people and is capable of the usual run of human error with major consequences and little accountability. The Fed's mistakes played an outsized role in giving us both the Great Depression and the 2008 credit crisis. Some fucking gift. Now, Wilson's racism and his mistrust of democracy went hand in hand. As the author Goldberg, who I can't remember whether I've cited him or not yet, as he wrote in this paragraph, Wilson believed democracy wasn't an abstract system, but a racial endowment of the Saxon people, carried forward genetically through our germplasm. You see, the conduit of heredity, according to German scientists in the late 19th century. At that time, in the 1800s, genes referred to mathematical units of inheritance. Now, this was before the discovery of DNA or the isolation of the helical structure of DNA by Rosalind Franklin, or was that her name? Rosalind Franklin, the Jewish, the Jewess, the female Jew, who deserved the credit that was stolen by a couple of kikes. I'll call them that because they're men. Her own race, but a different species because they were men, and, Jews are a patriarchy. Watson and Crick took all the credit from Rosalind Franklin, who died of radiation poison from all the x-rays with which she isolated the helical structure of DNA. Until then, the Germans used these mathematical units of inheritance that were then exploited in a social Darwinian sense by Woodrow Wilson for his propaganda against the coloreds. To go on with what Goldberg says in the next sentence, the democracy of the American colonists was the result of letting their race habits and instincts have natural play. That's what Wilson believed. This is what Goldberg is saying. Now, Wilson was openly hostile to the Constitution of the Republic and the Bill of Rights. In fact, he wrote, "No doubt, a lot of nonsense has been talked about the inalienable rights of the individual, and a great deal that was mere vague sentiment and pleasing speculation has been put forward as fundamental principle." And then Wilson went on to rail against 4th of July sentiments and believed that our constitutional system of checks and balances had proven mischievous just to the extent to which they have succeeded in establishing themselves as realities. So this is what brings us to racism, segregation, and eugenics. Probably the broadest ground for modern agreement on the awfulness of Woodrow Wilson is in his disgracefully racist treatment of African Americans. The only president to grow up in the Confederacy, the Virginian Wilson ordered the resegregation of the entire federal government. He required photographs on job applications to screen out black people. The Army under Woodrow Wilson was so segregated that some black units fought under French command in the largest battle of the First World War. Naturally, black men who were banned from being hired for peacetime federal jobs were still subjected to the draft, but no white man was willing to command them in battle. But the French said, well, we work with African colonies. We'll command your niggas. And so the Americans said, here, you can have them. They're just trash. But it turned out they won all the battles, while the whites won few. When you read about Harry Truman's courageous desegregation of the army, remember whose work he was undoing. Woodrow Wilson screened the pro-Ku Klux Klan film Birth of a Nation at the White House, the film itself quoting pro-Klan passages from one of Wilson's books. He backed legislation making interracial marriage a felony in the District of Columbia, meaning if my mother and father had gotten married in the capital of our empire, they would have gone to jail. Woodrow Wilson and his Treasury Secretary, William McAdoo, who led the charge by resegregating his own department, resegregated the federal government. Now, easily the worst part of Wilson's record as president was his overseeing of the resegregation of multiple agencies of our federal government, which had been surprisingly integrated as a result of Reconstruction decades earlier. In April 11th, 1913, April 11th, 1913, cabinet meeting, Postmaster General Albert Burleson argued for segregating the railway mail service. He took exception to the fact that workers shared glasses, towels, and washrooms. Wilson offered no objection to Burleson's plan for segregation, saying that he wished the matter adjusted in a way to make the least friction. Now, both Burleson and Treasury Secretary William McAdoo took Wilson's comments as authorization to segregate. The Department of Treasury and Post Office Department both introduced screened-off workspaces, separate lunchrooms, and separate bathrooms. In a 1913 open letter to Wilson, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had supported Wilson in the 1912 election before being disenchanted by his segregation policies, wrote of one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work, and who consequently had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years. That's right, black people who couldn't logistically be segregated were put in literal cages, like animals. Outright dismissals were also common. Upon taking office, Wilson himself fired 15 out of 17 black supervisors in the federal service and replaced them with white people. After the Treasury and Post Office began segregating, many black workers were let go. The head of the Internal Revenue Division in Georgia fired all his black employees, saying, "There are no government positions for niggers in the South. A nigger's place is in the cornfield." And to enable hiring discrimination going forward, in 1914, the federal government began requiring photographs on job applications. In 1914, a group of black professionals, led by newspaper editor and Harvard alumnus Monroe Trotter, met with Wilson to protest this segregation. Wilson informed Trotter, "Segregation is not humiliating, but a benefit, and ought to be so regarded by you gentlemen." When Trotter insisted that it is untenable, in view of the established facts, to maintain that the segregation is simply to avoid race friction, or for the simple reason that for half 100 years, white and colored clerks have been working together in peace and harmony and friendliness, Wilson admonished him for his tone of voice. "If this organization is ever to have another hearing before me, it must have another spokesman. Your manner offends me. Your tone, with its background of Negroid passion, makes me sick." Now, listen to W.E.B. Du Bois, himself a vocal critic of Wilson's segregationist policies. Here's a good general rule of thumb. Dylan Matthews of Fox excuse me, Vox, which is the Latin word for voice, as in Vox Arcana, concluded that Woodrow Wilson was extremely racist, even by the standards of his time. So let me read what he wrote in a paragraph, since I can't readily call up W.E.B. Du Bois, from memory at least. He said, in a 1913 open letter to Wilson, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had supported Wilson in the 1912 election before being disenchanted by his segregation policies, wrote of one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work, and who, consequently, had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years. Yes, this is where we learned, as I did recall from memory after all, that's right, black people who could not logistically be segregated were put in literal cages. In fact, at the Versailles Convention in 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself, was born, Wilson helped kill a proposal from the Empire of Japan, calling for the treaty to recognize the principle of racial equality. Now, your average American would claim that too racist for Imperial Japan is pretty racist. They are, after all, considered the Caucasians of Asia. If there's any colored race at all on Earth that is tolerated by white Americans in general, usually, above all other colored people on Earth, it would be the Japanese. Again, this would not be possible without their fighting the Americans to defeat. That's the only reason they're respected. Just as the only reason the world respects the Ukrainians is because they fought off the Russian Empire. If the Russians had overrun the Ukrainians within 24 or 48 hours, nobody would cry. But because they fought, people admired them. That's what it takes. We had this man in the chat room the other day saying war is anachronistic, is archaic. Man should evolve past it. You bet your sweet ass Vladimir Putin wishes every American were like that individual who was in the chat room our last transmission before tonight's. Now, Wilson wasn't just pandering to public racist sentiment. He was acting on his own racist convictions set forth in his scholarly works. The historian Wesley Moody describes Wilson's most famous book as an academic, entitled A History of the American People, as steeped in lost cause mythology. That book was generally sympathetic to the Ku Klux Klan, describing them as men half outlawed, denied the suffrage, without hope of justice in the courts, who meant to take this means to make their will felt. In an 1881 article that went unpublished, that I saw only because I was a Department of Defense research librarian with access to information you were never meant to see and never will, Woodrow Wilson defended the South's suppression of black voters, saying that they were being denied the vote not because their skin was dark, but because their minds were dark. As president of Princeton, Wilson kept the college segregated, unlike some other Ivy League colleges at the time. When a black student in 1909 inquired about attending the college, Wilson retorted, "That is altogether inadvisable for a colored man to enter Princeton." Princeton did not have a black graduate until 20 fucking years after Wilson's death. One of Wilson's key Senate allies, Pitchfork Ben Tillman, was the most openly pro-lynching figure in American political history, and also an anti-business populist and gun grabber. Only from black people, of course, who wrote the first federal campaign finance law. Teddy Roosevelt invited Booker T. Washington to the White House. Tillman remarked that entertaining that nigger will necessitate our killing 1,000 niggers in the South before they learn their place again. Wilson did not extend such invitations to his White House, but he gladly shook hands with Tillman. Wilson's biases did not end with black people. As George Will has noted, in 1902, when Wilson became Princeton's president, the final volume of his work entitled A History of the American People contrasted the sturdy stocks of the north of Europe with southern and eastern Europeans who had neither skill nor energy nor any initiative of quick intelligence. Here he was casting aspersion to the Irish and the Germans, who he considered to be but white niggers. Now, during the First World War, Wilson railed that any man who carries a hyphen about him, as in African American or Irish American, carries a dagger that he is ready to plunge into the vitals of this republic whenever he gets ready. In other words, you had to be American, which basically means white, and he didn't consider someone like a German American to be white. These were white niggers, a little browner around the asshole, I would guess, but colored enough where they were to be rejected in toto. As governor of New Jersey, Woodrow Wilson was also pro-eugenics. He signed into law a bill to forcibly sterilize the hopelessly defective and criminal classes. Imagine being part of a criminal class. You're born a criminal by this man's definition. Before entering politics, Wilson had campaigned for the nation's first such law in Indiana in 1907. Two quotists from Jonah Goldberg. Dr. Edwin Katzenellenbogen was a member of the Eugenics Research Association. When Woodrow Wilson was elected governor of New Jersey, Katzenellenbogen was hired as the chief eugenicist of his administration, controlling all breeding processes of the population. Wilson asked him to draft the forced sterilization law, which created Wilson's board of examiners of feeble-minded, epileptics, and other defectives like racial minorities. Katzenellenbogen ended up working at Buchenwald, where he killed thousands. There you go, you see? The so-called evil Nazi doctors were Americans! With U.S. citizenship, no less. There you go. And when Buchenwald was liberated, Katzenellenbogen had diplomatic immunity and was transported back to Wilson Town. There you have it. And he said, I killed all them kikes and all them Slavs for your sake, America. And he was given an American medal. There you have it. If you want to blame the Nazis, why don't you look back to America and Woodrow Wilson for the real mass murderers among the Reich? Now, presidents are not solely responsible for everything afoot in the country, but there was a visible upsurge in dramatic racial violence during Woodrow Wilson's presidency, including widespread anti-black race riots in the summer of 1919. Months before my father was born, the man who raised and guided me still being in his mother's womb, that killed hundreds. That included as many as 200 killed by the United States Army in suppressing black sharecroppers in Elaine, Arkansas. The mob attack on Tulsa's Greenwood district happened less than 3 months after Wilson left office. Wilson also left behind a nation with a rising and newly politically respectable Klan. The KKK, greatly aided by his propagandizing, rather promoting, the birth of a nation, which itself is propaganda. Now, Wilson himself refused to publicly denounce either the act of lynching or the KK Klan. Wilson's record on Judeophobia is hotly debated, given the attitudes towards Jews of some members of his administration, but he can be defended on that front. He ultimately supported the Balfour Declaration, appointed Louis Brandy to the Supreme Court, and joined his predecessor, William Howard Taft, in a public 1921 protest against what they called anti-Semitism. Then again, alongside Brandy, Wilson put his own Attorney General, James McReynolds, on the court. And McReynolds, in addition to being a racist, was such a Judeophobe that he refused to speak to Brandy for years and would walk out of the room when Brandy was talking. So, let's just say he's two-faced on that front. It's worth stressing that Woodrow Wilson's policies here were racist even for his time. Presidents Teddy Roosevelt and William Howard Taft had been much better about appointing black statesmen to public office, and other political figures, including whites, attacked Woodrow Wilson's moves toward segregation. The influential pro-civil rights journalist Oswald Garrison Villard wrote that the Wilson administration has allied itself with the forces of reaction and put itself on the side of every torturer, of every oppressor, of every perpetrator of racial injustice in the South or the North. He further attacked it for its political stupidity. The administration, in his words, has put into the hands of the Republican Party an issue which, if they have the sense to use it, may be just the touchstone they be seeking. Now, Villard was taken seriously by the White House, which tried to court him on the issue and offered hints that it might be changing its tune. So he met with Wilson and corresponded with him on racial issues numerous times, but the segregation policies were never reversed. This is all the smoke and mirrors that Vladimir Putin plays when he holds peace talks in the Ukraine while he continues shelling civilians. You can't negotiate for peace when somebody has a gun to your head and they keep pulling the fucking trigger. I can't understand why Zelensky is even holding peace talks with the goddamn Russians while they're trying to advance their objectives via the military violence. Indeed, you could simply call it violence because they're conducting not military operations, but simply atrocities. And then the Americans say, oh, peace talks are being held. Peace talks are being held. How can you hold peace talks with a man who violated the promise he would never invade Ukraine if they gave up all their nukes? And they gave all their nukes to Russia, and now Russia's attacking Ukraine. How can you operate with the Russians at all? Now, some Republicans did seize upon the Wilsonian race issue, though it wasn't the political game changer that Villard hoped it would be. The historianess Nancy Weiss writes that Congressman John J. Rogers of Massachusetts introduced resolutions urging investigation of treatment of Negro employees in the Treasury and Post Office departments, but both measures died on committee calendars without gaining so much as a hearing. Well, that's the Republicans for you. What did you expect? But at the bottom of it all, understand that Woodrow Wilson was a vocal defender of the Ku Klux Klan. Wilson was governor of New Jersey when he became president in 1913, but he had been born in Virginia and raised in Georgia and South Carolina. He was, as the historian William Keylor notes, the first Southerner elected to the presidency since Zachary Taylor in 1848. Southern racists accordingly rejoiced his election. Let me see now. Well, Kaler, in his book, let me read a paragraph therefrom. Washington was flooded with revelers from the old Confederacy, whose people had long dreamed of a return to the glory days of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, when Southern gentlemen ran the country. Rebel yells and strains of Dixie reverberated throughout the city. So Wilson himself was the descendant of Confederate soldiers and identified deeply with the lost cause narrative, according to which the Confederacy was a government of noble men trying to preserve a decent agrarian way of life against crude northern industrialists, rather than a separatist movement premised on white supremacy. The historian Wesley Moody describes Wilson's most famous book as an academic, the one titled A History of the American People, as steeped in lost cause mythology. And that book was generally sympathetic to the Ku Klux Klan, describing them as those men half outlawed, denied the suffrage, without the hope of justice in the courts, who meant to take this means to make their will felt. Now, this means being violence and intimidation against black people. The following quote from the book even made its way into the movie Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffith's infamous feature valorizing the Ku Klux Klan as the saviors of the South. A great Ku Klux Klan! That's D.W. Griffith quoting Woodrow Wilson. Now, lest one think this is a misrepresentation of Wilson's views, The Birth of a Nation actually cut off the most racist part of the first half of that quote, which was, this is Woodrow Wilson speaking. The white men of the South were aroused by the mere instinct of self-preservation to rid themselves, by fair means or foul, of the intolerable burden of government sustained by the votes of ignorant niggers and conducted in the interest of adventurers. And that was only the last of 3 Wilson quote title cards in the film. This one came first. Adventurers swarmed out of the North, as much the enemies of one race as of the other, to cozen, beguile, and use the niggers. In the villages, the niggers were the office holders, men who knew none of the uses of authority except in its insolences. And then this one. The policy of the congressional leaders wrought a veritable overthrow of civilization in the South, in their determination to put the white South under the heel of the black South. For his part, Woodrow Wilson lent The Birth of a Nation his approval by screening it at the White House and personally telling Griffith, its director and producer, that it could teach history with lightning. Elsewhere in his book, Woodrow Wilson attacked Reconstruction on the grounds that the dominance of an ignorant and inferior race was justly dreaded. He was strongly against black suffrage. To quote his T, it was a menace to society itself that the niggers should thus of a sudden be set free and left without tutelage or restraint. He praised those freed slaves who stayed very quietly by their old masters and gave no trouble, but bemoaned that they were the exception, the rest being vagrants looking for pleasure and gratuitous fortune, who inevitably, his words, turned thieves or importunate beggars. The tasks of ordinary labor stood untouched. The idlers grew insolent. Dangerous nights went anxiously by for fear of riot and incendiary fire. At the end of Reconstruction, Negro rule under unscrupulous adventurers had been finally put an end to in the South, and the natural, inevitable ascendancy of the whites, the responsible class, established. And in an 1881 article, the one that went unpublished, that I saw as a security clearance cleared Department of Defense librarian, Wilson defended the South's suppression of those black voters, saying that they were being denied the vote not because their skin was dark, but because their minds were dark. Yes, really! Wilson's racism wasn't the matter of a few unfortunate remarks here or there. It was a core part of his political identity, as indicated both by his anti-black policies as president and by his writings before taking office. It is completely accurate to describe him as a racist and white supremacist and condemn him accordingly. Combine that with a powerful humanitarian sensibility, and you get a president who wants to change the world for the betterment of white mankind. Watch out for such leaders. Even during his first term, with war raging in Europe, he sought to get the United States involved as a neutral mediator, fostering a peace agreement to break the tragic stalemate that had the nations of Europe in its grip. When that effort was rebuffed, he ran for re-election by hailing himself as the man who kept the United States out of the war. But immediately upon entering his second term, he sought to get his country into the war by manipulating neutrality policy. Whilst proclaiming U.S. neutrality, he favored Britain by observing the British blockade of Germany, imposed, as said by a young Winston Churchill, to starve Germans, including German infants, into mass extinction. Winston Churchill's words. And by allowing armed British merchant ships entry into U.S. ports, which in turn fostered a flow of U.S. munitions to the Allied powers. At the same time, Wilson declared that Germany would be held to a strict accountability for any American loss of life or property from Germany's submarine attacks. This policy applied, so said Wilson, even if affected Americans traveling or working on British or French ships. He declined to curtail what he considered Americans' right to travel on vessels tied to France or Britain, but not Germany. Now Wilson was warned, most notably by his Secretary of State, Williams Jennings Bryan, that these lopsided policies would inevitably pull America into the war. When he ignored those warnings, Williams Jennings Bryan resigned from the Wilson cabinet on a stand of principle. And as Bryan predicted, America did get pulled into the conflict. And it certainly appears that was Wilson's intention all along. Then 3 things happened. First, Wilson conducted the war in ways that devastated the home front. Prices shot up into double digits, and then came a potent economic recession that lasted 3 years. He accepted the suppression of civil liberties by his notorious Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer. His government nationalized many private industries, including the telegraph, telephone, and railroad industries, along with the distribution of coal. Race riots erupted in numerous cities that claimed well over 150 lives in 2 years. Second, America's entry into the war broke the stalemate, allowing the Allied powers to impose upon Germany devastating armistice terms. Third, when Wilson went to the Versailles Peace Conference, bent on bringing to bear his humanitarian outlook and making the world safe for democracy, he promptly got outmaneuvered by the canny nationalist leaders of Britain and France, whose agenda had nothing to do with Wilson's dreamy notions about a harmonious world born of his humanitarian vision. The result was a humiliation of Germany that rendered another war inevitable and created in that country a sump of civic resentment and venom that would poison its politics for a generation. We can say with finality that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, would never have emerged in Germany if the stalemate of World War I had been settled through negotiations rather than diktat. We can also say that the world spawned by Wilson's malevolent war policies most certainly created a political climate in Germany that paved the way for Adolf Hitler. That's a big load for Wilson to carry through history, though the academic polls consistently rank him quite favorably. That's probably because most academics are progressives who like Wilson for his own progressive sentiments. But the two Roosevelts also were progressives and left the country arguably better off when they left office. Such a case can never be made for Wilson, who left the country in shambles. The 1920 Republican victories in the presidential and congressional elections constituted of the greatest political repudiations in American history. Thus, Wilson's failures of commission render him, inarguably, the worst president in all American history. Because Wilson's racism even extended to foreign affairs. While it had been customary to appoint black ambassadors to Haiti and Santo Domingo, now the Dominican Republic, Wilson didn't do that either. At the Versailles Convention in 1919, Wilson helped kill a proposal from the Japanese Empire calling for the treaty to recognize the principle of racial equality. While 11 out of 17 members at the meeting considering the amendment favored it, Wilson, who was presiding, arbitrarily decided that the amendment had been defeated because the vote was not unanimous. That wasn't any actual rule that the proceedings were operating under. A simple majority vote was enough to decide that the League of Nations would be headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, instead of the United States, because Switzerland is an eternally neutral nation, till Vladimir Putin threatened all of Europe with meltdown in the fucking Chernobyl site, which he captured. Now, Wilson just really didn't want the treaty to recognize racial equality at all, and wanted to appease the British Empire, which was premised on subjugating African and South Asian people. This is what brings us to Woodrow Wilson's great mistake, which is something to say in and of itself considering all that I've already articulated. For a long time, Americans have been branded as isolationists, guilty of appeasement, when they question the wisdom of starting or entering another foreign war. The terms isolationist and appeasement are used to link today's non-interventionists to the political leaders who, during the 1930s, supposedly did nothing to stop my father Hitler early on, when that would have been quite easy. Ever since then, starting or entering wars has been justified, rationalized by claiming that the present situation is analogous to the threat from Nazi Germany and requires immediate deployment of force. The first problem with any such scenario is that my biological father Adolf Hitler's rise to power owed everything to a prior war, World War I, which was supposed to end all war forever. That famous phrase appears to have originated with a book by the British socialist author H.G. Wells, published the year the war began, 1914, titled The War That Will End War. His dubious claim inspired cynicism early on. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George reportedly remarked, "This war, like the next war, is a war to end war." Journalist Walter Lippmann said, "The delusion is that whatever war we are fighting is the war to end war. Precisely because France and Britain entered World War I and were devastated, which none of the political leaders seem to have anticipated, people in those countries lacked the will for another war. They had also been lied to repeatedly by their political leaders, and they weren't interested in going through that again. As far as Americans were concerned, the greed and hypocrisy of World War I belligerents discredited the idea of doing good by going to war, which is why Americans wanted nothing to do with another foreign war. It was because pro-war people lost their credibility during World War I that nobody responded when alarms were sounded about my daddy Hitler during the 1930s. If popular sentiment now generally opposes starting or entering foreign wars, the people who deserve considerable credit are those internationalists who promote participation in wars that always go wrong. Often there are terrible unintended consequences because wars are, by nature, the most costly, volatile, unpredictable, and destructive human events. So that brings us to wartime America and civil liberties. Leading the nation to war also meant creating a wartime nation, which Goldberg, as a Jewish individual, argues in his book entitled Liberal Fascism, is something he doesn't like, because I guess he feels that as a Jewish person, all liberalism is fascism, and somehow that equates to war. But that ignores the fact that Bush 1 and Bush 2 were Republicans who started wars, just as Ted Kennedy, the Republican Roosevelt, started wars. So you can't say that it's the priority of Democrats alone. But that Goldberg obviously has an agenda. And the one thing that can be said that his book gets right is that in creating a wartime nation, Woodrow Wilson began the long progressive romance with the moral equivalent of war efforts to replicate national mobilization, such as the New Green Deal or anti-COVID campaigns. Now, Wilson oversaw the creation of the first formal American wartime propaganda agency, the Committee on Public Information, the forerunner to Roosevelt's OWI, or Office of War Information. Before he took the nation to war, Wilson himself warned, "Once lead these people into war, and they'll forget there ever was such a thing as tolerance. To fight you must be brutal and ruthless, and the spirit of ruthless brutality will enter the very fiber of our national life, infecting Congress, the courts, the policeman on the beat, the man in the street." Well, Woodrow Wilson, the man who said those very words, his entire administration, his misadministration, by all evidence was devoted to proving that very point, to the point where our policemen beat men to death on the streets, as he said they would. What was this madman doing? Why was he allowed to terrorize the world? Wilson signed the Espionage Act of 1917 and the Sedition Act of 1918. Magazines were banned from the mail for departing from the president's line on war. Some critics were jailed, including Eugene V. Debs, who had run for president against Wilson and drew over 900,000 votes in 1912. It is no coincidence that the Supreme Court's landmark First Amendment cases traced to the Wilson years. In Schenck versus United States, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes cited the clear and present danger of obstructing military recruitment to uphold a conviction under the Espionage Act. As the historian Goldberg notes, and I will return to him, he said more dissidents were arrested or jailed in a few years under Woodrow Wilson than under Benito Mussolini, the leader of Italian fascism, during the entire decade of the 1920s. So take that, all you anti-fascist motherfuckers. Your Woodrow Wilson was a worse tyrant, putting more Americans behind bars than Benito Mussolini ever did Italians. It was freer to live as a fascist in Italy than a U.S. citizen under Woodrow Wilson. What do you fuckers say to that? And that's coming from a Jewish historian. That's why I returned to him. I mean, and look what he did to your food. Your French fries became freedom fries. And he canceled Tchaikovsky in concert halls. Well, rather, freedom fries and canceling Tchaikovsky were merely the descendants of the anti-German hysteria of World War I, which led to rechristening sauerkraut as Liberty cabbage, which in World War II they called victory cabbage. And more gravely, the Wilson administration's interning of thousands of Germans. Yes, thousands of Germans were sent to concentration camps in America during World War I, just as they were again, and Japanese were, in World War II. The German conductor of the Boston Symphony Orchestra was investigated by the Justice Department after he was falsely accused of refusing to play the Star-Spangled Banner. He was ultimately interned and deported, all on libel. The attacks on civil liberties weren't just aimed at Germans. During the anti-communist Red Scare, Woodrow Wilson's notorious Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer, conducted the infamous Palmer raids, rounding up suspected radicals. Not for nothing was the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, founded during the Wilson years. The first Red Scare was the forerunner of the Joe McCarthy era. Wilson gave us J. Edgar Hoover, too. Palmer hired him. In 1917, age 24, Hoover was put in charge of the Justice Department's Enemy Alien Bureau, forerunner of the Office of Alien Property, which stole everything from every Japanese in America and Nikola Tesla as an individual, among so many other cases I can't even recall. He later oversaw this J. Edgar Hoover, the Palmer raids that I've already aforecited. That experience launched a long career of abuses of civil liberties. His name, J. Edgar Hoover, is still on FBI headquarters, the J. Edgar Hoover building. Wartime regulation by the Wilson administration was shockingly heavy-handed, full of price fixing and rationing, and caused economic chaos, including runaway inflation. Fittingly, the only U.S. currency to depict Woodrow Wilson was the 100,000 United States dollar bill printed during the Great Depression. He nationalized the telegraph, telephone, and railroad industries. Unlike Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he shut down baseball with a work or fight order. Daylight saving time was one of those wartime measures aimed at saving fuel, which somehow is still with us over a century after the war ended. Again, because we got rid of it as soon as he was out of office, and then Franklin Delano Roosevelt brought it back and got us involved in a war with the Third Reich we're still waging to this day. Another wartime measure that has long outlived its usefulness, the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, popularly known as the Jones Act, which Wilson signed into law in his final year. The bipartisan law grew out of wartime edicts designed to protect American shipping from German submarine warfare. Its protectionist policies restrict cargo between American ports to ships built here and crewed with Americans only. Critics in recent years have blamed the Jones Act's restrictions for exacerbating problems with relief to Puerto Rico, the supply chain crisis, and our ability to produce and ship enough domestic energy to wean ourselves from Russian oil and gas. Wilson's peacetime economic legislative agenda was mixed at best. True, he lowered tariffs and went after child labor. The Clayton Antitrust Act, however, ushered in the modern era of antitrust law by banning monopolization and predatory pricing, where the prior Sherman Act had simply banned illegal agreements such as price-fixing cartels, the pursuit of which has often led to counterproductive government investigations. When the Justice Department went after Microsoft for trying to deprive the world of Netscape Navigator, it was walking in Wilson's footsteps. While the Wilson years also gave us prohibition, I don't blame Wilson for that one, given that he vetoed the Volstead Act on federalism grounds. Most importantly, religion created and prolonged the First World War, even as World War I changed religion in turn forever. The Great War, what we often consider the pinnacle of cynical nationalistic realpolitik, was perceived at the time as a deeply religious conflict, indeed a holy war, by all combatants. Such a reality strikes deeply at the roots of much postmodern secularization theory, which sees the de-Christianization of Europe as a long, gradual process set in motion by science, the Enlightenment, and postmodern industry, well, modern industry, postmodern industry being information-oriented, modern industry, a process very far underway by the 20th century. On the contrary, to all that I've just articulated, the Enlightenment, modern industry, or rather the First Industrial Revolution, and that long process of secularization, on the contrary to all you've been indoctrinated, Europe in 1914 was still steeped in religion, perhaps as much as at any point in its history. Mostly Christianity, of course, but even freethinkers and secularists were more likely than not to follow strange alternative religions like Theosophy and to dabble in the occult, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who lost his son in the Great War, became a spiritist and held seances so that he could talk to his dead boy once again. The war was fought by the world's leading Christian nations, who presented the conflict as a holy war. Thanks to the emergence of modern media, a steady stream of patriotic and militaristic rhetoric was given to an unprecedented audience, using language that spracketh of holy war and crusade, of apocalypse and Armageddon, which was a literal battlefield of World War I. But this rhetoric was not mere state propaganda. The widespread belief in angels and apparitions, visions, and the supernatural was a driving force throughout the war and shaped all three of the major religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, paving the way for modern views, well, postmodern paradigms of religion and violence. We are used to the judgment that the war was both horrendous and pointless. Millions either died or were maimed for life fighting in horrible conditions over a border which hardly moved for the best part of 4 years. The judgment is surely reasonable, but although those caught up in the war would have agreed with the first part of that assessment, the majority of British, French, Belgians, Germans, Russians, and Turks, combatants and non-combatants alike, firmly believed for much of the war that it did matter and could give reasons. Another familiar premise is that the war was the concern of an elite few, under whom the exploited masses simply suffered against their will. There be ample evidence that, in fact, a sense of common purpose united leaders, civilians, and foot soldiers. Yes, some of that purpose may have been delusional and the leadership mendacious. Towards the end, there were mutinies and popular uprisings, and afterwards people looked back in horror at what happened. The old order did collapse. Nevertheless, during most of the war, for the majority of Europeans on either side, there was a common sense of commitment to national cause. A third judgment makes this war the first fully mechanized and modern war, the product of a universal secularization of political relationships as religion slowly and inevitably lost its grip on a modern world. Religion, however, played the central role, publicly and personally, in framing purpose and motivation for war, and finding meaning in its suffering. It can be described accurately as a holy war in the tradition of the Christian crusade, from the way it was promoted and conceived of by those who participated in it at every level. Thus we undermine a fourth judgment, that Christianity has always, at least since the 30 Years' War, been a religion of peace. The more extreme language shocks us now. Kill Germans! Do kill them, not for the sake of killing, but to save the world, to kill the good as well as the bad, to kill the young as well as the old. I look upon it as a war for purity. I look upon everyone who died in it as a martyr. British. Or, World War, you transfigure our nature, like the Word and the Spirit. Come, sword, you are to me the revelation of the Spirit. That was a German quote. Compare also a prayer of praise unto God, who reigns on high above, Cherubinen and Seraphinen und Zeppelinen, or above the cherubs, the seraphs, and the zeppelins, the dirigibles, of course, that the Germans deployed. Now, Christian leaders who fused theology and occult arms were found in all denominations on both sides. Nor was it just about Christianity. As the Ottoman Empire entered the war, the Sultan Caliph declared, "There is no doubt that the divine help and assistance of the just God and the moral support of our glorious prophet will be on our side to encourage us." Meanwhile, Muslim subjects of the Allies would fight with as much devotion on the other side. To quote a German Jewish voice, the German people played a historical role as God's people at a time of world crisis and divine judgment. And British and French Jews were vigorously patriotic, though avoiding holy war rhetoric. The language and imagery of Scripture allowed already committed believers to integrate their personal religious sensibility with the national cause, and often drew those committed to the national cause back into the practice of religion. Britain experienced a run on the bank of God. Churches in the German-speaking world suddenly filled with secularists, while a new entente between church and state in Republican France was ushered in by President Poincaré's vow and commitment to a new union sacrée, or sacred union. America and Russia experienced similar outbreaks of martial and religious fervor. The wartime religiosity was pluriform. At the more theological end, there was biblical language of salvation, purification, and martyrdom. The apocalypse became a central text, framing the war as a cosmic battle between good and evil and making generals into messiahs. The book's lurid imagery offered a religious language for the carnage on the battlefield and the end of a world order. As the horror and the human cost mounted, the narrative of Jesus' sacrificial death for his friends took on a central role, both for combatants and their loved ones. But there was also the folk piety. This ranged from the uncontrollable spread of stories of visions and miracles to the development of new apotropaic practices, the hammering of nails into a giant wooden statue of von Hindenburg is a particularly striking example. Though more naturally at home in Catholic and Orthodox cultures, these were as prevalent amongst Protestant Christians. Signs of the religious fragmentation to come manifested with the rise of spiritualism on the home front and the growth of other occult beliefs and practices, particularly among the intelligentsia. A post-Christian apocalyptic narrative came as to underpin both Bolshevism and National Socialism. The fate of institutional Christianity in the aftermath of the war ranged from revolution and a near annihilation in Russia to Reformation, secularization, and new radical movements in Western Europe and America. Central to all that I'm articulating was a world war. That was the special status of Allenby's war in Palestine, often played in the churches and media of the time as a new crusade, a focus for the Holy War theme. The Balfour Declaration nourished both Zionist and evangelical delusions and changed relationships with the Arab world irrevocably. In 1914, Europeans controlled the guns, the seas, the wealth, and the telling of all history. In the context of a devastating war, they made punishing demands upon their colonies, took ad hoc political decisions, and forged ad hoc alliances. As the balance of power, wealth, and voice has shifted, those distant causes continue to have their unforeseen effects today. So much of the world as we know it now, both politically and religiously, was a product of those tumultuous 4 years. The crucible of war destroyed ancient empires and launched fledgling modern democracies, or else dictatorships. The disappointed hopes and moral compromises that followed that war also shaped the political climate of the rest of the century, giving rise to such phenomena as Nazism, totalitarianism, and communism. It forged Nazism and laid the foundation for the Soviet communism that would drive so much of the 20th century with all its horrors. Of necessity, messianic nations must have satanic foes. For humiliated Germany, the failure of such a grand messianic vocation could only be explained by a scapegoating of correspondingly satanic dimensions. For other nations, such as Great Britain, the disillusionment with the holy war mood of the Great War, rather than being recast in purely nationalistic terms, led to a rapid secularization of the public square and a general decline in religious commitment. In the Third World, meanwhile, the events of the war stirred explosive religious growth, both Christian and Muslim, including apocalyptic forms of faith that Europe was now trying to leave behind. For Jews, the war helped launch the Zionist movement, which, together with the post-war revival of Islamic fundamentalism, drives so much of geopolitics today. The overall lessons for today are clear enough. For one, Christians in the West today have much to repent for and need to think twice before so casually demonizing the jihadist Islam which they helped create in their own image a century ago. For another, history can change quickly and dramatically. Our future will not necessarily resemble our past any more than the future of Europe in 1914 would resemble its long 100 years peace. And yet out of these changes, however disastrous at the time, God often achieves remarkable renewals of his church. This would be my invitation, to be alert and ready for whatever mighty works both the forces of evil and the Lord might have in store in the decades yet to come. In religion, as in politics and culture, we should see the pace of change not as steady, gradual evolution, but as what biologists call punctuated equilibrium, long periods of relative stasis and stability interrupted by rare but very fast-moving moments of revolutionary or cataclysmic transformation. These radical innovations then take decades or centuries for the mainstream to absorb fully, until they are in their turn overthrown by a new wave of turmoil. Might another such realignment occur at some future point, a new moment of tectonic faith, with all that implies for innovation and transformation? When we trace the southward movement of Christianity into the Third World of Latin America, Black Africa, and Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, we also see faith becoming synonymous with the most volatile and ecologically threatened area of the world. Catastrophe might once more precipitate a worldwide religious transformation. These are the hazards of the unforeseen. World War I was arguably history's worst catastrophe, and U.S. President Woodrow Wilson was substantially responsible for unintended consequences of that war that played out in Germany and Russia, contributing to the rise of totalitarian regimes and another world war. American isolationism, armed neutrality would be a more accurate term, developed as a sensible reaction to Wilsonian policies. Although World War II looms vastly larger in our cultural consciousness, this is due partly to its greater proximity in time and to the much greater role that America played in the hostilities. Yet most people would be surprised to learn that the bloodiest battle in U.S. military history remains the Battle of MEMqədRIAL, which took place over the final 47 days of World War I, in which 26,277 Americans perished. And the toll suffered by U.S. troops is immeasurably dwarfed by that of the European nations. To put things in perspective, the full horror of the war was obvious in its opening weeks. On one single day, August 22nd, the French lost 27,000 men killed in battles in the Ardennes and at Charleroi, in what became known as the Battle of the Frontiers. To put these casualty figures in context, the French suffered more fatalities on that one sultry day in Charleroi than U.S. forces lost in the two 1945 battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa combined, although these later engagements were spread over a period of 4 months. One single August day cost half as many lives as the United States lost in the entire Vietnam War. During August and September of 1914, 400,000 French soldiers perished, and already by year's end, the war had in all claimed 2 million lives on both sides. The former chapel of the elite French military academy of Saint-Cyr, systematically listed its dead for various wars, but for 1914 it could only offer one brief entry: The class of 1914. Dead on the field of battle. All of it. Every single graduate. Not one survived a single day. Britain lost 1.75%, 1 3/4 of its pre-war population, to military deaths alone, not to mention the hundreds of thousands maimed for life. Germany, 3%. France, 3.5%. The Western Front of World War I would claim 10 times as many lives as the Western Front of World War II. A statistic borne out by the somber lists of names that can be found in any parish church in Great Britain, under the words, "They shall not grow old as we that be left." Given that Europe in 1914 was the unquestioned leader of world civilization, and still the center of global Christianity, such trauma could not fail to reshape the course of world religion as well as politics, remaking the world order more comprehensively even than its more global successor, World War II, could ever do. Against the traditional narrative, I would build upon Julian Jaynes's work on the bicameral mind with the new analysis of religious development called punctuated equilibrium, echoing the leading current view in evolutionary science, that long periods of relative stasis, such as 1815 through 1914, be followed by short periods of cataclysmic change, such as 1914 through 1918. Regardless, the historical reality undermines any claim to comfortable self-assurance on the part of the modern West that technological and political progress necessarily leads to a cool scientific rationality. On the contrary, the years of the Great War were a time of superstition, apocalypticism, and mass hysteria in all the combatant nations. However, same reality also strikes deeply at any comfortable self-assurance on the part of Western Christians. They like to think that our religion has long been a force for peace in the world, or at worst, essentially disengaged from the secular rationality that drives global conflict, while Islam, on the other hand, is a primitive and violent religion that seeks to discern the divine will in every historical incident and to pursue expansion by merciless jihad, or holy war. Historical reality neatly inverts this narrative. Enlightened Western Christianity was responsible for some of the most shocking rhetoric of holy war that we can imagine, at a time when global Islam was diffuse and relatively passive and apolitical. The events of World War I, in fact, set in motion the radicalization of Islam and its current appetite for holy war thinking. A few quotations will illustrate just how fully and frighteningly holy war rhetoric took hold in 1914 Christendom. "It's not a saint or a bishop. It's Our Lady herself. It's the Mother of God made man for us, who endures the violence and the fire. She's the one we saw burning at the center of our lines, like the Virgin of Rouen once upon a time. She's the one they're trying to slaughter, the old mother, the one who gives us her body as a rampart. At the center of our lines, she's the one who stands as the rampart and the flag against Black Luther's dark hordes." That's Paul Claudel, La Nuit de Noël, de 1914. He's the man who speaks of Black Luther as the Protestants of Germany. Or, "Kill Germans! Do kill them! Not for the sake of killing, but to save the world! To kill the good as well as the bad, to kill the young as well as the old, to kill those who have shown kindness to our wounded as well as those fiends. As I have said 1,000 times, I look upon it as a war for purity. I look upon everyone who died in it as a martyr. We cannot stop until the German race is exterminated." That's the Right Reverend Arthur Winnington Ingram, the Bishop of London. That's the equivalent of the Pope in the British Church established by King Henry VIII. There's your holy war and jihad. Where do you think the Muslims learned their terrorism from, if not the Brits? Now, think of this other quote. It is God who has summoned us to this war. It is his war we are fighting. This conflict is indeed a crusade, the greatest in history, the holiest. It is in the profoundest and truest sense a holy war. Yes, it is Christ, the King of righteousness, who calls us to grapple in deadly strife with this unholy and blasphemous power. That's the Reverend Randolph McKim, rector of the Church of the Epiphany in Washington, D.C. Indeed, similar language and pervasive attitudes could be found in Orthodox Russia, Catholic Italy, etc. Liberals and conservatives, clergy and laymen, educated and uneducated, established and disestablished churches, Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox alike participated in the crusading mood of the time, though a few prominent leaders, such as the Archbishop of Canterbury, William Temple, and Pope Benedict, I remember the Roman numerals as XV. What the fuck number is that even? Yes, it is the number 15. Pope Benedict the 15th. They stand apart as noble exceptions. Canterbury, William Temple, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Pope Benedict the 15th. The good guys. If there is anything for modern Christians to take comfort in, it is that at least contemporary examples of Christian nationalism, which many have so lamented, pale in comparison to anything a century ago. Perhaps a few lessons have been learned. The real tragedy, of course, being that when it comes to white evangelicals, they no longer speak of holy war in nationalist terms. They speak of it in terms of race war. So we've gotten worse. We no longer stop at borders, and Christianity in the white evangelical Protestant realm represents racial genocide. From the frying pan into the fucking fire. Now, the real history does not fit neatly any of the leading narratives of secularism or modernity criticism. The secular nationalism causes violence narrative of William Kavanaugh, whom Brandon Young can speak upon at length, and company, is as thoroughly contravened as the religion causes violence thesis that he seeks to overturn. Also, it should be noted, simplistic Catholic attempts to pin nationalistic violence on Protestantism per se, or Anabaptist attempts to pin it on church establishment per se, just do not fit the evidence. On the one hand, it seems clear that for all the appalling Christian baptism of violence that the Great War witnessed, Christian convictions could hardly have caused the war, given the patchwork of religious allegiances represented among its combatants. Lutheran, Calvinist, and Catholic Germany allied with Roman Catholic Austro-Hungary, Eastern Orthodox Bulgaria, and the Muslim Ottoman Empire against Orthodox Russia, secular Catholic France, Catholic Italia, Protestant Britannia, and secular Protestant Catholic America. Indeed, it is a testament to the incredible power of self-deception in wartime that any of the combatants could have plausibly narrated their struggle as a sectarian one. It is, in the first of the quotations aforesaid, the French managed to portray their struggle as one against Black Luther's dark hordes, despite the fact that their leading ally, Grand Britannia, was staunchly Protestant. This, together with the fact that non-Christian minorities, notably Jews, in the various nations enthusiastically supported each national cause, suggests that idolatrous nationalism, rather than any genuine Christian conviction, was the real motivating force behind the war. And yet, at the same time, it is important to note that most of the holy war rhetoric, far from being stoked by cynical political leaders, was carefully disclaimed and, even in cases, systematically censored by many of them, especially the British. On the whole, while the impetus for the conflict itself may have come from the politicians, the impetus for its sacralization came straight from the churches. Against any simplistic attempts to trace the relation of religion or nationalism or secularism to violence, then the real narrative invites us to see just how slippery all these terms are, how inextricable they become in the actual heat of conflict. But inasmuch as we might venture any thesis, it might be this. Although violent conflict itself usually stems from worldly causes, it is human nature to imbue such conflicts with otherworldly significance, thus intensifying them. In short, religion, unfortunately, including Christianity, serves as a means of explaining and legitimating violence, regardless of the original grounds of that violence or of the logical coherence of the religious explanation. Of course, the word explaining is key here. It should not surprise us at all that in times of almost inconceivable suffering and trauma, people should reach out for any explanation that can try to make sense of the enormity of events. And often, only supernatural explanations are equal to that task. Confronted with such horrors, it would be amazing if contemporaries had not believed they were entering some apocalyptic era. How could anyone understand such hideous numbers, except in supernatural terms? 108 years and some months ago, after Germany's initial advances into the Low Countries and France, the adversaries in World War I dug trenches and seldom advanced or retreated much from those lines. German soldiers were always generally outnumbered on the Western Front, but the Germans had smarter generals and a lot more guns. The British Navy enforced an effective blockade that made it difficult for Germans to obtain many vital supplies, including food. Germany responded by building a submarine fleet, but it didn't give them a way to invade Britain or these United States. By 1918, the war had been stalemated for more than 3 years, neither side able to force vindictive terms upon the other. One of the last German offenses ground to a halt in the French countryside when German commanders couldn't prevent their starving soldiers, amazed by the abundance of food they finally encountered among the French, from gorging themselves on French cheeses, sausages, and wine. If the United States had stayed out of the war, most certainly there would have been some kind of negotiated settlement. Neither the Allied powers, France, Britannia, Russia, Italia, and the Empire of Japan and several smaller states, nor the Central Powers, Germania, Austro-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria, would have gained everything they wanted from a negotiated settlement. Both sides would have complained, but a catastrophe would have been less likely after a negotiated settlement than after vindictive terms were forced upon the losers. Pathetically, Woodrow Wilson wanted to demonstrate the global influence of these United States by presiding at post-war negotiations, but he figured he could do that only if the United States were a belligerent. He had offered his services as a mediator, but his prospective allies, the French and the British, were not interested. As historian Barbara Tuchman reported, it was not mediation they wanted from America, but her great untapped strength. French and British generals squandered the youth of their countries by ordering them to charge into German machine gun fire, and they wanted to command American soldiers the same way. Those generals repeatedly demanded that Americans reinforce their depleted ranks and fight under French and British flags. America's first great struggle in the war was with the French and the British, who feared that if American soldiers went into battle as an independent force under American command, they, not the French and British, would get the credit for success. On April 2nd, 1917, when Wilson went before Congress to seek a declaration of war, he wasn't trying to protect these United States from any attack or imminent attack, although there had been provocations. His stated aim was to destroy the German people. He urged the crushing of the Central Powers. He famously promised that the world would be made safe for democracy. Bear in mind that the last German Kaiser was the least militaristic of almost all his contemporaneous heads of state. Throughout his over a quarter of a century, 26 years, of antebellum or pre-war reign from 1888 through 1914, totaling 30 years of regency through World War I, Kaiser Friedrich Wilhelm II Victor Albert, King of Prussia and Emperor of das Second Deutsche Reich, abdicated under exile in the Netherlands. The grandson of the British Queen Victoria had never waged any actual war. Comparably, within that same antebellum period of time, Great Britain had fought a war with Tibet over Sikkim, fought the shortest war in history against the Sultanate of Zanzibar in 1896, fought a border war in northern India, and the Second Anglo-Boer War in South Africa. During the reign of Kaiser Wilhelm II, the French Republic had a greater percentage of her population under arms than Germany ever did. Germany may have floated the second largest navy in the world, second only to that of Grand Britannia, yet even then the British fleet was more than twice the size of that deployed by Germany. At that time, Great Britain governed through her empire 25%, a quarter of the Earth's land surface, and 25%, a quarter of the world's population, via dominance over Oceanus, our planetary ocean. The British Empire had already attained the nearest to global domination ever manifest until advent of American ultrapower at fin de siècle of the 20th century's end. Per the all too appropriately named Professor George M. Wrong, in 1909, to quote as Mr. Wrong, his name's spelled that way too, W-R-O-N-G, Britain controls today the destinies of some 350 million alien people. Like that, huh? Alien people. As yet unable to govern themselves, and easy victims to rapine and injustice, unless a strong arm guards them, he said. Unless a strong arm guards them. You're not even guiding them, just guarding them. She is giving them a rule that has its faults, no doubt, but such I would make bold to affirm, as no conquering state ever before gave to a dependent people. Now, per the Durban Declaration, as issued by the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Xenophobia and Related Intolerance, circa 2001, they said, colonialism has led to racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and Africans and people of African descent and people of Asian descent and indigenous peoples were victims of colonialism and continue to be victims of its consequences. Antithetically, the German Empire was one of the most peaceful of all the world's powers. What the German Empire was known for was its unity, pride, productive industries, great learning, and progressive social welfare system. It was the Canada of its day. The German language was the language of business and science, and was studied in foreign nations more than any other language. The United States played a significant military role only during the last 6 months of the war, but that was enough to change history for the worse. By entering the war on the side of the French and British, Wilson put them in a position to break the stalemate, win a decisive victory, and, most important, force vindictive surrender terms on the losers. These were the frontiers of control he was exploring. Wilson betrayed ignorance of two critical limits of his power. First, since he represented the largest and richest belligerent, he assumed he would be able to control what his allies did, but he could not, and they hijacked the post-war negotiations. French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau was determined to avenge Germany's humiliating defeat of France in 1870, a war that France had started. Clemenceau was not to be denied, since most of the fighting during World War I took place on French soil, and the French suffered some 6 million casualties. He made sure the Versailles Treaty obligated Germany to pay astronomical reparations and surrender a long list of assets including coal, trucks, guns, and ships, private property as well as property of the German government. Despite Wilson's professed ideals about the self-determination of peoples who had been in multinational European empires, he did not stop the Allies from dividing German colonies among themselves. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George expanded the British Empire by seizing the former German colonies of Tanganyika and part of Togoland and the Cameroons. The French and British each gained authority over some territories of the defunct Ottoman Empire in a peace to end all peace, ensuring Southwest Asia, the Middle East, would be the site of turmoil and violence forevermore. The French and British bribed Italy to enter the war on their side by signing the secret Treaty of London on April 26th of 1915 that promised Italy war spoils in Austria-Hungary, the Balkans, Asia Minor, and elsewhere, and the Italians wanted it all. They were outraged to find that the French and British planned on giving them nothing. The Japanese demanded Chinese territory and a statement affirming racial equality, and while they didn't get any of those things, they ended up receiving German assets in China's Shantung province, including a port, railroads, mines, and submarine cables. The second critical limit of Wilson's power was that he could not control what the losers did. For a while, this didn't seem to matter, since the Germans had been so decisively defeated, all their weapons taken away, and they were broke. The vindictive surrender terms, made possible only by American entry into the war and enshrined in the Treaty of Versailles, triggered a volatile nationalist reaction. My father Hitler was able to recruit several thousand Nazis. Allied demands for reparations gave Germans incentives to inflate their currency and pay the Allies with worthless marks. The runaway inflation wiped out Germany's middle class. And my father Hitler recruited tens of thousands more Nazis by appealing to those bitter people whom he referred to as starving billionaires. They might have had billions of paper marks, but they couldn't afford a loaf of bread. Now, source from our book, The Roswell Deception. for so much of this story, but in the last hour remaining, I will describe the false advertising, the overreach, the deception of the imperial presidency. After all, don't you dislike politicians who promise one thing, then get elected and do something completely different? Do you complain when presidents govern as if they had a vast popular mandate, even when the majority of the voters went against them? Don't you loathe the imperial trappings of our presidency? All of that is Wilson too. In 1912, he postured as the more conservative candidate in the race, received just 41.8% of the vote, less than half, and defeated Taft only because Teddy Roosevelt split the Republican coalition in half. He won popular majorities only in the 11 states of the old Confederacy, all of which massively disenfranchised black voters. Yet Woodrow Wilson governed as a transformational progressive. It was Wilson, in 1913, who revived making the State of the Union a live speech to a joint session of Congress rather than a written report, as it had been since Thomas Jefferson. Blame Wilson for that whole spectacle we suffer every time, each year. In 1916, he ran on the slogan, "He kept us out of the war." Or he kept us out of war, period. He won, again, just a little less than half the popular vote, 49.5% this time, claiming a nail-biter that was decided only when my golden state nation of California, which Wilson won by 0.38%, when he seemed to be losing when everyone went to bed. Well, he seemed to be losing California when everyone went to bed, but everyone woke up to find that he had won because we finished counting our votes 9 days later. Wilson would be the first president reelected because of that, with fewer electoral votes than he initially won. Barack Obama was the second president to pull that trick. Wilson reacted by asking Congress for a declaration of war, less than a month after being sworn in for his second term. In 1918, there was an actual series of battles between the Russians and Americans, which was, and still is, obliquely referenced as the Siberian Intervention, Expedition, or simply Incident. It is always obfuscated by such obtuse terminology because no one dares admit that the Americans invaded the Soviet Union, but the Bolsheviks had taken over Russia during that year, and all legitimate governments recognized violent communist insurgency as a major existential threat. Woodrow Wilson responded immediately by sending in the U.S. Army in what became the only recorded succession of massive engagements in the field between the U.S. military and the Soviet Union, all of it within Soviet territory. Internationally coordinated as part of an even grander scaled Allied North Russia intervention, the Siberian invasion by the United States was accompanied by their great ally, the Greater Japanese Empire, which fought side by side with Americans against the Soviets, with the exception of several incidents where cultural miscommunications resulted in direct Japanese-American combat, such as what historically transpired in Evgenevka. And most outstandingly, on the 1st of October in 1919, when the Japanese sided with the anti-communist Russian White Army in defense of a fellow monarchy. Lenin came to power in October of 1917, the same year Wilson began his second and final term in office. Their respective rises precipitated what would become known as the Cold War, but circa 1918 through 1922, that year before my mom was born, the confrontation was both openly direct and hotly combative between their two very different ideas of collectivism, Lenin's communism and Wilson's racist internationalism. The Russian Revolution and a mutiny in the French army convinced the United States that Russia and France would pull out of the war, leaving the way open for a German victory. This was unacceptable to the Wilson administration. These two events drove Wilson's decision to ask Congress to declare war on April of 1917, only the second declaration of war in United States history. War and more war. The most consequential decision of Wilson's presidency was launching the United States into the First World War in 1917. Despite the origins of the war in European power politics and the presence at the time of Tsarist Russia as one of the major combatants among the Entente powers, Wilson pitched the war as an effort to make the world safe for democracy. It didn't. Even aside from the enduring controversies over how the war was sold to the American people and what its vast mobilization cost in American lives, treasure, civil liberties, and constitutionally limited government, it remains questionable to this day whether the world would have been better off with America staying out of the war. A war that ended with an exhausted stalemate or even a German victory on the Western Front following the Russian collapse in the East would not have triggered the collapse of the German state and civil society that gave us Nazism, and might have resulted in a European order better situated to isolate and resist Soviet communism, as well as less susceptible to fascism. The Great War was not the first example of the messianic Woodrow Wilson's foreign military adventures. He sent the military into Mexico in 1914 and Haiti in 1915, in the latter case inaugurating a 19-year United States occupation, paralleling what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Wilson's wars eventually drove his pacifist Secretary of State, Bryan, to resign. In his famous 14-point speech in early 1918, after the Bolshevik Revolution, Wilson called for an evacuation of all Russian territory and sermonized that the treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from their own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. He ended up instead sending American soldiers to the frigid north of Russia in Arkhangelsk and Murmansk, a deployment that was the worst of both worlds. It antagonized the Russians, who had been largely pro-American in their orientation for over a century, and gave the Bolsheviks a long-standing source of propaganda, yet accomplished nothing to prevent a communist Russian empire. If it wasn't bad enough that Wilson pulled one over on the voters in his campaigns, his White House itself was a massive fraud for months after the president himself suffered a debilitating stroke in October of 1919, the very month and year, the very day my father was born. His condition was concealed from the public and Congress, and his unelected second wife, Edith, effectively ran the presidency. The result of all this was a political catastrophe for Wilson's party. Republicans gained 16 Senate seats, 87 House seats, and 11 governorships between 1918 and 1920. Harding in 1920 won by the largest popular vote margin in American presidential history, at least to that point in time. The voters couldn't be rid of Wilson and Wilsonism fast enough. Lenin and Wilson died within days of each other in 1924, a cosmic coincidence with intriguing parallels. Both had become convalescent recluses toward the ends of their lives, to the repudiation of capitalism, even to the extent that Wilson had begun to express that the rising fear of coloreds, immigrants, radicals, and anyone perceived to be a communist threatened to rend the fabric of American unity. It was only after Wilson had become an inert president, suffering a stroke to the point of disability, that those troops from Siberia were withdrawn, all of which led to the ultimate resurgence of the Soviet Union. It was after this that Franklin Delano Roosevelt decided the Soviets were the wave of the future, and he decided that he was going to side with them. Since George Washington, we have revered our tradition of presidents returning to civilian life. Wilson is the only president, besides those who died in office, to settle for his entire post-presidential life in the District of Columbia. He is buried in the National Cathedral. He simply could not leave the federal government. Every decent American should hate him. But this brings us to that bad peace to end all peace. The Treaty of Versailles that ended the First World War was a fiasco. It imposed punitive war reparations and an assignment of war guilt on Germany. The treaty was followed by the creation of the League of Nations, an ineffectual forerunner to the United Nations, which the United States never joined, but which set the template for the idea of sovereign states as being subordinated to some form of world government. The treaty led to an embittered and revanchist Germany and dissatisfied victors in Italy and Japan. The settlement at Versailles left all sorts of other trouble spots unresolved or aggravated, from Vietnam to Iraq to Israel. Wilson was by no means solely responsible for the mess, but the League of Nations was his idea, which he characteristically tried to impose on Americans with no regard for the sentiment of the voters or for Congress. And he was frequently a posturing, naive, and troublesome presence at the peace conference. French President Georges Clemenceau remarked of the 14 points, "God Almighty has only 10!" Wilson is also often credited with championing the idea of economic sanctions as a substitute for war. Even if this is overstated, blockades and embargoes have a long history after all. This is yet another innovation whose record is spotty at best. And then there was the pandemic. Oh yeah, his administration also mishandled a global pandemic. Wilson never mentioned the so-called Spanish flu pandemic that killed 20 million Americans at a time when our population was less than a third of today's. True, the federal government was not expected to play much role in healthcare in 1918, and true as well, there were neither treatments nor vaccines to stop the spread of the pandemic, but the Wilson misadministration made it worse. The Justice Department, pursuing wartime censorship, threatened newspapers that covered it. Large crowds gathered at draft offices were super spreader events. And the U.S. Surgeon General Rupert Blue assured Americans that there is no cause for alarm if precautions are observed. Colonel Philippe Douin, who led health and safety at the military shipyards where the disease first spread, dismissed the so-called Spanish influenza as nothing more or less than the old-fashioned grippe. The grippe being pneumonia. Oh my God. They're still uncovering mass graves under parking lots today. And of course the fact that it first spread in military shipyards, well, that's because it was the American Army and Navy flu, bioengineered to take out Europe. Of course, there was blowback. It's kind of like recoil from a firearm. You don't expect to break your shoulder, but then that's what happens when you handle a heavy load. And that was the viral load to end all loads. Think of what would have been. What would have happened in Russia if the United States had stayed out of World War I. Russia almost certainly would have quit the war earlier, with the Russian army still intact and capable of defending the provisional government from a Bolshevik coup d'etat. Ergo, the Russian Empire never would have become the great destabilizing factor necessitating the Third World War we so mistakenly call the Cold War. In the spirit of reversing the results in history and speculating about the subsequent course thereof as the only way to illuminate the full significance of what did occur, one must assert the following proposition. The entry of the United States on the side of the Allies, England, France, Russia, Italia, and Japan, which was critical in the defeat of the Central Powers, Germany, Austro-Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey, was the grossest diplomatic debacle of the entire 20th century. Within the context of this proposition, the world and the course of history would have been incalculably better off had the United States not intervened in the fratricidal war in Europe and remained in isolation while Germany had won the war. One can make this assertion largely because of the results of World War I, all of which were extremely important. First, 4 great empires in Central and Eastern Europe experienced the overthrow of the government that led the country into the war: Russia, Turkey, Austro-Hungary, and Germany. Turkey became a secular Muslim state. Austro-Hungary disappeared. Germany slowly evolved into the Nazi Hitlerian state, and Russia brought communism to the world. Another result of the war was that France emerged as the dominant power on the continent. However, France was a weakened power as a result of the war and was totally overwhelmed by the emergence of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. Germany's desire, especially that of my father Hitler and the Nazis, to abrogate the Treaty of Versailles was taken as pretext for World War II in Europe, which also produced the horrors of the Holocaust. The history and the culture of the individual Germanic states was once alive in the persons of their royal families. Reigning at the pinnacle of union was der Deutschen Kaiser, the emperor of the German peoples, representing all Germans as well as the unique history of the Kingdom of Prussia. The NSDAP, the Nazi Party, could never have been democratically voted into power had the Kaiser and the subsidiary monarchs of Imperial Germany been allowed to retain their positions. Another major consequence of World War I was the Bolshevik Communist Revolution in Russia, which led to a 70-year world war between the Soviets and the West. Communism has been a disaster for the people of Russia and also China. Ignoring, in this instance, the tragic history of Zhonghua, or China, consider that in the first 30 years of the Soviet Union, more than 27 million people were imprisoned or perished. From 1918 to 1920, 4 million died in the Civil War and a typhus epidemic. 5 million died from famine in 1921 through 1922, while 10 million died or were imprisoned in the collectivization of agriculture from 1928 through 1933, as were 8 million in the purges of 1935 through 1938. This does not even take into consideration the 29 million Soviets who perished in World War II. Upon expulsion from the Royal Russian Law School of Kazan University in 1891 for forging his own certificate of graduation, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, pseudonymously Lenin of Kazan, had founded and headed the more hubristic and militant branch of Bolshevism, gathering 21 co-conspirators in St. Petersburg on the Baltic, in his day the capital of all the Russias, Great Russia, White Russia, and the Ukraine. That year, with but 12 revolvers among them, and announcing that the score of them would conquer planet Earth. They proceeded with the relentless intensity of men possessed to establish one of the most brutal tyrannies in the history of the human race, ultimately exporting this form of tyranny not just to regions of the West, but to China and its environs, resulting by the time of the forced reunification of both Vietnams in 1975 in 1/3 of all humankind attempting to realize the ideological fantasies of the anti-prophet Karl Marx through such semi-ritualized mass sacrifices as state-organized genocide, state-organized mass starvation, and state-organized mass murder and the torture of individuals called democide, the mass murder, the extermination of one's own people. The pogroms and aggressions instigated over the course of these regimes has resulted in 1.5 times the number of deaths caused by the Second World War. An extinguished population equivalent to the present populations of the United States and Canada combined. Over 300 million lives. A veritable superpower of the dead. Even after collapse of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and its East European satellite states, more people today still languish under governments legally recognized as single-party communist states than live within multi-party democracies. These social models of centralized planning are by definition government by conspiracy. Violently installed bureaucracies, unfathomable in nature, implacable in function, and very, very cold. Thus, the Allied victory in the Great War, in making possible the Soviet Union, World War II, the Holocaust, the Cold War, and the wars in Korea and Vietnam, proved to be a disaster beyond measurable magnitude. The majority of scholars can only argue that without American intervention, the Central Powers would have won, and Germany would have been the dominant power in Europa. Because everything you know about how World War I ended is wrong. Placing the American Army and Navy flew aside, for now, for sake of argument, some 103 years plus some months ago, on the 26th day in September of 1918, the greatest artillery bombardment in U.S. history, more shells in a few hours than had been fired in the entire American Civil War, fell silent, and 350,000 American soldiers got to their feet and began to advance across no man's land toward the German trenches in the MEMŻRIAL, with the French and British stalled in their sectors. The doughboys aimed to cut the German army's principal supply line on the Western Front and end World War I. With the American role in the First World War being one of the great stories of the American century, you have to wonder how it has completely vanished from view. Most historians tell us that the U.S. Army arrived too late on the Western Front to affect the war's outcome, an outcome determined by Allied grit, better tactics, the British blockade of German ports, and ultimately German exhaustion and revolution. It must be baldly stated, Germany would have won World War I had the U.S. Army not intervened in France in 1918, even without the bioengineered weapon of the American Army and Navy flew, even without them vectoring the plague. The French and British were barely hanging on by 1918. By year-end 1917, France had lost 3 million men in the war, Britain 2 million. The French army actually mutinied in 1917, half of it demoralized combat divisions refusing to attack the Germans anymore. The British fared little better in 1917, losing 800,000 casualties in the course of a single year that climaxed with the notorious 3 months assault on the muddy heights of Passchendaele, where 300,000 British infantry fell to gain just 2 miles of ground. By 1918, French reserves of military-aged recruits were literally a state secret. There were so few of them still alive. France maintained its 110 divisions in 1918 not by infusing them with new manpower, there was none, but by reducing the number of regiments in a French division from 4 to 3. The British, barely maintaining 62 divisions on the Western Front, planned, in the course of 1918, had the Americans not appeared, to reduce their divisions to 30 or fewer, and essentially to abandon the ground war in Europe and retreat back to Isle Britannia. 1918, eventually celebrated as the Allied Year of Victory, seemed initially far more promising for the Germans. The French army limped into the year effectively out of men and in revolt against its own officers. British divisions, 25% below their normal strength because of the awful casualties of Passchendaele, had never been reinforced, were unreinforceable. Prime Minister David Lloyd George refused to send replacements to Field Marshal Douglas Haig's army on the Western Front. So controversial were Haig's casualties, he said, "I cannot send you any more boys to die. You simply eat them up alive." Lloyd George feared a social revolution in Britannia itself if casualties continued to mount, and lamented that Haig had smothered our army in mud and blood. Now, the waning of the French and British in 1917 could not have come at a worse moment when the Germans had crushed the Russians and Italians and begun deploying 100 fresh divisions on the Western Front. For a war-winning offensive in 1918, 3.5 million Germans with absolute artillery superiority against 2.5 million demoralized British and French. What saved the day for the Allies? The Americans. The United States declared war on Germany in April of 1917, drafted a 1,000,000-man army, the American Expeditionary Forces, the AEF, in the ensuing months, and deployed it hurriedly to France in the winter of 1917 through 1918. In June of 1918, the Germans brushed aside 100 French divisions and plunged as far as the Marne River just 50 miles from Paris. Marching up dusty roads past hordes of fleeing French refugees and deserting soldiers, "La guerre est finie," or the war is over. The doughboys and Marines went into action at Chateau Thierry and Bielau Wood and stopped the German onslaught on the Marne. With Haig facing defeat in Flanders, actually warning London in April of 1918 that the British had their backs to the wall, American troops, the manpower equivalent of over 100 French or British divisions, permitted Foch to shift otherwise irreplaceable French troops to the British sector, where a dazed Tommy, sniffing the tongue of the sea air over the stink of the battlefield and apprised that Haig had spoken of British backs to the wall, replied, with a glance at the English Channel, "What bloody wall?" The Americans saved Britain and France in the spring and summer and destroyed the German army in the fall. Most historians argue that the war was won by Marshal Ferdinand Foch's famous 100 Days Offensive, a coordinated Anglo-French-American envelopment of the German army on the Western Front, and most emphasize the performance of the British and French and speak of the American battles at Saint-Mihiel and in the Meuse-Argonne as sideshows. They were anything but. After rousing success in August and September, the British and French offensives had stalled. Haig suffered nearly 500,000 additional casualties in 1918, and so did the French. They spent their dwindling strength breaching the Hindenburg Line and had nothing left for Meuse, Moselle, or the Rhine lines, where the Germans would stand fast. Lloyd George's war cabinet warned Haig that the shrinking army he was conducting slowly eastward was Britain's last army, and it was going fast. As winter approached and the Allies sagged, everything hinged on the pending American thrust northward from Saint-Mihiel and Verdun towards Sedan, aimed at the vital pivot of the whole German position west of the Rhine. Verdun had always been a thorn in the German side, forcing the German front in France to bend sharply around it, compressing Hindenburg's vital railways into a narrow space, and offering great opportunities to the Allies if only they had the manpower to thrust upward from Verdun to cut the famous four-track rail line, the railroad line through Sedan and Mézières, that conveyed most of the German army's men, materiel, and all supplies. The American battle in the MEMန့RIAL from September 26th to November 11th, 1918, pierced the most redoubtable section of the Hindenburg Line, reached Sedan on both banks of the Meuse River, denying the Germans the river as a defensive shield, and cutting the vital four-track railway there, which carried 250 German trains a day. With it, the Germans had moved 5 divisions every 2 days to any point on the Western Front. Without it, they could barely move a single division in the same span. The American offensive was, as a British war correspondent concluded, the matador's thrust in the bullfight. It cut the German throat. The Doughboys won the war by trapping the German army in France and Belgium and severing its lifeline. Looking at 1918, in this new way that only Douglas Dietrich has ever articulated, restoring the enormous impact of the U.S. military to its proper scale and significance achieves 2 important things. First, it fundamentally revitalizes the history of the First World War. Second, it brings out the intense gravity of 1918 when the fate of the world literally hung in the balance and the revivifying power of the Americans saved the Allies, defeated Germany, and established the United States as the greatest of the great powers. Granted, Germany would otherwise have inflicted a severe treaty on the Allies, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed by Russia and Germany after Russia's defeat, being indicative. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk took huge areas from Russia, including Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine, all as independent states, but protectorates under Germany. In 1916, Germany's war aims in the West called for Belgium to remain independent, but be a protectorate, and for a few small but significant border adjustments in France. Austria was to become dominant in the Balkans, and colonial territories in Africa would be partitioned in Germany's favor, which would have been beneficial to all black Africans. Germany also planned to create a European customs union that would be dominated by the German economy. And finally, there would be some sort of reparations. Europe would have been dominated by Germany, but that happened anyway with European Union. And reparations were given to Germany after World War II in the form of the Marshall Plan. So all you did was overturn the inevitable. Second, while there was a Judeo-phobic component to German society, the conservative nature of Wilhelmine government would never have allowed Nazi ideologues to assume power. There would have been no call to abrogate a Treaty of Versailles, no serious threat of a communist takeover of the government, and no great inflation as occurred in 1923, my own mother's birth year, the year of my own latent sainted Cyrus's delivery into this world amid the flames of the great Tokyo earthquake and fire, all of which were used as justifications for the assumption of power by the Nazis. With no Nazis, there would have been no Holocaust. Lastly, the Germans, after the war in the West ended, would have turned back yet again to crush the Bolsheviks in Russia, and some sort of white regime, as in royalist, would have emerged victorious. So Russia would have avoided the pain and suffering of Soviet rule, not to mention the dire consequences of the Third World War, misnomered as the Cold War, along the spread of communism into Eastern Europe, China, Vietnam, and Cuba. A German-dominated Europe, but no World War II on the supercontinent of Eurasia, Africa, no Holocaust, and very likely no communism, a most excellent trade-off for a German victory in World War I. In the early 20th century, the Allied powers, especially Great Britain, participated in World War I to prevent German domination of Europe. It is inarguable that Europe and the world would have been better off had Germany been the victor in World War I. The irony of history is that at the end of the 20th century, Germany had emerged as the dominant power in Europe and the leader of European Union, essentially a customs union identical to that conceived by the Germans in their war aims during World War I. Suppose for a moment that the United States had stayed out of World War I, and instead of a negotiated settlement, there was a German victory on the Western Front. How bad might that have been? The Germans showed how harsh they could be in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk of March 3, 1918, in which, as a condition for ending the war on the Eastern Front, they gained enormous chunks of territory comprising Ukraine, Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains, Finland, and the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. If Germany had won on the Western Front, it would have acquired some French territory and maybe Belgium. But one can only say that a victorious Germania, imposing peace on the defeated Allies at the Treaty of Potsdam, would not have had the reparations and grievances that were actually inflicted upon it by France at Versailles. As a consequence, the rise of my father, Adolf Hitler, would have been obviated in a world in which he would have had very little to complain about. I myself have every confidence that my biological sire would have happily acclimated to Pax Germanicus, the peace of Germany, by realizing his childhood aspirations toward becoming the Norman Rockwell of Pan-Germania, his very name becoming the brand for universally pervasive Teutonic comfort scenes of idyllic pastoral. In the Kaiser's Europe, defeated France would be the more likely seedbed for fascism, not Germany. But with its steel and coal still in German-controlled Alsace-Lorraine, France's military and naval potential would have been easily contained. In that case, neither the Holocaust nor the Second World War as we know it would ever have followed. Since European Jewry would have survived in toto, Zionism would never have had the international moral force that it so righteously claimed after Hitler's abdication of the surface world. The modern history of Southwest Asia, the Middle East, would therefore be very different, more relevantly because Turkey would have been among the victors in 1918. Meanwhile, America, whose entry into the war would have been successfully preempted by Germany's victory, would have become a firmly isolationist power and not the enforcer of international order. If elected, Franklin Roosevelt would solve America's post-war economic problems in the 1930s, but he would never be allowed to fight a war in Europe. Though he had always intended to fight one against the greater British Empire, thus guaranteeing a Second World War along the organic alignment rooted in the historical Anglo-American enmity, drawing back to the American Revolutionary War of Independence and the Napoleonic Wars that followed through the War of 1812. And, of course, their organic alignment with the fellow monarchy of the Empire of Japan would have united against the America into a two-front war against America in the Pacific and the Atlantic. But if America had gone on to defeat Britannia, an American defeated Britain would have been unable to contain Asian Indian nationalism and would have ended up as a modest North European social democratic republic, like Denmark without a prince. Whereas a victorious British Empire, had it defeated America with its Japanese allies in their two-front war, would have been sustainable today with territories on the moon. But as World War II would not be instigated unless FDR were eventually elected, the Germans probably would not have been able to enjoy their victory for very long, or at least as long as one would imagine, while forced to cede its oil interests in the Middle East and the Gulf to a Greater Germany. Grand Britannia would still have retained its independence, protected by its navy that might have continued the hunger blockade against Gross Germania, or Greater Germany. In all likelihood, Germany would have become bogged down in endemic conflicts along the frontier with Russia, complicated by nationalist rebellions in the wreckage of Germany's ally, Austro-Hungary. Such problems might have proven to be too much for the German army that was already struggling to put down mutinies. Bad as this would have been, even that would be considered preferable by all contemporary belligerents to what did happen: the rise of my father Hitler, World War II unnaturally misdirected into a trans-Eurasian conflict by American realignment under baleful British influence, and of course the Holocaust. And American entry in World War I helped produce another terrible consequence: the November 1917 Bolshevik coup d'etat in Russia. The country had been deteriorating ever since Tsar Nicholas II entered the war in 1914, actually 1904, on its Eastern Front against Japan. It led to millions of Russian casualties, drained the empire's finances, generated devastating inflation, caused pervasive shortages, and discredited the government and the army. Well, kind of like Russia is today. France and Britain had to know they were playing with fire when they pressured the Russians to stay in the war so that German forces would continue to be tied up on the Eastern Front. The last thing France and Britain wanted was for Russia to make a separate peace with Germany and thereby enable the Germans to transfer forces to the Western Front. Allied pressure assured that the deterioration of Russia would continue, indeed, accelerate. Following the spontaneous revolution and abdication of the Tsar in March of 1917, Woodrow Wilson authorized David Francis, his ambassador to Russia, to offer the provisional government $325 million United States dollars worth of credits, equivalent to perhaps 3.9 billion United States dollars today, if Russia stayed in the war. The provisional government was broke, and it accepted Wilson's terms. No fight, no loans. Wilson was oblivious to the fact that ordinary Russians had nothing to gain from whatever happened on the Western Front, which was his sole concern. The Bolsheviks exploited deteriorating conditions brought on or aggravated by his war. They were the only ones on the Russian political scene who advocated withdrawal. Lenin's slogan was peace, land, and bread. For a while, despite all of Russia's problems, the Bolsheviks were not able to make much headway. In elections for the Constituent Assembly, they never received more than a quarter of the votes. Lenin failed 3 times to seize power during the summer of 1917. It wasn't until the fall of 1917, when the Russian army collapsed, that the Bolsheviks were able to seize power. The diplomat and historian George F. Kennan observed, "It may be questioned whether the United States government, in company with other Western allies, did not actually hasten and facilitate the failure of the provisional government by insisting that Russia should continue the war effort, and by making this demand the criterion for its support. In asking the leaders of the provisional government simultaneously to consolidate their political power and to revive and continue participation in the war, the Allies were asking the impossible." A victorious Germany, after the war in the West ended, would have crushed the Bolsheviks in Russia, thus avoiding the pain and suffering Soviet rule imposed on the Russian people and later Eastern Europe and ultimately half the world. In conclusion of tonight's transmission, thanks to Woodrow Wilson's maniacal policies, carrying on the war aims and objectives of the Confederate States of America worldwide, the Bolshevik coup d'etat led to 7 decades of Soviet communism. Historian R.J. Rummel tabulated that almost 62 million people were immediately killed by the Soviet government on its establishment. He tabulated that all 20th century communist regimes killed between 110 million conservatively and realistically 260 million people each. Nothing Wilson did could compensate for the colossal blunder of entering World War I. He claimed his League of Nations would prevent future wars forevermore. But charter members of the League of Nations were most of the winners of the war and their friends, countries that had not been fighting each other. They vowed to continue not fighting each other. Member nations agreed to join in defending any of them that might be attacked, which meant that the League was another alliance. An attack on one member nation would lead to wider war. The World War I losers were not members. Wilson's admirers tend to blame post-war troubles on Republicans in Congress who refused to support his beloved League of Nations. Wilson's arrogance towards Congress and his refusal to compromise had a lot to do with that. He failed to recognize that he could not control his allies, he could not control the losers, and he could not control his own Congress. World War I should remind us that the consequences of war are extremely difficult to predict and often impossible to control. The world would have been inconceivably better off if America had stayed out of that war and pursued a policy of armed neutrality. We are not referring here to either the militaristic, conservative, repressive Prussian power created by Bismarck or the Germany with the largest labor movement in early 20th century Europe. German history after 1918 would have been a contest between the twain, and no one can say which would have won in the end. We are speaking of concrete and realistic facts of geography and history and of nothing else. So, we will sign off for tonight, but you know what you can do to help myself. Buy my goddamn books. Vampirology on Amazon. Oh, by the way, our man says, I'm free if you need me on, Douglas. And that's George Knight. Jameson Reese, are you with us? Let's see if he's with us. See if he can bring our man on.
Hello?
Oh,
hello?
Gee, that's scary. Hey, welcome aboard, Peter.
When you said bring our man on, I didn't think you meant me, but when you said it, I said I just clicked on Skype. So were you talking about somebody else?
Oh, both you and George Knight. I welcome anyone aboard right now. It's the last few minutes of the show. And of course, you can imagine I burned myself out. How much of it did you hear?
No, I just got down here. We were making celery juice upstairs.
Oh, that's so cute. Yes.
Yeah, it was cute. So anyway, what did you were burning yourself out when we were talking? You were going into it. So where did you go when I left?
Oh God, I went into the man responsible for daylight saving wartime, and that was Wilson. So I do hope you review all of tonight's episode. I went straight to Woodrow Wilson, and I stayed on that, just all the damage that he's done. By the way, this is George Knight, and two of you have spoken before.
George is here.
Yeah, George is here. Say hi, George.
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, bless you. In the last few minutes we have remaining, bring up what you think we should be aware of over there on the other side of the Great Pond.
Oh, God, Douglas. Oh, where do I start? Thank you so much. I was just listening to everything you said. And of course, it's so important what you've just articulated for the viewers at home. It's so important about how, it's so critical. People need to know their history and know where they stand in the world today. Because it makes perfect sense once you understand history, you know where your place is in the world today. And yeah, it's incredible about, what we're told and what the reality is. It's just incredible about how so many things in history of the last 100 years could have been prevented if it wasn't for certain individuals, just like Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
Thank you.
It's incredible. But we could talk about that for hours and hours.
Yes. Well, God bless you. And go on, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, I don't think I have much to update on. To update anyone from the last time I was on, but hopefully more frequently I'll be able to come on the show with this. Yeah, with me hotspotting in my van, I could come on more often in the future, which would be fantastic, Douglas.
That's excellent. And by the way, I think no news is good news. And just before we turn back to Peter here, I do want to clarify what I'm curious about is that when you drive your van home and just kind of park it at home and leave it there till the next day, or do you go to a certain place where you pick it up?
Oh yeah, I'm a home parker, so you can be a yard parker, but there's so little space at the exchange. So yeah, I take it home, and it's just so much more convenient. I can just get up in the morning and enjoy straight to work from my own home. So yeah, it's so much better. Yeah, so that's what I do, Douglas. Yeah, I park at home.
That's incredible. That's such a privilege. I'm so happy for you. That's so fucking convenient. That's incredible.
Yes.
Dude,
it's so much.
What does your truck look like in the garage? Is there anyone else you park next to? It must dwarf everyone else in the vehicle.
Yeah, our neighbours he's a landscape gardener, the neighbour next to us, where we share a driveway. So yeah, we park our family car on the right, my van's in the middle. He's got his truck next to ours. He's a landscape gardener, so he has a pickup truck which takes, he takes all his stuff that he needs, his tools to work with him, and then he has his home car next to that. So we've got 4 parking spaces. Yeah, which is convenient, and we can have people parking behind us, so there's loads of room, which is quite handy.
That's incredible. By the way, Peter, this is so unusual for anyone in Britannia. Both of these gentlemen have 2 vehicles. Most British people are lucky if they have one.
Yes.